Chen-su, an ordinary young man, accidentally managed to cultivate a single apple tree in another world. Who would have thought that fruit would become an ultra-rare treasure, driving the entire world into a frenzy of pursuit? The flavor was indescribably delicious, and on top of that, it was a miracle cure capable of healing all ailments. From those husbands plagued by impotence, long ridiculed by their wives over their bedroom failures, a single bite of this apple would instantly transform them into tireless pounding machines. Even middle-aged uncles with shiny bald heads, after taking a taste, would immediately see their hair grow back thick and lustrous, dark and silky like in their youthful days. Because of this, every single apple was hyped up by capitalists to prices reaching tens of millions of won. However, what they had no idea about was that the colossal profit had already been quietly seized by someone else entirely. He swallowed up over 90% of the profits, completely cutting out the capitalists behind the scenes. As it turned out, the number of apples in this young man's orchard was beyond imagination. He couldn't even harvest them all, with so much surplus that he had to feed them to pigs just to keep them from going to waste. All of this was because he was the only person on Earth to have become an apostle of the goddess of prosperity. Beneath a darkened sky, a great tyrannical beast was tearing into its prey with relish. Meanwhile, a band of hunters silently moved through the underbrush to close in on their target. Suddenly, a monster with blazing red eyes appeared right behind the young man. The battle erupted in an instant, and he swiftly drew his sword to meet the ferocious creature lunging in for the kill. A single razor-sharp slash sliced through the air with a whistling roar. The monster's head was severed from its neck in an instant, blood spraying out like a fountain. And yet all of those heroic visuals were merely an advertisement playing on the giant screen in the heart of the city, paired with the message that the other world is your future. Apply today. Standing below, Chen-su looked up with shining eyes full of admiration, completely lost in his yearning for a hero's life. His daydream was extinguished in an instant when a hand smacked hard against his shoulder along with a shout, "Hey, you there. Why are you standing around instead of working?" The words made him jolt with a start. He hurriedly bowed his head to apologize. "I'm sorry, sir," only to be scolded by his boss as one of those kids these days who only know how to indulge in pointless fantasies. He could only fumble awkwardly as he received the order to go clear out the thick tangle of vines. Sickle in hand, he threw himself into the work while grumbling that he had already left a terrible impression on his very first day. He gritted his teeth and reminded himself, "No way, this time I absolutely cannot let myself be fired." After that, he cleared out the dense overgrowth of vines in the blink of an eye. The sheer speed left the boss standing nearby with his mouth hanging open in astonishment, looking at the heap of scrap already neatly bagged and sorted with precision. The old man was lavish with his praise. "My goodness, in this day and age there are still young men like you. Just toss out the trash and you can clock out for the day." Yet deep in his heart, the protagonist was still weighed down by thoughts of the other world, something he believed would forever remain nothing more than a distant dream for someone like him. In reality, present-day Earth had already collapsed entirely, and the only solution granted by an unnamed almighty being was to send humans into the other world. The heroes who left their homeland for that other world were called pioneers, and it was thanks to the life force they brought back that humanity could cling to its fragile existence. Looking at the image of a mighty pioneer displayed on the giant screen, he clenched the sickle tightly in his hand, silently asking himself whether he could ever become a person like that. As night fell, he ambled along the empty street with the weight of his worries. Before long, the protagonist found himself standing in front of the Pioneer Reunion Center, a place teeming with people coming and going. He shoved his way through the noisy crowd, hastily calling out, "Excuse me, let me through, it's my turn now. Please let me pass." The moment he stepped up to the reception counter, the bespectacled clerk asked in a cold voice, "You're Chen-su, right?" And he hurriedly confirmed before nervously pressing on, "I want to know if there's been any progress on the search." But all that answered his hopes was the cold, indifferent clatter of keyboard keys. The system screen displayed that the over 4 million won the protagonist had scrimped together to search for his pioneer family was still flagged as insufficient funds. The clerk bluntly drove him away, telling him to come back when he had enough to cover the investigation fee, then casually rang the bell to call the next person. He clung to the counter in desperation, pleading through choked sobs, "Surely there has to be at least some piece of information. Isn't that enough? If not, then just give me a location, please." The protagonist's plea was instantly brushed aside as a hulking man behind him roughly shoved him out of the way to claim the spot. "Move it, it's my turn," while the surrounding crowd began murmuring and pointing. Who here doesn't have their own troubles? He could only trudge along listlessly through the dark of night. The sound of his weary sigh blended into the chaos of the crowd scrambling for every last shred of fragile hope. Returning to his dim, silent rented room, exhausted, he slipped off his shoes and let out a familiar phrase, "I'm home." The clatter of empty cans rolling across the floor only deepened the sense of loneliness in the space. In the darkness, memories of the old days suddenly came rushing back. When he was small, the protagonist's father had been a top-ranked returner, a proud and dignified hero, who once smiled brightly with a ball in his hand and encouraged his son, "Come on, let's give it one more try." But as Earth's situation grew worse and worse, his father had to step on the pioneer's path once more to save humanity. The image of father and son playing ball together beneath the sunset glow had now become nothing more than a distant fragment of memory. But then a cruel truth came crashing down. His father would never be able to come home again. Standing alone in the middle of the vast field, the little boy called out in a dazed voice, "Daddy." Amid the suffocating grief of loss, his mother walked over, took her son's trembling hands in her own, and softly called out, "My son. Mommy will go find your father and come back soon. You only have to sleep on your own for a few days. So be a good boy and wait for me. Alright." That promise from his mother became the very last memory before the protagonist truly became an orphan. Time in its cruelest fashion wears everything down without mercy. Even the faces of the parents who brought him into this world have faded into nothing more than blurry, scattered fragments lingering in the corners of his mind. Sitting hunched up with his arms wrapped around his knees in the middle of the dim, shadowed room, he was suddenly drawn to a strange beam of light pouring in from outside the window. Right at the heart of the city, a colossal pillar of golden light came crashing down from the heavens, radiating an overwhelming, terrifying pressure that seemed to bend the very air around it. The sheer force unleashed by that surge of energy was so immense that the entire room shook violently, walls trembling as if the building itself might collapse at any moment. The shockwave sent the protagonist hurtling backward through the air. He slammed against a hard surface with a brutal impact before crumpling helplessly to the floor. After lying unconscious for what felt like an eternity, he slowly cracked his eyes open in a hazy daze. Clutching his throbbing head with both hands, he groaned, "What the hell just happened? My skull feels like it's about to split wide open." Right at that moment, the phone lying on the floor began buzzing relentlessly, signaling that it was already 8 in the morning. The screen was flooded with breaking news alerts about a massive disturbance that had just occurred, triggered by the aftershocks of an S-Rank returner's homecoming. Reading the headline about how this incredibly powerful figure had abruptly retired, he was utterly stunned. Retired? What the hell is going on? And right after that, a strange notification popped up confirming that, because the god could not be protected, the entire Vanguard team had perished, and now the protagonist was forced to begin the pioneering journey all alone. On the screen, the S-Rank returner who had just come back with a body riddled with wounds bitterly declared before the press, "I have now lost both the power and the right to ever serve as a pioneer again." And before the swarm of camera lenses, he choked back tears as he delivered one final plea. "I beg all of you for one thing. Please protect the Earth. Please do not lose your courage." He sat there in stunned silence, his eyes glued to the screen of his phone, where the dark, foreboding headlines about plummeting populations and the slow disappearance of heroes kept scrolling endlessly. He could only mutter in utter despair, "This can't be happening." The protagonist let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Isn't it enough that the mission failed? Now he has to retire on top of it all. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent knocks rang out at the door, shattering the silence and making him jump in surprise. Who could possibly be here at this hour? He shuffled lazily toward the door with a puzzled look, since not a single soul had ever come looking for him before. Meanwhile, on the other side of that door, a strange creature was holding up a tablet that displayed his exact personal profile in perfect detail. Cracking the door open just a sliver to peek out, the protagonist froze in place when he saw the visitor. A pure white rabbit dressed in a sharp, dapper suit was standing there, asking in a clear, confident voice, "Is this the residence of Chen Su? What kind of weird rabbit can actually talk? This is unbelievable." He even thought he had been knocked out for over 180 minutes and was now seeing hallucinations. But the rabbit, the moment it spotted him, exclaimed with bright excitement, "Ah, Mr. Chengsu, right here." The protagonist let out a horrified shriek and tumbled backward onto the floor when he realized the rabbit really could speak, paying no mind to his sheer panic and disbelief. The rabbit kept stepping forward with a beaming smile and politely asked him to calm down so he could hear some incredibly wonderful news. It thrust the tablet right up to his face and announced with crystal clarity, "Congratulations, you have officially become a pioneer." The protagonist was utterly dumbfounded, unable to trust his own ears, silently thinking, what kind of nonsense is this rabbit even spouting? Sensing his deep confusion in an instant, the rabbit pulled out a card from the World Dispatch Support Center and stated firmly, "But the truth is exactly that. You, Chengsu, are the chosen one, and if you still have any doubts, perhaps we should take this conversation somewhere else." As they walked through a long, dim stone corridor, the rabbit asked him curiously, "Do you happen to have any special talents?" He blinked blankly and repeated, "Special talents." The rabbit explained that normally, every candidate has at least one ability that qualifies them to become a pioneer. Hearing this, the protagonist broke out in a cold sweat, as the image of him diligently mowing grass and trimming flowers flashed through his mind, since that was the only thing he was actually good at. Catching the awkward, troubled look on his face, the rabbit could only let out a startled, "Huh." To smooth things over, the rabbit quickly slipped back into a cheerful smile. "No worries, surely whatever happens, there's there's always a reason behind it. It firmly assured him that the fact he was the chosen one would not change, so he had nothing to worry about, and he murmured a quiet word of thanks. With his heart trembling at finally setting foot inside the Pioneer Center for real, he told himself that his moment had at last arrived. Standing before a massive stone gate carved with intricate, delicate patterns, the rabbit suggested they head inside before continuing the conversation, and overwhelmed by the sight, he gasped, "This gate is seriously huge." The protagonist placed his hand on the gate, brimming with the hope that it would swing open to reveal an entirely new world. He had already steeled himself with the mindset of a true main character, but the gate flat out refused to cooperate. No matter how hard he strained and shoved with all his might, it just stood there utterly motionless, and the protagonist began to panic. What is this? Why isn't it budging even a little? While behind him the rabbit watched with a baffled expression, and asked, "What on earth are you doing? The entrance is over here." The protagonist turned, mortified, in the direction the rabbit was pointing, where there sat a tiny entrance just barely big enough for a rabbit to fit through, and he held in helpless frustration. "How am I supposed to fit through that thing, huh?" The rabbit casually hopped through and replied curtly, "You can fit," leaving Chen Su gaping in disbelief as he shouted back, "That's because you're a rabbit." Hesitating and turning his back with a heart heavy with disappointment, the protagonist asked himself what he had even been hoping for. "Forget it, I'm going home." But the messenger rabbit immediately spoke up to stop him. "Are you absolutely sure about that?" It reminded him of the brutal truth that he had failed every single qualification test and had been officially deemed unfit to ever become a pioneer. "Do you really think an opportunity like this is going to come knocking again?" He froze instantly, sweat trickling down his cheek as the words struck him right in the most painful, vulnerable spot. Seeing the young man so visibly tense, the rabbit hurriedly waved its paws to clarify. "Oh no, don't get the wrong idea. I was only repeating your own words back to you." It urged him not to give up, because after all the hardships and obstacles he had faced, in the end, he was still the chosen one. Hearing those words, the protagonist had no choice but to swallow his pride and awkwardly crawl through the tiny entrance that was clearly designed only for rabbits. He gritted his teeth and asked himself just what on earth he was even doing right now, since even he wasn't entirely sure of the answer anymore. Watching how slow he was moving, the rabbit called out from the inside, urging him along. "Hurry up already. I'm trying my hardest here," he grunted out as he squeezed and shoved his head through to the other side. He was stunned to find himself in a fully modern office complete with desks, chairs, and computers. "This place looks way more normal than I imagined." And the rabbit replied flatly, "What exactly were you picturing in your head?" Cutting straight to the point, the messenger rabbit announced, "By the way, there's currently a world that's an absolutely perfect match for you," and he wondered aloud whether every world really got categorized so distinctly like that. The rabbit eagerly held up the tablet and introduced it. "Of course, this is a cubic world called Territory Conquest." He blurted out in shock, "A cubic world," and seeing his exaggerated reaction, the rabbit asked suspiciously, "Don't tell me you've actually heard of it before." He scratched his head and forced an awkward laugh. "No, this is the first time I've ever heard of it. Surely it's not some weird obscure place race, right?" The naive answer made the rabbit snap in irritation. "Then why were you acting like you already knew everything about it?" Then it broke into hearty laughter and explained that this place was an extremely hot trending spot, with the unique advantage of being protected by a god. The protagonist was floored. A god? Seriously, a god? And he suddenly recalled that the wounded returner from the news had also once served a god, and understanding his concern, the messenger rabbit reassured him that this world had nothing whatsoever to do with the recent incidents, so there was no need to worry. Staring at the gleaming gold coin emblem shining on the screen, he asked curiously, "So then, which god exactly are we talking about here?" The rabbit explained that, by standard rule, the assignment of gods to worlds was completely random and left to chance. However, it suddenly produced a set of magical cards that gleamed and shimmered with brilliant light and proudly declared, "But if you make your decision right here, right now, I'll grant you the special privilege of choosing for yourself." The rabbit messenger spread the cards out in front of him, urging him along. "So what's it gonna be? What's your decision?" He scratched his head in confusion, thinking to himself that he had no idea who was better than who, no way to even pick. The rabbit immediately leaned in close, using its most persuasive tone to convince him. "This is an extremely rare case, an opportunity like this, you understand, right?" He fell silent, realizing the rabbit had a point, and there was no guarantee a chance like this would come a second time. Memories of the days he played ball with his father came flooding back into his mind, pushing him to stop hesitating like a fool any longer. With firm resolve, he reached out, grabbed one of the cards, and declared boldly, "I'll take this one." The rabbit messenger let out a surprised "Oh." The protagonist swallowed nervously, slowly drawing the card out in unbearable suspense. Suddenly, a wave of jet-black resentment exploded from the card, revealing the image of withered skeletons and a terrifying Grim Reaper. He shrieked in horror, "What the hell is this?" The card clearly displayed the words, "God of Negation 44%. Seeing him collapse from sheer fright, the rabbit calmly reassured him, "It's just a little introduction. Why are you so shocked?" He trembled, his face drained of every drop of color. "What kind of god makes an entrance like that, huh?" And on top of it, this is the god of negation. Just hearing the name alone sounds awful. He stared at the percentage with deep suspicion, then timidly asked, "Can I draw again?" When the rabbit casually agreed, he let out a sigh of relief and said thanks. But the moment the cards were shuffled back together. "No, hold on a second, are you serious right now? Oh god." The protagonist clenched his teeth with fierce determination. This time it'll definitely work. He poured every last hope into the next draw. But the moment the card was revealed, what lay in his hand was the same old card with the words, God of Negation 45%. Crushed by disappointment, he howled, "The God of Negation again. This is a scam, isn't it? Why do I keep getting the exact same god every single time?" The rabbit messenger lowered its voice and replied, "There's nothing wrong with these cards, do you understand?" Its sudden seriousness made him tremble. "No, I didn't mean there was anything wrong with the cards. Why has its voice gotten so heavy all of a sudden?" The rabbit laid out 3 cards before him, a strange glint flashing in its eyes. "Now then, this is your last chance, choose very carefully." The protagonist clutched his head in tension, sweat pouring down like rain. He prayed silently, "I don't care who it is, please. Just not him again. Please, no." His heart pounded relentlessly inside his chest as he trembled and reached out to touch the final card. A gentle stream of green light suddenly burst forth. He stared down in dazed disbelief, then broke into pure joy. "I got it." In his hand was a card imprinted with a pristine flower and the words, "Goddess of Prosperity, 0.1%. The protagonist felt the soft current of energy radiating out, intoxicated, thinking to himself that he had finally met someone different, even if the odds were absurdly low, ranking among the rarest of the rare. The image of a beautiful goddess with flowing green hair appeared in his mind, leaving him so excited that drool actually leaked from his mouth. Witnessing that perverted, love-struck expression, the rabbit messenger couldn't help but shudder. "What on earth are you imagining right now? That look in your eyes is genuinely disgusting." It cleared its throat lightly and asked, "Do you need any more chances?" He looked up blankly. "Huh? Didn't you just say this was the last chance?" After a moment of hesitation, he asked curiously, What happens if I pick this card?" The rabbit messenger replied decisively, "In that case, you have to set off right now." The protagonist jolted. "Right now?" Seeing him hesitate, the rabbit immediately piled on the sweet talk. "What's there to think about? This is your chance to become a transmitter, and later a returner. People will look up to you in awe. You might even be hailed as a savior." The image of standing on a brilliant stage, cheered on by tens of thousands, slowly hypnotized him. The rabbit smiled with a meaningful glint. "Think it through carefully. A life completely different from anything you've ever known is about to open up right in front of you. That's right, if I keep going like this, I'll just be running errands until the day I die. I have to make my decision right now." "Oh," he murmured to himself as he looked back over his exhausting years of grinding labor. Right away, a notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have officially become a servant of the Goddess of Prosperity." Amid a swirl of brilliant rose petals, the goddess's form gradually emerged, with long flowing green hair and a beauty that radiated pure power. "Welcome, apostle who shall take on the duty of transmitter." As the goddess's divine aura pressed down, the protagonist's CPU promptly froze up on the spot, as the radiant light on the desk slowly faded away. He still hadn't recovered from the shock, asking himself, was that really the Goddess of Prosperity just now? A wave of confidence surged up. He couldn't hide the thrilled smile on his face. "With a goddess like that by my side, it feels like I can do absolutely anything." He clenched his fist with full resolve and turned to the rabbit messenger. "All right, where do I need to go now?" The rabbit smiled and praised his excellent choice, and immediately opened a swirling vortex of deep, eerie purple energy. "Well then, shall we get going?" Looking at that pitch-black hole spinning violently, he stumbled back in panic. "Whoa, hold on a second, are we actually going to step into that thing?" He kept trembling as he stared at the menacing black hole that seemed ready to swallow him whole, yet he quickly pushed his fear aside. "I won't back down, not one more time. I'll show everyone I can do this." He stepped forward without hesitation, but before he could even step in, that no-good rabbit shoved him hard from behind. He screamed in fury, "Oh, you damn rotten rabbit, you piece of trash." On the other side of the portal, the rabbit calmly waved goodbye. "I'll be waiting for you." The protagonist was hurled out of the portal, crashing down onto a desolate stretch of land overgrown with weeds. He clutched his aching head, muttering in despair, "The level of influence, huh? Now you decide to tell me?" Looking around, all he saw were piles of rubble, shattered stone pillars, and a bleak, ruined landscape. He slumped to the ground in a daze. He let out a hollow laugh, his face twisted with fear, tears and sweat streaming down as the truth of his situation hit him. Damn it, I'm done for. All because the Goddess of Prosperity, in whom he had placed all his faith, in reality only had an influence level of a mere 0.7%. Gazing up at the barren ruins beneath a desolate sky, he muttered with biting sarcasm, "So this is supposed to be the Goddess of Prosperity. Where exactly is the prosperity in this withered wasteland?" And right at that moment, a tiny system window suddenly popped up with a notification. "Welcome to the Cube World Territory Conquest. You are an apostle of significance. Protect as as much territory as possible through conquest. He squinted at the minuscule notification panel, unable to help lamenting that his sect was so small even the system window was barely visible. He let out a sigh and forced himself up, telling himself he couldn't just sit here forever. He should walk a few rounds and look for the goddess while he was at it. After only a few steps, he suddenly bumped into something hard. He bent down to look and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, is this a sickle?" Picking up the old, worn sickle, he wondered why it would be lying out here, whether someone had dropped it, and although the grip felt familiar from his old grass-cutting days, he couldn't shake the bewilderment in his heart. All of a sudden, a dark silhouette appeared behind him, staring intently, sending a chill down his spine. Trembling, he turned his head and was horrified to see a pair of glowing yellow eyes glaring at him from the shadows. No way, a monster. His heart pounded wildly as fear engulfed his mind. Damn it, he hadn't even met the goddess yet, and he was already running into a monster. He couldn't die like this. In his desperation, he gritted his teeth and raised the sickle high, intending to use it to scare off his opponent. But then even he himself had to ask in alarm. The protagonist froze when he realized the thing in front of him was just a tiny hamster. Looking at the small creature trembling with tear-filled eyes, he stared blankly and wondered whether this could really be a monster, since there wasn't a shred of ferocity in it. Yet a dark thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He flashed a sinister smile with eyes burning red, thinking that no matter what, it was still a monster, and catching it would surely earn him a reward. The abrupt change made the little hamster shriek in tearful terror. He sighed and decided to let it go, figuring that as long as he wasn't surrounded by real monsters, he was safe enough for now. Watching the hamster shuffle away dejectedly, he gave a soft smile and admitted to himself that it was actually kind of cute. Seeing it suddenly stop and squeak insistently, he caught on to what the little creature was after. He hurriedly chased after it once he realized it wanted to lead him somewhere. "Hold on, you want me to follow you?" Despite being out of breath and unable to fathom how a tiny hamster could dash so fast, Chansu still struggled to keep up step by step to see where it was taking him. At last, a breathtaking scene appeared before his eyes, prompting him to cry out in excitement. It was a cool, refreshing stream babbling its way through the desolate, barren land. He hurriedly filled his bottle and took a long, satisfying gulp. It felt as though every ounce of fatigue was being washed clean away, refreshing him down to every cell. Surveying the surrounding terrain, protagonist couldn't help wondering why a little hamster would choose to live in such a harsh place. He bent down and curiously asked the little creature whether it knew where the goddess of prosperity might be. Looking at the bewildered animal, he sighed and told himself inwardly, talking to it would be pointless anyway. Yet the hamster kept tugging at his clothes as if urging him along, making him wonder if it wanted him to follow, and seeing such persistence, the protagonist clicked his tongue and agreed to see where it was leading him this time. The two of them crossed together through endless stretches of withered grassland, heading straight toward a colossal ancient tree standing tall between heaven and earth in this otherworldly realm. Standing beneath the gigantic canopy, he marveled in awe at its extraordinary size, even as he noticed it had grown just as withered as any tree back on earth. He reached out and touched the rough, gnarled bark, feeling the life within slowly draining away. Suddenly he froze when he felt his foot step on something strange beneath him. Looking down at the sandy soil, the protagonist saw he was crushing what looked like a withered ginseng root, and he couldn't figure out why such a thing would turn up in this wasteland. At once the hamster beside him let out a piercing, terrified shriek that made him jump out of his skin. Watching the tiny creature wail mournfully beside the trampled ginseng root, he awkwardly apologized and assumed it must be the hamster's pet, while the little hamster sobbed bitterly that he had been kind enough to invite him along, only to crush its friend underfoot. Right at that moment, a brilliant blue system notification panel suddenly appeared, announcing that he had discovered the deity of this region. He scratched his head in confusion, not understanding what this hint meant. Could it be that he had already found the goddess? Then where on earth was she? Lost in thought, he was startled when the hamster suddenly lunged at him and bit hard into his shoe. Thinking the little thing was just messing with his shoe, the protagonist picked it up and snapped that he was busy and would play with it later. Despite the hamster squirming and squeaking nonstop, he still intended to turn his back and continue on. But then the strange behavior of the little creature made him stop dead in his tracks. A jolt like lightning ripped through his mind. His face slowly drained of color, cold sweat trickling down as a horrifying thought flashed in his head. Trembling, he turned his head back to look at the small ginseng root. It lay flattened beneath his footprint on the ground. Could that pitiful ginseng root really be the deity? The protagonist froze stiff, sweat pouring down like rain as he couldn't believe the truth before his eyes. The goddess of prosperity was supposed to be brimming with life. He wailed in despair that she couldn't possibly be a withered, dried-up ginseng root like this. But right at that instant, a beam of blue light suddenly flashed from the ginseng root, leaving him stunned. Could that strange light really be the sign of confirmation? In his mind, the image of a beautiful, dazzling goddess appeared in stark contrast to the withered thing lying on the ground. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his head in pain beside the ginseng root, only now realizing the true meaning of those numbers when drawing cards that the rabbit messenger had mentioned. It turned out the level of influence was directly proportional to the size of the deity's territory. Recalling the moment of drawing cards, the 44% or 45% figures of the other deities, were actually a massive territorial advantage that he had carelessly overlooked, thinking it was a system glitch. The protagonist was filled with overwhelming regret. Who would have guessed those rising numbers were actually the good cards? His card-picking play was textbook-worthy under the title of peak self-destruction. Looking at his goddess shriveled up with an influence rating of a mere 0.000001%, he bitterly realized it was precisely because her domain was so tiny that she had been weakened to the point of taking on such a pitiful form. Seeing the goddess still lying motionless, he turned pale and glanced at the hamster sobbing beside him. Don't tell me I just took her down with a single stomp. To salvage the situation, the protagonist hurriedly pulled out his water bottle, thinking he should give her something to drink since she looked completely shriveled. He began carefully pouring water onto the ginseng root. Seeing it radiate a brilliant blue glow, he cheered with excitement, convinced his efforts were finally paying off. Then, eager to keep going, the protagonist tipped the entire bottle of water down, much to the absolute horror of the little mouse. Meanwhile, the goddess began to feel the cool, refreshing stream of water and silently murmured how invigorating it was. She thought the heavens were pouring rain, and after going so long without water, the sensation felt heavenly, but that joy did not last long at all. The overwhelming torrent kept crashing down without pause, sending the goddess into a panic as she screamed for help her mind, begging him to stop, because it was more than enough, and if he kept going she would truly drown, until at last, after that excessive watering, the little ginseng stirred awake, soaked and dazed. He shouted with elation that she had finally awakened, while the little hamster also leaped about in celebration, thrilled that the goddess had escaped her dire crisis. He immediately straightened his attire, bowed deeply, and introduced himself with the utmost reverence. The protagonist declared himself the apostle of prosperity, but something still nagged at him. Watching his supreme goddess just stand there frozen with that awkward, half-laughing expression, he could not help but worry, wondering why she could not move or speak normally. He scratched his head in helpless frustration, completely lost on what to do next. At that very moment, a system panel appeared, advising him to use his skills to grow stronger. Curious, the protagonist tapped the screen and discovered he possessed a skill called Blessing of Prosperity Level 1, and he silently guessed it must help crops grow faster. But the smile on his lips froze in an instant when he saw the accompanying skill named Execution. His moral compass plummeted without breaks, and his face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. In his mind flashed the chilling, gruesome image of a guillotine blade, and the protagonist screamed in panic about the slogan of executing the bourgeoisie and living in prosperity, wondering if this was truly what prosperity meant. Drenched in cold sweat, and unable to fathom why the goddess of prosperity would possess such a brutal skill. Trembling, he turned to the silent goddess and asked whether this execution skill was surely not meant in the literal sense. In response to his anxiety, the goddess merely raised her hand and made a swift, decisive gesture, signaling a clean dispatch. He swallowed hard, trying to clarify what he meant. He asked again whether she was really not telling him to go execute other people. The protagonist suddenly recalled that the definition of agriculture included both farming and animal husbandry, and a horrifying thought flashed through his mind, wondering whether that included slaughter as well. He froze in place, his gaze turning dark and frigid as he stared in one direction, toward the little hamster dancing joyfully not far away. He gripped the sickle tightly in his hand as a wave of killing intent from the new skill began to spread, suffocating the air with tension, and the protagonist murmured in alarm to himself that if it really came to this, he could only hope this little fellow was not on the list. Sensing the dreadful expression of its master, the tiny creature trembled and let out a faint, helpless squeak. He coldly raised the sickle and softly whispered an apology, for at the end of the day he was still an apostle who had to fulfill his duty. The protagonist roared and swung the sickle down with full force, much to the absolute terror of the little mouse. The hamster instantly triggered its survival instincts faster than neighbor's Wi-Fi speed. A cold-blooded slash came crashing down, and the poor creature only had time to shriek before bolting away for dear life, with tears streaming down its face. Facing the goddess and the little mouse clinging to each other, trembling, he spoke in a low voice, saying he did not want to do this either, but it was all for the sake of their goddess. Suddenly, strange sounds erupted from behind him, causing him to freeze instantly on alert. At that very moment, a pitch-black, slimy foot stomped down hard on the ground right behind the protagonist. He spun around in shock, every drop of blood draining from his face when he saw the colossal creature looming before him, refusing to believe his own eyes. It was a shadow entity with 6 glowing eyes, radiating an overwhelming, terrifying pressure. Only upon seeing the true enemy did he realize his mistake. The hamster had never been a monster after all, and everything had simply been a misunderstanding on his part. The protagonist suddenly understood that the little hamster from earlier was completely harmless, and that his hostility had been entirely misplaced. Now, standing before this dark, mighty monstrosity that seemed ready to devour everything in its path, he gripped his weapon tightly, sweat trickling down his cheek, wondering if he had what it took to defeat this towering colossus. Gritting his teeth and tightening his grip on the sickle's handle, he told himself, no, he absolutely had to do it. Instead of retreating, the protagonist boldly charged straight toward the colossal monster that blotted out the entire sky. In that life-or-death confrontation, his eyes suddenly grew unnaturally sharp, leaving even him secretly astonished. The protagonist could clearly see every weak point to plunge his sickle into, without a moment's hesitation. A brilliant green surge of energy erupted with overwhelming force. He slashed straight into the shadow entity, causing it to shatter and dissolve into countless tiny fragments of darkness. Witnessing such horrifying power, the little mouse and the ginseng goddess could only cling to each other, trembling with fear at his sheer destructive force. Once the threat was gone, he hurriedly rushed back to check whether the goddess was still all right. Watching the tiny mouse spread its little arms to shield the withered goddess, the protagonist froze, deeply moved, realizing that in that brief moment the little fellow had risked its life to protect her. Realizing he had nearly raised his hand against his benefactor, he dropped to his knees in anguish, apologizing without end. He admitted he had made a grave mistake, looking up at the little mouse with eyes full of remorse, hoping to be forgiven. The protagonist thanked it profusely and gave it the affectionate name Hamden. He excitedly explained that since the three of them would now live together from this moment on, he had chosen the name Hamden to bond them together. The little mouse was overjoyed, glowing brilliantly with happiness over its new name. While the goddess and Hamden were dancing about in joy, a system notification suddenly appeared, confirming that through the skill's effect, the spoils had been automatically converted, and the level 1 immortal demon hunt had been completed. So the thing from earlier was called an immortal demon, he muttered as he gazed at the system panel that had just appeared. A tip notification immediately popped up, informing him that all spoils would be automatically bound directly to the goddess. He turned in astonishment and noticed that the once withered ginseng goddess was now shimmering with a radiance entirely different from before. Her outer skin had become smooth and taut, brimming with vitality far beyond what it had been. The protagonist exclaimed with excitement that her skin seemed to be growing smoother already, and if they kept going at this rate, she would soon return to her peak prosperity form. Wasting no time, he boldly declared that he would go hunt more offerings for the goddess. And with those words he dashed straight into the dark forest, leaving behind the trembling little goddess, and Hamden waddling clumsily after him. The deeper he ventured in, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, with drifting purple mist spreading everywhere, sending chills down his spine. Jansu froze in his tracks, eyes darting cautiously across the surroundings as he clearly sensed waves of grievance energy lingering throughout the withered forest. Out of nowhere, a system panel popped up, notifying him about unidentified points used for various features within the system world. He scratched his head in confusion, muttering, "What kind of points are these? And why am I getting all these strange things?" However, he quickly snapped back into focus when he spotted shadowy figures cloaked in black robes slowly creeping toward him. With an icy gaze, the protagonist thought to himself, this looks promising, but first I need to deal with these guys. He gripped his sickle tightly, secretly grateful to possess a skill that was both powerful and easy to use. He concluded these mud monsters moved far too slowly, and were absolutely no match for him. In an instant, the protagonist unleashed a barrage of devastating slashes, one after another without pause, tearing the monsters into shreds in the blink of an eye, leaving them no chance to fight back. A system notification appeared, hinting that continuing to hunt monsters would earn him a substantial amount of bonus points. The protagonist's eyes now blazed like a farmer who had just spotted an infinite EXP grinding spot, and he smirked smugly, his razor-sharp gaze radiating absolute determination. The goal now was to hunt down a full 100 of these creatures. The number on the Immortal Demon Hunt mission board climbed rapidly with each passing second. As his lone figure pressed deeper into the gloomy land, not a single sound of life could be heard. Hamden the little hamster bounced excitedly on his shoulder, making the protagonist burst out laughing. Anyone watching would think you did all the work. He played around with his tiny companion while puzzling over the name Immortal Demon Hunt that the system had given the quest. Watching the count surpass 101, he muttered skeptically, "They don't look all that immortal to me, dropping this easily. Well, if I keep hunting, I'll probably find out." The protagonist strolled leisurely beneath the gloomy canopy, heading straight toward his goddess. The moment he caught sight of the goddess, he cheered enthusiastically, "Oh goddess, you look even more adorable now than before." The ginseng goddess had now sprouted many fresh green leaves, radiating a shimmering halo, proving the item's effects were far greater than he had imagined. He blushed with infatuation, picturing the day she would reclaim her true beauty as a stunning lady. Then he quickly snapped back to reality, asking, "Oh right, so what do we need to do next?" Seeing the goddess wave her hand to signal him, the protagonist promptly offered, "Shall I carry you up the tree?" He carefully lifted the tiny goddess into the palm of his hand, bringing her to gently touch the bark of the colossal ancient tree, glowing in the heart of the otherworldly forest. Under the goddess's intent and meaningful gaze, he asked back in confusion, do I need to climb up too? He slowly placed his own hand against the tree trunk, following her instructions exactly. A system notification suddenly appeared, informing him that the protagonist could activate the skill Blessing of Prosperity, but it would consume accumulated points. His mana bar hadn't even warmed up before it was about to be drained completely. With a resolute look, he chanted aloud, Blessing of Prosperity. A brilliant green radiance instantly enveloped the protagonist, spreading throughout the entire space, leaving both Hamden and the goddess in awe as they watched the surging torrent of energy pouring forth. He gathered every ounce of focus, silently resolving to dump every single point earned from monster hunting straight into this. He played it the way someone hits an organ without bothering to read the manual, all in, no hesitation. He pressed his hand against the trunk of the ancient tree, channeling a powerful surge of energy deep into the parched bark. Instantly, a fierce wave of vitality erupted violently from root to crown, causing the withered branches to start sprouting buds and fresh shoots, turning an entire swath of sky lush and green. In the blink of an eye, the colossal tree had revived in full splendor, its canopy thick and lush, weighed down with ripe juicy fruits. The protagonist let out a sigh of relief. All right, all done. He stood stunned at the sight of strange objects appearing on the high branches. Could those possibly be apples? A bright red apple, plump, glossy, and shimmering with light, appeared before his eyes, leaving him utterly astonished. The protagonist held the apple in his hand, gazing at it without blinking, flushed red with excitement because he had never seen a fruit so large and heavy back on Earth. Even though he desperately wanted to take a bite right then and there, he quickly pushed aside the urge to fulfill his duty first. Allow me to offer the very first sweet fruit to our goddess. He reverently leaned down and presented the apple to the goddess of prosperity, filling her with overwhelming joy as she clutched the precious first gift tightly, refusing to let go. He watched the goddess hugging the apple, secretly hoping she would return to her former form soon, even though her current appearance was rather adorable. Suddenly, the apple in the goddess's hand began to shrivel up, leaving him dumbfounded. In a split second, the plump red apple transformed into a wrinkled, purplish, grotesque lump. The protagonist froze when he saw the goddess begin to absorb it in a rather rough manner, her face flushed crimson and even drooling. He gasped in horror. Why is she absorbing it like that? Forcing himself to stay calm and not dwell on those bizarre details, he climbed back up the tree to pick more apples. He carried an armful of apples over to Hamden, eagerly calling out, Hamden, eat with me. The two of them now looked like a survival mukbang duo, Otherworld edition. The little hamster cheerfully replied with squeaky chitters, but the protagonist still couldn't resist taking a bite of the apple just to see for himself. Instantly his eyes lit up. This is incredible. The two of them devoured the fruit ravenously together. He shouted between bites in pure bliss, this apple is insanely good. The protagonist plopped down at the base of the tree, frantically stuffing apples into his mouth until tears streamed down his face. The scene made it hard to tell whether he was eating or refilling his HP bar. Watching from a distance, the ginseng goddess couldn't help but ask herself in disbelief, what on earth is happening? She was stunned by the fact that within a single day, this young man had hunted monsters, wielded a sickle masterfully, and even grown an entire colossal tree in mere moments. Looking at the bright red apples on the branches, then turning to see his eating frenzy that resembled a man losing his mind, the goddess could only stand rooted to the spot, her face pale with sheer horror. The Bauti tribe, holders of the food supply, had once been a formidable force, renowned for their high-quality agricultural products. However, when the corrupt tribe began expanding and devouring other powers, the Bauti had no choice but to flee in the face of that overwhelming might. To survive, they were forced to shut down their business operations and embark on the path of monster hunting. However, a tribe like the Bautai, unaccustomed to combat, couldn't claim a single victory. In a final desperate attempt, they recklessly transformed their basic harvest skill into behead. Even so, the downfall of the Bauti tribe remained an inevitable fate. In truth, head-taking isn't really a combat skill designed to bring down living monsters. It's more like a modified technique used solely for collecting the heads of creatures already dead. The combination of farmer and warrior was never meant to mesh, and gathering trophies was about all they could manage. Of course, things would be entirely different if someone appeared who possessed strength surpassing every known limit. The protagonist's gaze suddenly turned ice cold, reflecting off the sickle blade that radiated a terrifying murderous aura. Witnessing that sight, the little ginseng goddess could only tremble and swallow hard in sheer terror. Yet a heartbeat later, he flashed an innocent smile and casually asked her if he could pick a few more apples. The tiny deity froze in disbelief, wondering how such a terrifying child could have ended up in this place. But she quickly came to terms with it, deciding that no matter what, this child now belonged to her. He blinked down in confusion, only to find the ginseng goddess clinging tightly to his leg, refusing to let go. He started to suspect he had just unlocked the legendary pet-raising story branch, while she silently vowed never to hand him over to anyone else. Meanwhile, the protagonist's face went pale as he stared at the glowing red apple in his palm, secretly worrying whether she planned to absorb him along with it. As dusk crept in, he ambled along carrying his basket of apples, weaving through piles of rubble beneath the brilliant sunset glow. He glanced down at the little goddess who had drifted off to sleep from exhaustion right there in the palm of his hand. He gently set her down on a flat slab of stone, taking great care so she could rest comfortably. Turning to Hamden, the little hamster perched on his shoulder, he smiled and patted his head, telling him he had worked hard today too. All of a sudden, a strange noise rang out, making both of them jump nearly out of their skin. The protagonist looked around in bewilderment, wondering if it was thunder rolling out of a clear sky, or perhaps the goddess waking up. The truth, however, was far more embarrassing. His face suddenly turned a sickly shade of pale purple, as his stomach launched a violent protest. He realized with dismay that eating nothing but apples all day simply wasn't enough to fill his stomach. At that exact moment, a blue system notification panel popped up unexpectedly right before his eyes. The text announced an ongoing delivery event, leaving the protagonist scratching his head in confusion. An event, seriously. Reading carefully through the details about a grand summoning event meant to claim territories, he figured it must be, because so many people from Earth had been transmigrated here that the system had decided to roll out activities like this. Even though he still wondered how anyone could possibly deliver goods to such a remote area, seeing Hamden already dozing off on his shoulder, he decided the whole crew should turn in for the night first. The protagonist carefully draped a layer of leaves over the tiny goddess, then softly told her to bundle up under her blanket. Over at the Liatong Trading Company, a gleaming skyscraper stood radiant beneath the sunlight. The peaceful atmosphere was shattered in an instant by the heavy, furious stomping of approaching footsteps. As Sujin, an apostle of circulation, marched forward with a face so menacing it sent shivers through every coworker she passed. She strode straight to her superior's desk and slammed her palm down hard, making the man hunched over his paperwork nearly leap out of his chair in shock. What are you doing here instead of out making deliveries? The reply to that nervous question was Sujin's razor-sharp glare paired with a question dripping with rage. Are you seriously messing with me right now? Her boss hurriedly waved his hands in defense. I have no idea what you're talking about, but first please calm down. Yet Sujin immediately fired back at full volume. I'm already swamped with work as it is. How could you say something like that to me? A system panel popped confirming her identity as Hasujin, apostle of circulation. She furiously demanded answers about a 3-day business trip to a region completely outside her assigned jurisdiction. You know perfectly well that we don't get paid a single cent for this free delivery event, right? She jabbed her finger straight at her boss's face, screaming in frustration. And the only thing that idiot bought from us was one lousy apple. On top of that, since the buyer had no money, we had to accept apples as payment in exchange. She pounded the desk and demanded loudly, what exactly did I do wrong here? He hastily denied it. No, you didn't do anything wrong at all. He sighed and tried to soothe her with a gentle tone. Quite the opposite actually. Our subordinates are just a bit too enthusiastic. He counseled Sujin that working hard was admirable, but if she kept pulling all-nighters every single night, her body simply wouldn't hold up. He suggested she treat this as a business trip to relax and clear her head for a change. He laid his hand on Sujin's shoulder with exaggerated kindness, leaving her to silently lower her head, a flicker of awkwardness crossing her face. Sujin grumbled and snapped back at her superior. I know full well you just need someone to take a business trip in your place. The read was so spot on the boss nearly dropped his corporate smile entirely. He could only scratch his head with an awkward chuckle. Ahaha, looks like you've got me figured out. He hurriedly placed both hands on her shoulders and shoved her along without a moment's hesitation. He didn't forget to paint a rosy picture either, suggesting she might just get lucky and stumble across a rare vista plot with special effects. Sujin grumbled sarcastically as she was being pushed along. A rare patch of land in some godforsaken backwater. Oh, please don't make me laugh. The boss stopped and waved her off, reminding her to travel safely while hinting cryptically about a surprise waiting for her when she returned. Sujin let out a heavy sigh of resignation, her face flushed red with anger. Fine, I'll go already happy now. As she walked, she swiped her finger across the virtual screen to check her order list, her expression flooding with disbelief. How on earth could there possibly be this many orders? One look at the sheer volume told her the system was clearly out for personal revenge. Realizing she was about to head outside her usual jurisdiction, she told herself she'd better prepare everything down to the last detail. Sujin's eyes turned razor-sharp. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fist menacingly. You'd better not be wasting my time, otherwise I swear I won't let you off the hook. Meanwhile, in Wu Kanshu's domain, a tranquil atmosphere blanketed the apple grove heavy with ripe fruit. Kanshu strolled leisurely between the overflowing baskets of apples, calling out playfully, "Ready or not, here I come." Behind one massive apple, Hamden the hamster was struggling to stifle a giggle bubbling up from sheer excitement. The protagonist smiled gently and reminded his little friend, "Hold it in, buddy, otherwise everyone's going to hear you laughing." Beneath the dim moonlight, his lips curled into a sinister grin, his eyes glinting with a strange light like a true predator on the hunt. "Where are you hiding? Where could you be hiding now? Could it be you're tucked behind that apple over there?" In a flash, he lunged forward and snatched up the little hamster who was trembling with fear. Hamden barely had time to let out a shrill squeak before those huge hands closed around him. He laughed in triumph. "Got you." He kept a firm grip on the squirming Hamden while grumbling at him, "I told you not to eat the apples and only worry about hiding, didn't I? The least you could do is lend me a hand here." The protagonist gave Hamden's cheek a light squeeze, repeating over and over that this pile of apples was meant for trade, not for snacking on. He turned to lecture the ginseng goddess that there'd be a guest visiting today, so she absolutely couldn't behave however she pleased, since he didn't want to leave a bad impression on someone who had traveled all the way out to this remote corner. Based on what this young man had pieced together when signing up for the event, this so-called World Goods event lived up to its name in every sense. The entire territory was carved up into separate hexagonal blocks, even though on the surface, they looked just like ordinary stretches of land. But between every block stood a shimmering wall of light keeping them divided. This map ran on stricter rules than a dorm with a mandatory curfew. To move into a different block, each person needed a transit pass, and the system only handed out one single pass per day. Looking at the map, he realized everything around him was completely empty, with only his own plot at coordinates 36N, 10E showing any signs of life. Even the nearest town was a full week's journey away, leaving him no choice but to make do with apples for every meal these past several days. The protagonist stared at the system screen and marveled at how a delivery service that took only 2 days to reach this place was nothing short of a miracle. He flopped down onto the grass amid the scattered piles of apples, secretly hoping a sleeping bag would arrive soon, or even better, a soft cozy bed would be absolutely perfect. He didn't just look out for himself either, he thoughtfully prepared a tiny cushion for the ginseng goddess, leaving her absolutely thrilled. He reminded himself he had to keep steadily raising his favorability with this deity, unless he wanted to end up reduced to a withered, dried-up corpse. Suddenly, a wave of deep purple resentment energy mixed with a strange noise echoed out from deep in the forest, making him jerk to attention on full alert. The current vibe felt no different from a game flashing the warning boss has appeared. He quickly drew his weapon, finding it strange that the monsters seemed to be getting home delivery too, the way they kept showing up on their own since yesterday. Right in front of the protagonist, an army of immortal demons cloaked in black robes was looming closer through the hazy mist. Watching the monsters surround him, he muttered to himself, "They're called immortal demons, so these must really be the type of creatures that can't die, though I'd say calling them the resurrected would be more accurate." Without thinking too much, he gripped his scythe tightly and declared boldly, "Whatever they are, let's just wrap this up quickly." He stomped down hard and shot forward with Hamden clinging tightly to his shoulder. The razor-sharp arc of the scythe swept through the air, slicing clean through the shadowy entity that had been reaching its bony hands toward him. The monsters howled in despair as his overwhelming strength cut them down in a split second. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, observing how the battle unfolded, just as he had predicted. Their movements have gotten a bit faster. Could it be that monsters level up just like skills do? He stomped his foot down hard and continued unleashing chain slashes that tore the demons to shreds. Well, even so, this level still isn't worth bothering about. The monsters dissolved into ashes in midair, returning quiet to the forest. He stood in the middle of the clearing, propped the scythe on his shoulder, and let out a relieved sigh. Right at that moment, Sujin descended from above on a pair of sparkling winged shoes. Witnessing the devastation laid out before her, she froze in place, her face pale with horror. What in the world is this, damn it? Under Sujin's gaze, the protagonist appeared like a true demon with his sinister smile and glowing eyes brimming with bloodlust, leaving her shaken and wondering what on earth was going on. In truth, the monsters he had just faced were immortal goblins. They used to be the top hunting targets for hunters, because of the rich reward points that far surpassed those of ordinary monsters. However, just as their name suggests, no matter how many times they were destroyed, the next day they would resurrect with strength surpassing their previous form. People also discovered that this was an extremely persistent kind of monster, willing to chase its target even after they had moved to a different hexagonal block. Worse still, they would leave a curse on their enemies, gradually breaking them down until they ended their lives in agony. Because of that danger, anyone these days would do everything to avoid them. Yet here Sujin was witnessing an unbelievable sight. He was wildly swinging his scythe and dishing out powerful slashes. She was stunned and asked herself, what kind of madman is this? Isn't he afraid of the consequences? She narrowed her eyes to observe and noticed something strange. He didn't seem to show any sign of being affected by the curse at all. A shocking theory suddenly flashed through Sujin's mind. Could he be a sword master? However, she quickly realized that what he was holding wasn't a sword but a grass-cutting scythe. She wondered in confusion why a master would be doing apple deals in this remote backwater. Looking at the killing intent radiating from him, Sujin told herself it was best not to upset him unless she wanted to invite disaster. At that moment, the protagonist excitedly checked his system window. He cheered with thrilled enthusiasm. I've earned more points. It went up another 5%, so now it's reached 10%. With the blessing fee at 1,000 points per apple, he confidently declared, so today I can manage up to 100 apples without any problem. Looking off toward the crumbling ruins in the distance, he mused. At first I wondered why there'd be a temple in a place like this. Could it be because this is a special block? His concentration was broken when a figure suddenly landed right behind him. The young woman bowed politely in greeting. Pardon me, customer Oh Chan-su. Pleased to meet you. I'm Ha-Sujin from the Trading and Shipping Company. Your order has arrived. The protagonist asked, dumbfounded. Oh, how did you find me so quickly? Sujin replied with a brilliant smile. Ah, haha, because you're rather hard to miss. Yet inwardly her heart was trembling as she recalled the sight of him slicing immortal goblins like they were toys. She told herself she couldn't let her guard down. No, she shouldn't. A full map slaughter customer, the kind of shipper who'd want to hit emergency GPS the moment she met them. However, Sujin's wariness vanished in an instant the moment she saw the little mouse Hamdan perched on his shoulder. What is that tiny cotton ball? She shrieked inwardly at how impossibly adorable it looked. Hamdan shyly let out a squeak. Sujin completely lost her composure, her mind now flooded with nothing but the urge to touch it, to squeeze it, to touch it. Seeing Sujin rolling her eyes, breathing erratically, and trembling like someone running a fever, he asked worriedly, "Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Sujin snapped out of it and tried to regain her calm. "Ah, no, I'm fine." Even as she said it, her heart was still screaming with the desire to touch the little mouse. The two of them walked along together. As she passed by the baskets of plump red apples, the cool, refreshing fragrance drifting from them stopped Sujin in her tracks. The apple scent really is incredibly fragrant, isn't it? The protagonist confirmed with a proud smile. That's right, they've grown beautifully and tasted delicious. While Hamdan also tipped its little nose up haughtily. Sujin walked over to the massive ancient tree, unable to help wondering in shock, is this really an apple tree, the size of this thing? Seeing how stunned she was, he held out another unusually large red apple and asked her warmly if she'd like to try one. Sujin blinked. Oh, I get to try one? Holding the heavy apple in her hand, she couldn't help but stand there speechless. It's not just the tree, is this really an apple? Just holding it I can already tell the smell isn't ordinary. Even with its gorgeous appearance, Sujin still privately judged that when fruit gets too big it usually loses its sweetness. Indeed, it looks like it's all show with no real quality. But the moment she took a big bite, a burst of flavor exploded so powerfully it left her speechless. What is this taste? Sujin's eyes lit up brilliantly, and she broke down in pure delight. Absolutely delicious. The perfect harmony between the clean sweetness and just the right amount of acidity made her unable to resist diving in to devour it, ignoring him as he stood watching with an awkward expression. One bite hit her soul, her expression flipped faster than a rice paper crepe. Sujin's mind began rapidly calculating the true value of this fruit. She figured that with flavor of this caliber, the price had to be at least 50,000 gold, possibly even over 100,000 if she knew how to negotiate. She regained her serious demeanor, looked the protagonist straight in the eye, and asked, "Customer Oh Chansu, you said 2,000 gold per apple, correct?" He confirmed timidly. "Ah, yes." Sujin's expression instantly shifted, and she coldly declared that no matter how she looked at it, that price was absurd. The remark made him break out in a cold sweat, and he scratched his head anxiously. Am I being unreasonable? Maybe they ought to sell for less in the shop. Seeing the protagonist had misunderstood, Sujin held up 2 fingers decisively. He asked in a panic, then how much? 200. Either way, that price is a bit. Without letting him finish, Sujin emphasized, 20,000. You should sell them for at least 20,000 gold. The protagonist and the mouse Hamdan were so shocked their jaws dropped open. He cried out in disbelief, 20,000 gold? Sujin calmly delivered another finishing blow that left him stunned silent. If you supplied them to a department store, they could sell for over 30,000 gold. He'd planned to sell at a country bumpkin price, never expecting his goods belonged to the luxury category. He couldn't believe his ears. Apples that expensive, just an apple ending up in a department store? Sujin thought to herself that even though she could hide the truth, she didn't want to stab a potential customer in the back, especially when she only had one life to live and had witnessed his terrifying strength with her own eyes. She declared firmly, this isn't just an apple. This is the first time I've eaten a product this delicious. Even though I've tried every kind of fruit in the world, looking at the apple gleaming like pure gold, she believed it held value far beyond any other specialty product. So for now, let's price it at 20,000 gold per apple. And then Sujin spoke as she pulled out a magic scroll. She unfurled the deep blue contract before the protagonist and proposed, I'd like to settle the rest with an official contract. What do you think? He stayed silent for a long moment, then picked up the pen and carefully studied the terms. He gave a faint smile and nodded. Sure thing, but let's do it this way. Looking at the figures on the table, Sujin gasped in surprise. I think you've made a mistake. The percentage we receive has gone up. The protagonist just beamed brightly, cradled the little mouse on his shoulder, and replied with complete sincerity. Because I want to do business with a good person for a long, long time. He extended his hand forward, his eyes filled with trust. And you were honest with me about the value of those apples up front, weren't you? His words left Sujin stunned, her heart skipping a beat at this unexpected display of kindness. Sujin smiled and returned his handshake. Thank you so much for signing the contract. Right after that, she got down to her main task. Now I should hand over what you ordered. She pulled out a set of magic cards, which quickly transformed into a large crate packed with seeds, food, and cooking utensils. Not stopping there, Sujin also presented a nest holding a glittering golden egg. And here is a familiar egg, a commemorative gift from the company. It might just come in handy for your farming. Looking at the little mouse on the protagonist's shoulder, Sujin wondered aloud. You already have one, so maybe you don't need this. Stunned, he asked back, I have a familiar. She explained that this little Hamdan looked far too friendly compared to an ordinary monster, so it was definitely his familiar. Sujin advised that the more points he poured in through the blessing, the stronger the familiar that hatched would be, but he had to be absolutely careful so the egg didn't crack. He accepted the gift, telling himself he would have to feel out its resonance on his own. Sujin curiously asked about the apple yield and the future harvest schedule so she could plan ahead. He casually replied that he intended plant several other crops as well, so there would probably be around 50 apples a day. The number left Sujin speechless. You said every day. The two of them quickly coordinated the supply cycle, the quantities, and the visit schedule, wrapping up their first deal smoothly. The protagonist began thinking about buying a warehouse, while the tiny goddess lay back, lounging in pure contentment on a bed of lush green leaves. He quietly congratulated himself on having concealed the goddess's presence before Sujin arrived, because even though she seemed like a good person, caution was still the wiser path. Looking at the pile of supplies and equipment scattered around him, he marveled, just one batch of apples sold and I'm already this rich, all thanks to that goddess. Chansu smiled and asked the goddess if she liked these things, then suddenly froze when he heard a strange sound coming from behind him. Turning his head, he caught sight of the goddess tenderly cradling the familiar egg in its nest, her eyes brimming with affection. The protagonist realized that to activate the blessing on the egg, he would have to accumulate a great deal more points, and his immediate, urgent task was to find more customers. Glancing at the system panel, the line of text displayed the figure of 100 and one undead goblins slain. He smirked slightly, breaking into a confident smile. Everything was going far beyond his expectations, and he no longer felt any tremor of fear about the trials that lay ahead. In fact, the protagonist was eagerly looking forward to whatever was coming next, his face lit up with a smile full of hope. Meanwhile, in the office of a major trading company, a rugged-looking man was slowly savoring each bite of a fragrant apple. Chewing and brooding at the same time, he speculated about Chansu's identity. A pioneer pretender perhaps, or maybe a devotee, surely someone from the alchemist circle. Sujin sat across from him, her face stern as she reported, the subject is from the Yuhanso kingdom, with a tendency toward war or violence. I am not sure what their true intentions are. Eating apples while running a tense analysis like a tactical briefing before an international championship match. The man continued laying out his judgment. All pioneer pretenders up to now have been from the Yuhanso kingdom, so it's not all that strange that someone capable of growing this kind of produce also belongs to a combat class. He could not help but be astonished to learn that with just a single sickle, Chansu had cleanly reaped the heads of more than 100 undead goblins. Beside him, Sujin still had not shaken off her shock, her body trembling every time she recalled that horrifying scene. The man assessed, it looks like he's someone aiming to become a swordsmanship master through harsh training with a sickle, exactly like Lohan. He decided that the best course was to keep his identity hidden rather than focus on protecting him, and to sell these apples at a major department store. Sujin agreed without hesitation. I think so too. That's definitely the way to go. And yet the serious atmosphere suddenly vanished the moment the man reached out to grab the last slice of apple, sending Sujin into a fury as she snapped, "Get your hand off it right now." Her eyes flashed with terrifying intensity as she growled, "You've devoured the whole pile of apples by yourself." A comedic chase erupted right in the middle of the skyscraper, with the senior running while pleading his case, "I'm your senior, while Sujin stuck right on his heels, and I'm the one who brought the apples in the first place. This slice is mine." Back in the forest, Chansu sat quietly under the lantern light, placing his hand on the familiar egg, and wondering what kind of creature it would hatch into. Will it be cute, he thought, glancing at the ginseng goddess and Hamdan snuggled close beside him. He smiled in pure happiness. "You two are both wonderful, aren't you?" Suddenly, the egg in his hands shook violently, accompanied by sharp, crisp cracking sounds. The protagonist exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, it's cracking open. It's hatching." He held his breath, his eyes wide as he witnessed a colossal surge of energy erupt, blanketing the entire space in a blinding radiance. A mystical creature officially revealed itself, accompanied by a thunderous notification from the system, SSS-Rank familiar. He held his breath, tracking every crack across the eggshell, then cheered excitedly. Ah, it's hatching. A tender little chirp rang out from inside, sending the protagonist's anticipation soaring to its peak. He shouted, "Hurry up and show yourself." But as the light faded, a tiny golden chick popped out of the shell. Peep peep. The protagonist froze in place, his face falling in disappointment. A real chick, he reeled at the memory of the massive number of points he had spent. That was 120,000 of my points. Looking at the chick, which seemed only a touch larger than usual, he sighed in dismay and muttered to himself, "Even if I raise it up, it'll just turn into a rooster." While he had been hoping for something far more useful for his farming, the frustration stirred a dark thought in the protagonist. Maybe I should just raise it up and butcher it for a clean meal. He sat hugging his knees in the middle of the room, smiling bitterly as he thought about the absurdly expensive fried chicken worth 120,000 points. To keep himself from getting too attached, he decided to give it a simple name. "Hello, from today on your name is Ari, and I'm Chansu." Suddenly another egg also began to tremble violently, startling the protagonist. "Oh, here comes another one." He regained his excitement, praying silently, "This time it absolutely has to be a worker." A brilliant pink beam of light burst forth, but what emerged was a tiny pink piglet. Oink. The protagonist was struck dumb, named it Doji, then collapsed to the floor in utter despair, crying out in indignation. Why does everything that hatches turn out to be food ingredients? He felt as though the system had scammed him, since these so-called SSS-Rank familiar beasts were really just ordinary household livestock. That night, beneath the full moon, the duo of Ari and Doji solemnly knelt down and performed the ceremonial greeting to the goddess of prosperity in proper order of their numbers. Two SSS-Rank pets, giving off the vibe of getting ready to open up a family livestock farm. Under the still moonlight, the ginseng goddess gazed at the two tiny creatures before her with eyes full of tenderness mingled with sorrow. "It has been so long since we last met. I hope you two will forgive me for failing to protect you to the very end." Ari and Doji were overcome with emotion, choking back tears. They hurriedly prostrated themselves and replied that they were the ones at fault for failing to serve her completely. Doji even vowed resoundingly to give his all so that the goddess might soon return to the majestic form she once held. Yet the goddess looked worried and cautioned them both to be extremely careful, warning them that Chansu had absolutely no idea they were of her own kind. If he found them useless, he might just sell them off, or worse, eat both of them for dinner. In an instant, the image of the protagonist surfaced in their minds, hauntingly vivid, with a darkened face and the chilling question of what dish to cook today, leaving Ari and Doji so terrified that every drop of color drained from their faces. The goddess emphasized that until they acquired the communication skill needed to understand each other better, both of them had to give their all in every task to prove their worth. Doji, still trembling, asked the goddess if her words were truly real, while Ari, though equally frightened, remained skeptical about the abilities of this seemingly unimpressive apostle, deciding to observe his actions for a while longer. Beneath the brilliant morning sun, Chansu strolled along with a sickle slung over his shoulder, smiling to himself as he mused that a new day for him always began by facing down a horde of monsters. The moment a pitch-black entity appeared before him, he coldly swung his sickle. The blade cleaved through the shadow monster in the blink of an eye. From a distance, Ari and Doji watched the scene unfold and could not help but be utterly stunned. They stared in bewilderment as the razor-sharp sickle whirled through the air again and again, the wind shrieking with each strike, and Ari trembled as he stammered, "What on earth is that?" Watching the protagonist swing his sickle with a feral gleam in his eyes, and the bearing of a death god, the two tiny creatures could only cling to each other, shivering in pure terror. The shredded remains of monsters scattered across the ground only deepened the brutal image of this apostle in their eyes. Ari suddenly realized why Chansu had been eyeing them with such ravenous hunger all this time. The image of him sitting hunched over, wearing a ghastly grin and muttering about how long it had been since he last had fried chicken, played out crystal clear in his mind. Ari shrieked in despair, "He really is going to eat us," while in the meantime, the system panel coldly ticked over the count, confirming that the protagonist had wiped out 202 immortal goblins. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he let out a sigh of relief. After a morning of grueling work, the hunt was finally finished. Yet the silence didn't last long. A rustling sound from the bushes put him on guard. He was caught off guard to find Ari and Doji standing right there without him noticing. The little chick Ari, still wearing a piece of eggshell on his head, asked with concern, "Peep peep, the goddess's apostle has been working so hard, are you very tired?" While the piglet Doji cheerfully chimed in, "Oink apostle, have a wonderful morning." Noticing Doji looking a bit dazed, Ari nudged him quietly. "Peep peep, hurry up and smile. Oh, thank you, how adorable." Suddenly an idea popped into the protagonist's head. He brought out a plate of neatly sliced apples and offered eagerly, "Hey, would you two like to try some?" The moment Doji laid eyes on the delicious food, his eyes lit up and drool came pouring out. "Oink oink, give me, give me." In stark contrast to that gluttony, Ari kept his guard up, quietly warning his teammate, "Peep peep, don't eat too much, don't get tempted." On one side, dignity preserved. On the other, a soul sold the moment food appeared. Watching Doji wolf down his portion with such delight, delight, he nodded with smug satisfaction. You really do eat with great appetite. Eat plenty and grow up fast. But his smile suddenly turned sinister as a practical thought crossed his mind. Isn't apple-fed pork all the rage these days? Would the meat taste better if you fed them fruit? Witnessing the protagonist's ice-cold gaze, Ari quaked with fear. Right after, he bellowed out a threat that froze Doji on the spot. Stop eating, you pig. You'll end up as apple-flavored grilled pork belly. Turning to the chick still standing motionless, he softened his voice and asked, will Ari have some too? Despite his fear, the savory aroma drifting from the apple slice was enough to weaken his resolve. He realized just how terrifying the value of this fruit truly was. What kind of flavor is this? It has to be over 500 points. This is insane. That's a normal apostle's daily income. Even though he was craving them like crazy, Ari clung to the last shred of his pride. I won't be fooled so easily. The protagonist scratched his head in confusion. You don't like apples. To win his little friend over, he brought out a bowl of premium grain. Then how about some grain? Surely you'll eat this. Gazing at the bowl of grain that gleamed like jewels, Ari completely surrendered. Tears and drool poured down at the same time. As he ate, he told himself bitterly, I am different from that pig. I will never become fried chicken. Watching Ari and Doji each tucked into their own corner devouring their meals, he could only remark, Ari does seem to eat less than Doji. Once they were stuffed, he kicked off a crash course in farming for his two new recruits. Following the protagonist's instructions, Doji took on digging duty, while Ari was in charge of dropping black bean seeds into the holes. Just one morning in, and the vibe was already like running internship program. After packing the soil and watering thoroughly, he focused his energy to invoke the blessing of prosperity skill. A stream of green light enveloped the seedlings and made them shoot up like they'd been pumped full of life. He gave a proud thumbs up, easy peasy right, our goddess truly is amazing. He held the enhanced seeds in his hand, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Perfect, the growth speed is so absurd that any ordinary farmer who saw it would probably hand in their resignation on the spot. The protagonist held the glossy black seeds in his palm, silently wondering if chicks were drawn to shiny things like this, then thought to himself, Ari probably isn't a pushover either. Seeing Ari about to lunge at the pile of produce, he hurriedly stopped him. No, hold on. The first harvest must be offered to the goddess first. He carried the basket of apples over to where the ginseng goddess was already waiting. Watching her devour the fruit with such savage enthusiasm, he could only feel helpless. No matter how many times I see her eat like this, I just can't get used to it. Let's hurry up and eat. We still need to plant potatoes and sweet potatoes later, the protagonist said while scattering more seeds across the fertile soil. While Doji was busy gobbling everything down with a face full of bliss, oink so good, his attention shifted entirely toward Ari. He had originally thought the little chick was a light eater, but the reality was the complete opposite. Ari was pecking nonstop at a dizzying pace, his eyes glowing so brightly that the protagonist couldn't help but exclaim, isn't Ari supposed to be a small eater? In no time at all, both of them were sprawled on the ground with bellies stretched tight. Ari could only regret it when it was already too late. Peep, in the end I lost to my own appetite. He smiled with satisfaction as he looked over his familiars. Eating well is wonderful. I need to plant more crops quickly, so you both have plenty to eat. The whole group walked together beneath the brilliant sunset, when he suddenly remembered something important. Oh right, the apple sales started today. I wonder if they'll sell well. Meanwhile, at a magnificent and bustling commercial center, the atmosphere of buying and selling was reaching a fever pitch. One side worried about whether anything would sell. The other side was about to burn through their wallet thanks to an addiction to otherworldly goods. A staff member at the center looked over the magical ledgers and muttered to himself, everything's been cleared out. Only the apples are left. He glanced toward the booth bearing the Emperor Apple sign, where a curious crowd had gathered around, even though plenty of people were chattering excitedly. Not a single one dared to actually open their wallet and buy. The reason came down to the absolutely outrageous luxury of the product. Each apple was solemnly placed inside a premium brocade box, sprinkled with a layer of glittering gold dust and resting on a bed of incredibly rare winter bird feathers. The price tag of 200,000 gold for the title Emperor Apple sent the crowd into a stir of murmuring debate. They began to grumble with growing irritation. How on earth can a single apple be priced so absurdly high? The manager standing inside was filled with worry. He knew full well this price was creating a sour reaction, yet he couldn't let customers sample one to verify the quality. He reassured himself, all they need is one bite and every bias will vanish in an instant. Suddenly the cry of thank you for your purchase rang out, startling him in shock. The crowd outside began to buzz, asking each other, what just happened? Did someone really buy out every last apple? The gawkers were still complaining about the price when a heavyweight had quietly swiped their card and cleared the entire shelf. The manager rushed out and asked, what's all the commotion about, his junior employee excitedly delivered the news. Sir, take a look. The Emperor apples are completely sold out. He stared in disbelief at the empty stand. What did you just say? It was completely full a moment ago. The staff member explained that someone had taken a single bite and immediately decided to buy the lot, leaving behind a signature with the name Rohan. The surrounding crowd began pointing toward the back of a red-haired man strolling away leisurely. Look, isn't that Rohan? Is that thing on his back really apples? The manager froze when he realized the true identity of the customer, our Rohan. If it really was Rohan then. He was the pioneer of the brutal training regimen, a legendary swordmaster without precedent, and the man who just bought out the entire stand. The fact that someone of such caliber had decided to sweep up every apple in the shop left everyone speechless. In the distance, Rohan kept walking while casually crunching on an apple with great relish and exclaiming, "So delicious." This was sure to be the hottest piece of news shaking the agricultural trade industry. The incident of a legend buying out the shop's entire apply instantly became a massive media bombshell. Soon after, sizzling headlines began flooding every newspaper. Rohan, a symbol of resilience. This is the very thing that man ate to become a swordmaster. Netizens also erupted with comments insisting this was the kind of food that masters rely on during their grueling training regimens. At the headquarters of Liu Huan Company, the manager who shared the same name was clutching his head in despair under the storm of public outrage burning him alive. He shouted, choked with frustration. How could you people publish articles like this? The phone rang relentlessly, one call after another. The moment he picked up, he was bombarded with absurd questions. Hello, is it really true that eating an apple guarantees you'll become a swordmaster? Liu Huan hissed into the receiver. Of course not. This has nothing to do with us at all. Exhausted, he slumped his head onto the desk, but the ringing kept on like a relentless torture. The switchboard today was running hotter than a fast Riverway livestream. Frustrated, Liu Huan begrudgingly picked up once more. Yes, this is Liu Huan from Liu Huan Company. However, the very next second he sprang up, his face flushed scarlet as his voice rose. What did you just say? How can you order 100 crates of apples without any prior notice? He suddenly realized that meeting the market's frenzied demand was no simple matter at all. Meanwhile, on Chanshu's private estate, a week had passed since he first set foot in this other world. Life had become full and peaceful. The little mouse Yuan Suodun and the chick Ari were leisurely pecking grain off the ground. Wearing a simple apron, with a basket of freshly harvested produce slung over his shoulder, the protagonist smiled at his little family of companions. Now that they're fed, I should get ready too. On the makeshift kitchen counter, golden potatoes and deep purple sweet potatoes had already been laid out and prepped. He picked them up enthusiastically, his eyes shining with pride. These are every bit as delicious as the apples. He swiftly peeled and chopped them with practiced ease on the cutting board. The sound of the knife meeting wood rang out steadily, with seasoned precision. The protagonist poured all his heart into the sizzling pan, the flames blazing brilliantly as he stir-fried with masterful flair, all under the admiring and hungry gazes of Han-dun and the ginseng goddess. While catching his breath, he suddenly felt a tickling sensation as the little piglet Doji kept nudging him, oinking insistently. Seeing Doji practically drooling with hunger, he scolded sternly. This isn't for you all, you just finished eating. But under the glistening, pitiful eyes of the little pig, he could only sigh in resignation. Fine, have a bite of this for now. Just as he was feeding Doji, and in the distance, Sujin came rushing in, calling out loudly. Customer Chansiu, that kind of speed told you something was up, faster than a midnight flash sale. He turned around cheerfully. Ah, you're here. The moment Sujin caught sight of his near of companions, she got so excited her eyes turned into hearts. Mr. Chansiu, you've hatched magical beasts as helpers too. They're 3 times cuter now. Meanwhile, Doji and Ari braced themselves on guard in front of the ginseng goddess to shield her. Strangers can't be allowed to see the goddess. We must protect the goddess no matter what. He chuckled awkwardly in reply. Ah, yes, that's right. So what brings you here? Sujin rummaged eagerly through her bag. I've got good news, would you like to hear it? She immediately pulled up a glowing electronic spreadsheet and declared boldly. Don't be too shocked, but every single apple sold for 200,000 gold each, and we've been sold out 2 days in a row. The protagonist was so stunned he clutched his head and shouted, 200,000 gold per apple, and sold out 2 days in a row. Sujin couldn't hide her amazement either. It's unbelievable. We don't even have enough apples to keep up. He fell silent, deep in calculation. He thought to himself, apples here weren't supposed to be anything special, but who knew the rich folks would be so plentiful? His financial brain was crunching numbers faster than a supermarket cash register. A lightning-fast calculation flashed through his mind. With a 30% profit margin, every apple would net him 60,000 gold. If he sold 50 apples a day, his daily income would hit 3 million gold. The protagonist's eyes lit up as the final figure appeared. In that case, his annual income would come out to 1 billion gold. He sank into the dazzling fantasy of becoming a tycoon. Gold chains stacked around his neck, a money gun in hand spraying cash everywhere amid roaring laughter. Even Doji wore shades and chewed on bills with extra swagger. But the excitement quickly gave way to deeper reflection. If that's the case, then I might actually be able to track down clues about my parents. Memories of the days he was scorned and pushed around back on Earth came flooding back, pushing him even harder to seize this opportunity. Seeing the protagonist fall silent, Sujin spoke up. The commission fee at the trade center is pretty steep, isn't it? Since you've supplied such a hot product, I'll do my best to negotiate a discount. Barely off the ground with his startup, and already he was battling e-commerce platform fees. He looked at her with a serious expression. I don't want to dampen your spirits, but how long do you think the Emperor's apple's popularity is really going to last? Looking at plump red apples in the basket, he gave his realistic assessment. As hot as they are right now, we can't expect them to keep selling at 200,000 gold forever. Sujin nodded, fully understanding his concern, but she quickly pointed out the market's massive potential. Even if there were 1 million potential customers and we sold 100 apples a day, it would still take 27 years to serve them all, and along the way we'd absolutely gain plenty of repeat buyers. The protagonist's jaw dropped in astonishment. What did you say? Aren't there way too many potential customers? Sujin reassured him that compared to Earth's standards it really was a lot, but the current market size was equivalent to all of China, so he had nothing to worry about. She suddenly leaned forward and grasped his hand tightly, her eyes blazing with excitement. So, customer Chan Xiu, would you be willing to increase your apple production? He flushed with embarrassment, hurriedly pulling his hand away as he stammered. Well, for the time being, those other crops have already grown ripe. Would you like to give them a try? He confidently insisted these other vegetables were every bit as tasty as the apples. Hearing that, Sujin's eyes lit up like spotlights. She squealed in delight. There are other things as delicious as the apples. She lunged forward and gripped the protagonist again, leaving him caught between laughter and tears at her over-the-top reaction. After some preparation, he carried out a steaming pot of food and said softly, "Sorry to keep you waiting. So first up, we'll start with boiled potatoes." Sujin had already settled at the dining table with her place setting properly arranged. She replied eagerly, "Then I'll dig in, with your permission." She carefully speared a piece of golden potato with her fork. Bringing it to her mouth, she blew on it gently to cool it down. The instant she took her first bite, Sujin felt as if she'd been transported to paradise, her face lighting up with pure satisfaction. She lavished it with endless praise. So sweet and paired with a pinch of salt, it'd be absolutely incredible. She could clearly taste the skin's nutty fragrance, while the inside was wonderfully soft and fluffy. Seeing his customer's enthusiastic reaction, he let out a relieved sigh. "Glad you find them tasty. I've also prepared fried potatoes and potato cakes." He eagerly brought out 2 more plates of golden, crispy dishes. Sujin immediately picked up a piece of fried potato with her chopsticks, the crispy outer shell shattering open to reveal the steaming hot center within. Potatoes that elevated the soul more than any Michelin review. She devoured them while singing their praises. This level of flavor could absolutely be served at a high-end restaurant. She declared that the potatoes here weren't just side dishes, they could easily stand on their own as captivating main courses. The protagonist beamed brightly. "I'm so glad they suit your taste." Finally, he brought out the trump card that the little piglet Doji absolutely adored. Golden roasted sweet potatoes giving off a mouth-watering aroma, making the sunset feast feel all the more cozy. While Sujin was busy savoring her meal, the little piglet Doji oinked happily, and the chick Ari waddled in circles around her seat. The piglet Doji couldn't hide his greed, leaping up and squealing loudly, "Oink oink me," he asked in surprise. "Ari, why are you eating so fast?" Then glancing over at the chomping piglet, he eyed him suspiciously. "Doji, I bet you've already gobbled up Ari's share." Meanwhile, the little mouse hand done nimbly scampered up Sujin's arm to beg for food, making her shriek in surprise. Watching the adorable expression of the tiny creature gnawing on a piece of sweet potato, Sujin completely melted. She hugged him tight and squealed, "So cute, so soft." Taking advantage of the cheerful mood, the protagonist asked for her opinion on his business plan. "I've also been thinking about selling these too. What do you think?" The little animal squad was eating away while stealing the spotlight of the entire meeting. After finishing the meal, Sujin wiped her mouth with deep satisfaction. First of all, that was a truly delicious meal. But when he brought up the idea of increasing apple production while also growing more of these other crops, she began to look visibly worried. The protagonist thought to himself, "It'll be tough without earning more points, since I can't pour all my points into farming alone." Sujin looked him straight in the eye, expressing her gratitude but offering frank advice. "I'm truly thankful for everything you've prepared, but if I may, I'd like to ask you to focus on growing apples." She explained that since the apostles were all from the Yuhansuo kingdom, the culture of this world had been deeply shaped by them. While she admitted his dishes were delicious, she remained firm. Other crops will be hard to sell at high prices. Even with demand, the profits could never match those of the apples. Sujin suddenly bowed deeply, pleading earnestly, "Mr. Chansu, demand for the apples is only going to grow. I won't hesitate to humbly beg you, please consider our situation." Faced with the trade center's enthusiasm and high commission rate, he felt deeply conflicted seeing just how hard Sujin had worked and how much effort she had put in. Sujin. He hesitated before asking, would 100 apples be enough? The question made Sujin jolt in astonishment. Huh? The protagonist took a deep breath and confirmed it clearly. I'll supply 100 apples per day. Sujin was stunned, her face flushed crimson with delight. Really? In response to her astonishment, he gave a small nod and a faint smile. He told himself that since she had eaten with such genuine delight, this was absolutely worth a try, and besides, there was no real reason to walk the hard road all on his own. Overcome with joy, Sujin threw her arms around Hamden and squealed in delight. Thank you so much, customer Okansu. The next day, an entirely new scene unfolded across the frostbitten land draped in icy mist. Okansu strolled leisurely into the gloomy forest, while behind him, the duo Ari and Doji crept along, shadowing his every step. Doji the pig grumbled in doubt, wondering what the point was of tailing him every single day when neither of them ever accomplished anything. But he was instantly shut down by Ari, who scolded him sharply, the hen insisting that without their supervision, they couldn't possibly rely on that clueless rat Hamden. Okansu glanced over his shoulder with a puzzled expression, asking himself why these monsters kept trailing after him without end. Though he still clung to the hope that they were special combat-type magical beasts with unique abilities rather than just bottomless eaters, the sneaky behavior of the two left him deeply skeptical. That doubt instantly turned into crushing disappointment when an immortal goblin suddenly emerged from the ground, and instead of charging into battle, Ari and Doji bolted away as fast as their legs could carry them. Squealing in pitiful terror, the protagonist clutched his head in dismay, blaming himself for placing far too much hope in these two so-called SSS-Rank magical beasts. But the situation suddenly turned dire the moment the monster struck. The shadowy creature abruptly lunged forward, its razor-sharp claws slashing straight toward Doji, who was trembling with exhaustion. Stunned, he shouted out, urging the little pig to run, but the distance between them was far too great for him to intervene in time. In the heat of the crisis, he roared at Doji to stay back, then poured every ounce of strength into a powerful swing of the sickle in his hand. A dry, sharp slicing sound rang out, forcing Ari, who had her eyes shut tight, to pop them wide open. She stared in shock at the streak of energy that had just whooshed past, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The massive monster was sliced apart, shattering into countless pieces, even though the protagonist had never made direct contact with it, and he stared at the sickle in his hand in disbelief, stunned that the reach of his skill now extended far beyond what it once had. He realized that his skill seemed to have been upgraded to an entirely new tier through his relentless training. He began experimenting with focused intent, paying close attention to the angle and position of the sickle along with the speed of his swing. With a powerful battle cry, the protagonist swung the sickle and unleashed a sharp slash that swept clean through everything in its path, vaporizing targets before the blade ever touched them. The system panel suddenly popped up, announcing that ultimate beheading had been activated, and the range of this head-claiming skill was now far wider than before. He looked down at the sickle in his hand and grimaced, muttering, ultimate beheading. What kind of weird name is that? Even though the name struck him as a bit strange, he still smiled with smug satisfaction, recognizing that this new power would help him draw in even more loyal customers. Witnessing that brutal scene, the duo Doji and Ari could only cling to each other, trembling, tears streaming down their faces in sheer terror at their master's terrifying power-up. Utterly horrified, the two scampered off at full tilt toward the ginseng goddess to beg for help, with Doji and Ari wailing frantically, "Goddess, this is bad, really bad." Seeing the disheveled state of her familiars, the goddess asked in surprise what had happened to leave them so battered, and Ari, gasping for breath, reported that the apostle could now lop off 4 or 5 heads at once. She fumed that instead of growing this terrifyingly strong, he should have prioritized a communication skill, and the ginseng goddess tried to reassure her, but even she had to admit, dumbfounded, that she had never bestowed any such skill. Ari burst into uncontrollable sobs, wailing that they were so afraid of being eaten that they had no appetite left to even touch their food. Doji asked again, trembling, just to confirm its name is ultimate beheading, you really didn't grant that skill? The goddess's reply made the air turn instantly cold. Ultimate, you say, and all three were left stunned, unable to fathom where that power had come from. At that very moment, Okansu suddenly appeared right behind them, his face shrouded in darkness, his eyes glowing brightly, paired with an eerie grin. His oppressive presence drained the color from the ginseng goddess's face, and she stared trembling at the sickle in his hand, wondering whether he was a human or a messenger sent straight from hell. But after a careful, thorough observation, the goddess suddenly grasped the true nature of the situation and called her familiars over. "Listen, my children, I think I understand what's going on now." Doji cheered excitedly, assuming the goddess had secretly granted that skill to the protagonist, but he was promptly drowned out by Ari's scolding and silenced with a thunderous smack to the head. Ari curiously asked about the real cause behind this transformation. The goddess gently explained that the apostle's skill appeared to have evolved on its own, building upon its base ability. She revealed that beheading was originally a refined version of harvest, and just as harvest could be performed over a wide area, the protagonist's combat skill had evolved and leveled up into ultimate beheading. Ari was still trembling, refusing to believe the truth, because as far as she knew, only seasoned apostles with over a decade of experience could ever reach that level. The ginseng goddess admitted that he was indeed terrifying, but she smiled with deep affection and declared that he was truly a precious child. Even though his rate of evolution was downright monstrous, it was precisely thanks to this young man's strength that familiars like them could exist and chat together so peacefully. The goddess tenderly patted Ari's head, promising that when the protagonist returned, she would grant him a communication skill so no one would misunderstand each other anymore. And Ari bowed her head in remorse for having been so timid and harboring unkind thoughts about her master. He came rushing back toward the ginseng goddess, waving his hand and calling out as he ran, "Goddess, I'm back." And at the sight of her apostle, the goddess thought wistfully, "I don't know what to say, I want to talk with my apostle right away too." She planned to seize this opportunity to formally introduce Ari, Doji, and Hamdan as her subordinates. Just then, a brilliantly glowing system notification appeared. The goddess of prosperity grants the apostle a new skill, and he stared blankly at the lush green panel before him, thinking, we just reunited and the system cuts in like a commercial in the middle of a movie. The goddess silently mused that limiting her apostle's path of growth would violate the rules of this world, so she decided to let the protagonist choose for himself, and the two skills displayed were promise of prosperity and communication. The ginseng goddess was brimming with confidence, certain that of course, if it's my apostle, he'll definitely choose communication. She drifted into daydreams about the moment they could finally speak directly, wanting to advise him to stay clear of dangerous battles, and most importantly, what she most wanted to say was "thank you for choosing me," but reality slapped the poor goddess straight in the face. The very instant the protagonist's hand touched the screen, the system coldly announced that the skill selection had concluded. According to your choice, you have received the skill Promise of Prosperity. The ginseng goddess froze in place, her eyes bulging, her face contorted in pure shock. She absolutely could not understand why he had so brutally rejected the chance to communicate with her. As it turned out, the deep-rooted reason lay in his utterly twisted line of thinking. Because when faced with the two options, this young man had hesitated. Promise of Prosperity. No idea what that even is. Communication, does that mean I'd be able to talk with animals and plants? And immediately a horrifying scenario flashed through his mind. He pictured Ari the chicken weeping pitifully as she was tossed into a pot. How could you do this? I trusted you. I thought we were family. A wholesome game on the surface. But the player's brain was running a survival horror version. Then came the image of Doji being roasted while screaming bloody murder, vowing to break his beak in revenge. Or even worse, an ancient apple tree with a wizened old face appearing to grumble about being worked to the bone. Chansu, have you ever bore fruit more than 100 times a day? My shoulders really hurt. The protagonist turned pale, sweat pouring down like a shower from sheer fear. Oh, this is terrifying. Just thinking about it is horrific. He shuddered and told himself, I'm better off not knowing, then resolutely made up his mind, absolutely no communication. He reached out and tapped the screen, selecting the remaining option, Promise of Prosperity. The moment the system announced that the selection process had ended, a gloomy atmosphere immediately blanketed the room. The ginseng goddess, Doji the piglet, and Ari the chick all collapsed at once, weeping bitterly in utter despair. He stared at the scene, completely bewildered, with no idea what was happening or why they had suddenly become so devastated. Pushing his confusion aside, he told himself he had to focus on the new skill first. The protagonist opened his status window to check. But aside from the two names, Beheading Strike and Promise of Prosperity, the system offered no further explanation. He sighed in exasperation, repeating the promise to the goddess of prosperity twice in order to debug and learn more about the skill. He took out a plump, ruby red apple and told himself, I'll apologize to the goddess. He solemnly held up the apple and presented it before the tiny deity, saying, Goddess, here you go. However, in response to the young man's kindness, the ginseng goddess simply turned her back in silence. Radiating a powerful surge of resentful aura, the protagonist blurted out in shock, goddess. At that very moment, a system notification popped up, explaining that usage points would accumulate based on how the skill was used. He began to dimly grasp the mechanic, thinking, I didn't eat it, I gave it to them. So does that count as success? He guessed that if he kept his promise, he'd earn more points, like a quest just being assigned. To test it, he decided to carry out a small promise. This time I'll pinch Hamdan's cheek. He reached out and gently pinched the chubby cheeks of the little hamster, who let out a startled squeak. Immediately, the system delivered good news, more points earned. The protagonist eagerly patted Hamdan's head and a new idea sparked in his mind. Should I do it one more time? He glanced at the soundly sleeping piglet and told himself, I'll fill Doji's belly. Witnessing their master's overzealous enthusiasm, Ari the chick let out a horrified cheep, while Doji remained completely oblivious. He held the apple out before the little piglet, saying, "Eat up." Doji woke up at once and gobbled it down with delight. Oink, so delicious, The system believed this was the optimal strategy, when in reality it was a runaway chain of point farming through stubborn beasts. But after Doji finished eating, he frowned in puzzlement. What's going on? Why aren't there any points? Is it bugged? He crouched down and observed the piglet sprawled out on the floor. A harsh truth dawned on the protagonist, leaving him stunned. Don't tell me his stomach isn't full yet. I've already fed him over 10 apples. Looking at Doji still flushed and drooling as if eager for more, he resolutely stood up and gave it up. Alright, the cost outweighs the profit. He clicked his tongue, lamenting his initial investment, but told himself there was no other way. From a distance, an urgent voice suddenly called out, "Customer Ochansu." The moment he saw Sujin had returned after just one day, the protagonist asked in confusion, "You're back already, after only a day. What's going on?" Sujin was breathless, urgently pressing him. This is no time to be relaxing. She told him he had to quickly seize this block and defend it. Stunned, he asked if someone was on their way here, and she confirmed without a doubt, yes. The pull of the Emperor Apple was so massive that they had to limit the number of purchases, yet 5,000 people already placed pre-orders. Hearing the figure of 5,000, he was shocked enough to nearly fall over backward, while Sujin informed him that those buyers were willing to wait however long it took, as long as the apples were eventually shipped. She warned that bandits were targeting both the apples and this plot of land, and out here there was no way to stop the criminals. She fretted that things would have been different if he had a protector. The protagonist mused to himself, "My only protector right now is this withered ginseng goddess and her two tiny familiars. Is that really all?" He realized that if he failed, not only the goddess, but also the prosperity that had only just begun to bloom would come to an end. Swallowing nervously, he steeled his resolve. At the very minimum, he had to seize this block and install an entrance. From apple farmer to ruling territory tycoon in the blink of an eye. He laid out a plan to seize the surrounding blocks, building a camouflaged base while also making it easier to travel to Sujin's location. She agreed instantly, since by then the entry and exit restrictions would no longer apply. Still, the protagonist wondered why so many people were placing orders, since this was anything but a normal situation. Sujin smiled brightly and revealed that everyone was going wild over rumors about the divine effects of the Emperor Apple. From boosting skill experience, curing all illnesses, preventing disease, beautifying the skin, to even weight loss and improving memory. After hearing all that, he gaped wide and shouted, "Are you joking with me? Why don't you just call it an elixir of immortality and be done with it?" Even though deep down he had once held out hope, he knew very well the truth wasn't anywhere near that miraculous. He could only lament to the heavens. How could that even be possible? Brushing aside the small talk, the protagonist told himself the priority was to quickly claim this block to ensure their safety. Seeing Sujin still gazing at him with eyes full of expectation, pressing whether even a sliver of the rumor was true, all he could do was roar in helpless frustration. No, of course not. They're just apples. In a quiet hospital corridor, a man with a worldly, weathered air walked past, catching the attention of a news hound lying in wait. The reporter hid behind a corner, camera at the ready, smirking with satisfaction. "Who is that? Looks like I'm about to score a real bargain today." He silently tailed his target until the man stepped into a private hospital suite. Inside, the great alchemist Hong Yunsu was intently working on his tablet. He glanced up and asked, "Only just now showing up?" The visitor was none other than Rohan. He set a wrapped gift on the table and tossed out casually, "Here's a get-well present." Yunsu raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. "Do you even know I'm being discharged today?" Spotting the gift box, Yunsu asked curiously, "Is this that kind of apple?" Rohan only replied with a loaded counter-question, "What apple?" Yunsu opened the box and gazed at the glistening, ruby-red apples. His mind suddenly recalled the rumors going around that Rohan himself had discovered and bought up every last one of these mysterious apples. He picked one up and sliced off a small piece with his knife, his expression dripping with skepticism. "I knew it. What nonsense is this?" But the very moment that slice of apple touched the tip of his tongue, a burst of energy exploded outward, making Yunsu's eyes roll back in astonishment. He cried out in stunned amazement, "Oh my god, it feels like the flavor and nutrition have been pushed to the absolute limit." The protagonist chewed the apple slice frantically, his face lighting up with excitement. He turned and bombarded Rohan with questions. "Are the other ones this delicious? How do the flavors differ?" In response to the excessive curiosity, Rohan calmly chewed his own apple and tossed out a single line, "Do I look like the god of food to you?" He began applying his alchemist's senses to analyze it, instantly realizing that even with his abilities, it was nearly impossible to figure out how this kind of apple was grown. He pondered while studying the slice in his hand. Even with specialized fertilizers, it's incredibly hard to make every single fruit's flavor and aroma consistent. Yunsu's focus shifted in an instant into pure rage when he saw Rohan calmly devouring the precious pile of apples. He howled, "Hey you lunatic, you brought these as a get-well gift, and now you're eating them all yourself." Rohan replied placidly, "Then you'd better hurry up and eat too." Unable to sit still, the protagonist immediately picked up the phone and called the department store chain as a VIP customer. "I don't have the time, but I do have the money. I'll buy them and try them myself." But the answer from the other end of the line made him grind his teeth in fury. "Dear customer, we sincerely apologize. The pre-orders are overwhelming at the moment." Yunsu roared into the phone, his eyes laced with bloodshot veins. "You still have plenty left, right? Sell them to me, I'll pay double, no, triple." Even a top-tier VIP being told the goods were sold out pushed the young man into a state of total loss of control. Watching his friend's frenzy, Rohan only smiled with smug triumph. "I have both the money and the time." Yunsu snapped furiously. "You'd actually do something that despicable." Rohan calmly admitted, "Yes." The entire argument and the scene of his miraculous recovery were captured on camera by the newshound lurking just outside the window, and immediately, an explosive headline was unleashed. "Breaking news. Great alchemist Hong Yunsu discharged from the hospital, right after eating the Emperor apple." Rumors that this apple was an elixir of immortality, capable of curing the lingering aftereffects of alchemy, began spreading at a dizzying pace. With just a single photograph, the entire world automatically switched into mythical tier rumor mode. At the company headquarters, Ryu Huan slammed his hand down hard on the desk. His face contorted with rage as he read the absurd news. He growled in utter helplessness. "Are they trying to mock me? Seriously, are they pouring fuel on the fire?" Ryu Huan glared and bellowed in fury. "This is not an elixir of immortality." Back in the forest, Chasu declared resolutely, "Dear goddess, it seems we'll need to seize the surrounding blocks. I'll set out tonight." He turned to his two tiny familiars and instructed them with full confidence. "Doji and Ari, you two have to protect the goddess very well." Meanwhile, the ginseng goddess looked extremely worried, silently thinking to herself, he just got the skill and he's already running off. That skill wasn't even meant for combat. Seeing the protagonist resolutely turn his back and walk away, the goddess couldn't restrain herself and threw herself at him, hugging his leg tightly and shouting in panic, "You can't go." Chasu flinched and looked down. His gaze suddenly turned razor sharp, and he silently mused, could it finally be that the moment he had been waiting for has arrived? Watching the handle mouse contentedly nibbling on a piece of bread, the main character began listing out the meager menu he had endured all this time. From the starches in his white potato bread, to the plant proteins drawn from that pile of black beans. He gave a slight nod, telling himself it was time for some real protein, even though what he had now was already pretty decent. "But I don't have the guts to eat meat right in front of them, do I?" His eyes shifted toward Ari and Doji with a meaningful glance. Then the young man broke into a sly grin, reassuring himself, "Beef should be fine, right?" Using the goddess's wishes as his excuse, the main character quickly dashed over to the pile of crates that had just been delivered. He frantically rummaged through the cluttered heap of supplies, his face lit up with eager anticipation. At last, he cried out in delight, "Found it, the beef I ordered earlier." In his hands lay slabs of fresh, succulent beef, their perfect marbling glistening under the light. The main character was so moved his mouth started watering. "This is the real meat I've only heard legends about. On Earth, there's only lab-cultured stuff, so I've only seen photos, and just looking at the photos was enough to make me drool." He quickly fired up the stove and laid the plump red cuts onto the sizzling hot grill. The fat crackled and sputtered enticingly, and he closed his eyes to savor the seductive aroma drifting through the air. Just the smell alone is completely different from cultured meat. This is amazing. Catching the irresistible scent, Doji the pig was so ravenous that hearts practically appeared in his eyes, drool pouring down in streams as he prepared to charge in for a bite. The main character immediately stopped him in a stern voice. "No way, that's the goddess's portion." Standing nearby, Ari could only sigh in exasperation. "Oh dear, look at that pig. He just ate and now he wants more." But when she glanced over at the ginseng goddess standing motionless, her face dark with a murderous aura, Ari trembled as she suddenly realized, it seems the food isn't enough. Ari reminded him that the goddess might be hungry. Chasu hurriedly replied, "Almost done, please wait just a moment, goddess." He carefully presented the steaming hot piece of meat. "Here, please eat first, goddess. It's hot, so be careful." However, instead of enjoying it, the goddess furiously swatted the meat away with her leaves. "Not this, I told you not to go." The main character stared blankly at the meat lying on the ground, worrying to himself, could the meat have gone bad? Surely she isn't actually angry. "I just bought it not long ago." To check, he tasted a piece himself. Although the flavor was quite good, he still felt a tinge of disappointment that it didn't leave as strong an impression as when he ate the apples. He misunderstood once again. So that's why the goddess wouldn't eat it. The flavor must not be good enough. Meanwhile, the ginseng goddess was screaming inside her mind, begging him not to step into danger. Don't go, I told you not to go, you're my disciple. Please listen to me." The NPC was weeping in her heart, while the main character was busy playing food critic. Seeing the goddess looking sad, the main character gently consoled her. "I'll find better meat for you, goddess. Please be patient." His promise left Ari and Doji clinging to each other in tears, terrified for what their fate would be. Around midnight, while the two little familiars were so absorbed in eating that they had passed out cold from being overstuffed, Chasu quietly packed his gear and prepared to set out. The ginseng goddess could only watch his retreating figure with overwhelming worry. The main character stopped before a shimmering wall of light, and he was stunned to recognize this as the boundary of the block. Even from a distance, the scenery beyond appeared seamless and continuous. But the moment his hand touched it, the space rippled in a strange, unsettling way. Right away, a system panel appeared, asking him whether he wished to travel to Block 35 and 10E. Chasu agreed without hesitation, yes, let's go. The instant he stepped across the boundary, the storm lantern in his hand abruptly went dark, leaving him momentarily startled. Strange noises rang out one after another, and then a blinding flash of light suddenly burst forth, transporting the main character into an entirely new space. He looked around in a daze, realizing he was standing in the middle of a dense forest, completely different from the desolate wasteland where he had been. The frantic flapping of wings shattered the silence. The main character was horrified to see a pitch-black cloud rushing toward him from the distance. It was a swarm of giant insects with blazing red eyes, attacking in a wild frenzy, leaving him only enough time to gasp in shock. Faced with the savagery of these monsters, he could only run for dear life. Oh god, what kind of insects are those? Even though he drew his sickle to fight back. Their tiny size combined with their blistering speed made it incredibly difficult for the main character to land a hit. They were too small, almost impossible to slash accurately. Realizing the situation was dire, he decided he had to retreat at once. But just as his hand brushed the boundary wall to pull back, those familiar dark shadows suddenly rose up from the ground. He was shocked to recognize them as the immortal goblins he had been hunting all along. Ah, the immortal goblins, what are they doing here? However, instead of charging into attack, they looked at him with strangely curious eyes, friendly emoji-like symbols popping up around them. The main character wondered in astonishment, could it be that you've come here to protect me? The goblins growled, asserting that the right to kill him belonged solely to them, and so they would fight alongside him to drive off the swarm of insects. The immortal goblins immediately threw themselves into the chaotic battle, using their strength to overwhelm the swarm and gradually wipe the insects out. Witnessing this rare spectacle, the main character couldn't help but marvel. Oh wow, the immortal goblins are sweeping the bugs clean. Recognizing this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he poured all his strength into a decisive slash to clear a path forward. He quickly bolted away, telling himself he had to seize this chance and pull back first. The main character vaulted across the boundary and tumbled onto the grassy ground. His breath was ragged from having narrowly escaped a deadly disaster, and just as he was beginning to collect himself, a system notification suddenly appeared. Tip: slay mature monsters to earn bonus points. He paused, puzzled about these bonus points, and then he realized a stunning truth. All the points from the monsters slain by the immortal goblins were being credited directly to him. Standing outside the combat yet still raking in full EXP, the textbook definition of legal grinding. A devious smile slowly spread across the main character's face as he realized this place was, in essence, a colossal gold mine of points. Watching the immortal goblins fighting frenziedly to protect him, he silently dubbed them the regulars he just couldn't bring himself to hate. As the dark entities gradually faded into nothingness, the main character stood gazing at the pile of spoils with sheer exhilaration, completely captivated by rewards this irresistibly tempting. Meanwhile, back at the company headquarters, the atmosphere had grown incredibly grim. Sujin slumped over her desk, buried under a mountain of complaint forms, and she felt like she was losing her mind because the baseless rumors about Emperor Apples had crossed every conceivable line. Ryu Huan wasn't faring any better. He slammed his fist on the desk and shouted out an order. From this moment on, all commentary regarding Emperor Apples was strictly forbidden. Don't answer any more inquiry calls or interview requests, and respond to every single question with nothing but silence and indifference. Sujin worried aloud, asking whether such an approach might throw everything into chaos, but Ryu Huan remained absolutely resolute. Of course it would work. Even with a blade pressed to your throat, you must never breathe a word. He insisted that this nosy crowd needed to be taught a proper lesson. Suddenly, Sujin pointed a trembling finger behind him. Senior, about what you just said, if there really were a blade pressed to your throat, what exactly would you do? Ryu Huan still assumed she was joking around, so he snapped irritably, dismissing her words as utter nonsense. He turned around, ready to scold Sujin for daring to scare him, but his smirk vanished in an instant when he saw a razor-sharp blade had already come to rest against his neck. A low, pressure-laden voice rang out, "My apologies for startling you. This is just a gentle little greeting, nothing more." Ryu Huan was so stunned that every drop of color drained from his face when he realized the man standing right behind him was none other than the sword saint, Rohan. He stammered, unable to comprehend how the swordsman had managed to slip all the way inside. Rohan coldly revealed that the previous director had been so tight-lipped it had cost him considerable effort to track him down, and he sincerely hoped Ryu Huan wouldn't be following down that same disastrous path. The swordsman pressed his palm hard against the desk. His razor-sharp eyes radiated pure killing intent, locking onto the trembling manager as he growled out the question, "Where is the man who grows the Emperor Apples right now?" Ryu Huan stammered, barely able to draw breath. "Well, that matter, you see." Then, in a sudden cowardly move, he ducked behind Sujin, roughly shoving the young woman forward and barking, "Go on, you explain it." Sujin was utterly stunned by her senior's despicable behavior. She shrieked in indignation, "Are you kidding me right now? Why on earth are you hiding behind me, senior?" Ignoring his subordinate's fury, Ryu Huan continued whimpering and making excuses, claiming nobody could possibly have anticipated that a sword saint would actually bring a real blade all the way out here. Sujin could only let out a weary sigh, realizing that not a single one of the seniors here was worthy of her trust. Composing herself, she looked Rohan straight in the eye and stated her position clearly. If you've already met our boss, then you should know, please let us run our company in peace. Our delivery service never sells customer information. Sujin's ironclad declaration ratcheted the tension in the room to its absolute peak. Even though her body was trembling from sheer terror, she fought to hold firm to her professional principles. Rohan pondered for a long moment before quietly murmuring, "So that's how it is." He coldly announced that he had originally intended to settle this matter peacefully, but it seemed that option was no longer on the table. The instant he started to draw his sword, Sujin and Ryu Huan could only cling to each other and sob in utter despair. They wailed through their tears, "We're going to die. Please don't kill us." A thunderous crash shook the entire room as the sword blade plunged straight down into the floor, mere inches in front of the two of them. The protagonist muttered something about the Eastern River area before calmly turning his back and walking away, leaving Sujin and Ryu Huan staring after him in dazed confusion. The swordsman declared with finality that he would track down his target using his own intuition. Ryu Huan could only manage to blurt out in shock, "What did he just say?" Sujin gazed blankly after his retreating figure, then wondered aloud, "Intuition? What does he mean by that?" Ryu Huan, standing beside her, mused thoughtfully and explained that the life of a sword saint was completely different from that of an ordinary person, and he had heard this young man had resolved countless predicaments using nothing but that razor-sharp intuition. Sujin still couldn't shake her skepticism, asking herself whether someone in this world could truly possess such an extraordinary ability. Night fell, and beneath the perfectly round full moon, a solitary door stood towering across the desolate wasteland. Wu Chansu waited with the little mouse Hamdun perched on his shoulder. He glanced anxiously toward the entrance and muttered, "He still hasn't shown up." The protagonist recalled Sujin's earlier panicked warning that the sword saint would soon be paying a visit to this block, and that thought left him deeply uneasy, because it had sounded so urgent. He silently wondered whether a figure of the sword saint's caliber would be bound by the same travel restrictions as ordinary folks, considering that even a simple parcel took 2 full days to reach its destination. Suddenly a system notification chimed, announcing that someone had entered this block. He startled, his eyes flashing with sharp vigilance. "Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. He's finally here." The young man held his breath as he watched the door radiate a soft, hazy blue light through the silent expanse. And yet, after waiting for some time, the door remained perfectly still, and not a single soul stepped through. He stood there bewildered, asking himself, is it glitched? Because by all conventional logic, every visitor was required to pass through this one and only entrance. He hurriedly checked the system control panel hovering in midair and realized this didn't appear to be a technical malfunction. A wave of unease washed over him, and the protagonist told himself it would be wise to scout the surroundings, just to guard against the unexpected. He hesitantly stepped into the dark forest, his eyes constantly scanning the bushes around him. Suddenly, the young man froze in his tracks. What was that? A blinding white pillar of light came crashing down right in front of the young man, carrying a terrifying, oppressive force. He was stunned to realize that the sword saint had not entered through the standard portal at all. The man had ripped open the very boundaries of the block. Was such a thing even possible? From within the imposing rift in space, a man with brilliant red hair and a long sword in his grip strolled out leisurely. Could that be the sword Saint Rohan? The young man wondered to himself. Without missing a beat, Rohan shattered the tense atmosphere with a direct, point-blank question. "Are you the one who grows the emperor apples?" The protagonist hurriedly confirmed his identity. "You must be Rohan, right? I'm Wu Chansu, so what brings you all the way out here?" The sword saint looked him over and confirmed that he had found the right place. His sole purpose in coming was simply to buy apples. Faced with such bluntness, the young man hesitantly asked how many he wanted to purchase. The other man's reply nearly made the protagonist topple over backward. 100 or 200 apples, if possible. He cried out in shock that such a number was completely out of the question. 250 at the absolute maximum. That's our hard limit. Watching the sword saint's face suddenly fall into a gloomy, deeply disappointed expression, he couldn't help but wonder in confusion whether this legendary hero was genuinely heartbroken over a shortage of apples. Turning to the matter of payment, the young man hesitantly asked, "So what about the price? I know it's 200,000 gold per apple, but we don't offer any packaging service out here." Rohan replied with complete composure that it was no problem at all, since he was already well aware that was the sky-high price tag at the department store. The protagonist began to waver in his decision, secretly weighing whether he should push himself to produce a full 100 apples after all. Together, the two of them made their way deeper into the orchard beneath the soft, hazy moonlight. He stole glances at his companion and couldn't help but admire the absolute composure of a sword saint, since the man's expression hadn't shifted in the slightest from the moment he arrived. And yet, on closer inspection, the young man suddenly noticed that his guest was gazing at the apples with such intense longing that he was practically drooling. The protagonist gently repeated himself for confirmation. As I mentioned, 50 apples, is that alright? Seeing the swordsman give a slight nod of agreement, he immediately got to work. He stretched his hand toward the ancient tree, channeling his power to activate the skill blessing of prosperity, and a brilliant green energy erupted from his palm, spreading out to envelop the entire orchard. Under the influence of the skill, plump red apples began to ripen, weighing down every branch with abundant fruit. He turned to the sword saint and said, "I need to harvest the apples now. Please give me just a moment." But Rohan suddenly drew his sword, his gaze turning ice cold. "Please step back." Before the protagonist could even process what was happening, the sword saint had already shot forward like a gust of wind. A top-tier display of swordsmanship unfolded right before his eyes. Every single apple that fell was caught precisely into his bag with flawless accuracy. Watching this harvest performed entirely through swordsmanship, the boy could only stand frozen, thinking that this level of cool was simply unmatched in the world. Right after that, the system reported a massive sum of 10 million gold had been received. He was still standing there dumbfounded, sickle in hand, when the other man had already raised his travel pass and coldly declared that he would return next time. Seeing his savior about to leave, the protagonist hurriedly called out after him to wait. He was secretly worried about the insects from the previous block and the dangers lurking in the next one, so the idea sprang up to have the sword saint accompany him for support, especially since the man could even pass through for free. He cautiously eased into the conversation asking, "Are you interested in any other types of produce? I grew them myself, I'm sure you'll like them." The boy enthusiastically pitched that the potatoes were delicious, but Rohan answered flatly that he did not like them. The protagonist continued to offer sweet potatoes and then black beans, but the response he received was still a brutal rejection of "truly do not like them, then I'll be on my way." Watching the other man's back fade into the distance, he panicked, realizing that if he let him leave now, every plan of his would be finished. "Apples," the boy shouted loudly, causing the sword saint's footsteps to halt instantly. Seeing that he had caught the man's attention, he quickly threw out a tempting bait. "I'll give you more apples." Although the protagonist felt this sword saint was a little strange, he believed the man was not a bad person. The boy honestly laid out his predicament. "Actually, in order to supply Emperor apples on a stable basis, I need to claim one more block, so I'd like to ask for your help. I'll pay you in apples, Mr. Rohan." The atmosphere suddenly turned heavy, and Rohan's silence with his darkened expression made him start to worry, wondering whether his request had been too much. The sword saint softly muttered, "Stable supply, huh?" After a long moment of consideration, the man quietly held up 2 fingers with absolute decisiveness. The protagonist hesitantly asked back to confirm, "So does that mean you want 20? Receiving a confirming nod from the other man, an apple-based protection contract was officially established. Wasting no time, the sword saint swung his sword to break the block boundary. The boy scrambled after him, unable to hold back his amazement at the man's terrifying speed, and he genuinely did not expect the two of them to reach the destination so quickly. Looking at the steady back of his guide, the protagonist quietly wondered just how strong the other man really was, whether he truly was an undefeated war god. The moment he set foot on the new patch of land, the boy clearly felt how fertile this place was, completely different from the barren state of his own block. He struggled to walk through muddy puddles, groaning softly with discomfort and regret for not preparing a decent pair of boots. Seeing the sword saint still pressing forward calmly, the protagonist asked with concern, "Are you alright, Mr. Rohan?" Suddenly a sharp dark shadow lunged out without warning. Coming from the bushes, it left the boy stunned and shouting loudly, "A monster!" In that hair-trigger moment, the other man, fast as lightning, grabbed his shirt and yanked him back, saving the protagonist from the treacherous pounce of the monster hidden deep within the forest. The sword saint immediately stepped in front of the boy and warned, "Stay behind me, it's dangerous." As he picked himself up, he silently thought to himself that this sword saint was actually the most dangerous thing around here. Looking at the bizarre creature with sharp fangs and vines coiled around it standing before him, the protagonist wondered whether it really was a monster, since it looked more like a plant despite its ferocious appearance. The boy calmly stepped forward and reassured him, "It's fine, Mr. Rohan. After all, this is the block I'm going to manage." A system notification popped up suggesting he could activate a hidden skill. The protagonist flashed a confident smile and clearly stated, "Leave it to me." Immediately, the skill Blessing of Prosperity was activated, releasing a brilliant green stream of energy along with drifting leaves that wrapped around the surrounding space. Meanwhile, Sujin was struggling to walk through the soggy terrain, her heart aching as she watched her precious winged sandals get smeared with mud. She could not help but complain about how every visit here left her drenched and miserable, especially since she could not open her own teleportation gate. With that, Sujin stomped down hard and shot up into the sky to quickly search for any sign of Chansu, going on a mission that felt more like combat with the extreme weather. The moment she spotted her friend, the boy excitedly called out, "Hey Sujin." The girl happily started to respond, then suddenly froze. Her eyes went wide with disbelief as she took in a sight she could hardly believe. Right before her, the imposing and majestic sword saint was now kneeling down to the ground, repeatedly patting the grass softly with his hand, his face set in deep focus and utter seriousness. She stammered, "What is going on? What on earth is this bizarre scene?" Watching the sword saint behave so strangely, as if doting on a pet, the girl could only clutch her head in confusion, wondering what on earth had happened here. Spotting Sujin, the protagonist scratched his head and explained with an awkward smile, "Didn't you tell me I should claim the neighboring blocks? I figured I'd claim one and watch over yours at the same time." The girl immediately shouted in protest, "That's not what I meant." She pulled the boy aside and whispered with deep worry, "No, why are you traveling with that guy?" He started to defend himself. "Well, actually," after everything had been cleaned up, the boy turned with a smile and said, "Finally done, you've been waiting a while, haven't you?" The other man kept his cold, emotionless expression, dropping just a single curt word, "Apples." Seeing the protagonist look bewildered, the sword saint added an explanation, "I'm curious about the flavor of the apples grown here." He glanced around the damp forest and answered awkwardly, "But there's no soil here to plant trees. Every spot is just a puddle." The goal was apples only, but the journey had turned into an agricultural survey tour. Rohan said nothing at all. He swung his sword in a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering slash, sweeping clean every puddle of mud and obstacle in the blink of an eye. Witnessing that overwhelming power, the boy gaped in shock, silently marveling that so this was what being cool actually felt like. Recognizing the sword saint's enthusiastic help, protagonist smiled and offered, "We'll probably be seeing each other often, so feel free to speak casually with me." He immediately placed his hand on the sapling within the freshly claimed block, and the system panel lit up brightly, announcing that the skill blessing of prosperity had been deployed. The protagonist scratched his head as he explained the whole story, but Sujin could only stand frozen with a face full of confusion. Inside her head she was screaming, "What kind of situation is this? I don't understand a thing." As the two of them walked past a massive ancient tree trunk, Sujin asked curiously, "And this here is the apple tree, right?" She suddenly froze, raising a hand to cover her nose as she squinted. There was a strange smell in the air. "No, scratch that, an overwhelmingly strange smell." Chansu casually replied, "Yeah, it is a little out of the ordinary, isn't it?" He explained that thanks to the unique environment of this place, these apples carried a flavor and aroma twice as intense as the regular kind. Since the taste shifted depending on where the growth points were applied, the protagonist was still in the testing phase. He eagerly held up the plump red apple, which was radiating a streak of deep purple aura, right in front of her face, and asked if she wanted a taste. Sujin recoiled in horror, pinching her nose and waving him off. "What kind of apple has a purple aura? Like a bugged rare item from a video game." Her gaze suddenly landed on the pile of plant monster carcasses scattered across the ground. So these were the carnivorous plants he had just hunted down. Chansu looked puzzled and asked, "That's what they're called." Sujin then explained that this was a monster with habits similar to an ostrich, only moving at night and notoriously difficult to capture. She picked up a vial filled with a vibrant pink liquid, examined it carefully, then murmured that the condition was excellent. But why was the quality this good? Even after being hunted, the monster still met laboratory standards. She turned to confirm, asking whether Okansu had hunted this entire batch single-handedly. After receiving a nod, she wondered if Sword Saint Rohan had assisted, and whether there had been any trouble. Suddenly Sujin lunged forward and grabbed his arm with terrifying force, making his bones crack and creak under the pressure. Her face turned thrilled and downright frightening. "So naturally you're going to sell every single one of these, right?" "This isn't my specialty, but the value is sky high." He howled in tearful agony, "I'll sell them, I'll sell them, I'll sell every last one." A long while later, the protagonist finally cradled his numb arm and groaned. Thank goodness it wasn't broken. Behind him, Sujin was dancing around in pure ecstasy, hooting woohoo in celebration. Watching his back as he chatted with Rohan, Sujin fell into deep thought. She realized this young man was not only a skilled fighter, but also remarkably gifted at cultivation. And on top of that, he even had a sword saint right by his side. From the very first moment they met, he had completely defied every notion of what was ordinary. But deep down she felt genuinely glad to have crossed paths with someone like him. Sujin was lost in a daydream, picturing the apples and the heap of carnivorous plants bringing in massive profits over the harvests to come. Her excitement was cut short when Okansu called out her name. She snapped back to reality, flustered, and asked what was up. He requested the supplies she had ordered earlier, saying he wanted to plant insect-repelling crops and build a new house before setting off. Sujin hurriedly rummaged through her pack and handed over the bags of seeds along with a construction toolkit. Her dream of striking it rich got yanked right back into the grind of speed loading the base camp wagon. He told her to wait a moment, then immediately got to work on construction. After a flurry of construction sounds, a sturdy mobile home for explorers had risen up beside the ancient tree. Not stopping there, he immediately sowed seeds, causing an entire field of insect-repelling chrysanthemums, mint and catnip to bloom in the blink of an eye. Sujin stared at the scene before her in shock, telling herself that using a construction kit she could understand, but growing full-sized plants instantly was just bizarre. She looked at him with eyes full of suspicion. Who in the world is this guy? Noticing her stare, he asked uneasily what was wrong. He had finished building a house and reshaped the entire ecosystem in one go. Pure survival architecture speedrun energy. Even though the temple still looked shabby, today was a historic day for the protagonist. Standing before the ginseng goddess and her familiars Ari Doji and Hamden as witnesses, he decided to take a major step forward. The system notification window popped up asking whether he wanted to purchase ownership of this block, and he decisively chose to accept. The system immediately confirmed that Block 36 Henei had officially been merged into the Prosperity Block. He jumped up to celebrate in pure excitement alongside his tiny familiars. After 10 days of perseverance, due to the limit of buying only 10 tokens per day, he had finally become the official owner of a piece of land worth 100 tokens, paid for entirely out of his own pocket. Looking at the map, the system displayed absolute ownership rights. He smiled faintly with pride, telling himself that in the real world he could only afford a tiny single room, yet here he was now lording over a vast stretch of land in this otherworldly realm. The feeling was deeply satisfying. Now that he officially owned the block, he eagerly explored the newly unlocked features, the most important being the block attribute system, an element that depended entirely on the nature of the land under his management. Looking at the tiny goddess perched on his shoulder, he realized that according to the guidelines, this block was already a perfect match for her. Faced with two choices, growth or death, he silently thought he could not afford to slack off for even a second, and decided on growth since it seemed the better option, plus it would help the goddess develop quickly. A ding rang out, signaling that the growth attribute had been granted to Block 36N10E. He cast his eyes around and muttered that the grass looked greener now, even though nothing else had changed all that noticeably yet. But seeing his familiars Ari, Doji, and Handel clinging to the goddess with the most adorable expressions, he felt deeply content. He told himself that maybe since the attribute was still only at level 1, the effect was not yet pronounced, but this system would surely allow for upgrades down the line. He kept the system window open to check the detailed effects, like plant growth, animals, and skills, but then the smile on his lips suddenly froze solid. He was so shocked his jaw dropped. Monster growth was on the list. The notification line stating that monsters would also benefit from this attribute sent a chill straight down his spine. That night, as he strolled through the dark forest with a sickle slung over his shoulder, he realized this powerful attribute always came with both good news and bad news in equal measure. The bad news was that the immortal goblins were now also receiving the growth effect, making their forms larger, fiercer, and more terrifying, with eyes that glowed brightly in the dark. The good news, however, was that with his current strength, he found he was still fully capable of keeping the situation under control, turning the monster's growth into an opportunity to rack up bonus points for himself. After cleaning everything up, he let out a relieved sigh and strolled away, while behind him, a mysterious figure with a sword in hand was silently tracking his every move. He was surprised to find that Rohan had appeared out of nowhere, and when he hurriedly greeted him, he received the brief reply that he had just arrived. He reminded the man that the two of them had agreed to drop the formal honorifics, but the sword saint admitted he was still not used to this casual way of addressing each other. Guessing the purpose of the visit, he asked point blank whether Rohan had already polished off the apples he had just bought. The other man clarified that there were still some left, but he could not help worrying since it had been less than a week since the second batch. He silently wondered whether this sword saint might keel over and die from eating too many apples, even imagining a sensational news headline about the absurd death of a legend who chowed down on 10 apples a day. He asked how many were needed this time, and the answer was once again, the more the better. He informed Rohan that due to the block's new attribute, the apple flavor had changed slightly, and offered him a free taste to see if it was still to his liking. After a moment of consideration, the sword saint gave a small nod of agreement. Meanwhile, in a corner of the forest bathed in golden sunlight, a peaceful afternoon was unfolding. The ginseng goddess, along with the trio of Ari, Doji, and Hamden, were enjoying an incredibly happy and relaxing picnic together over a spread of delicious food. The scene was truly serene, but would they still be smiling once the next event began to unfold? Unfamiliar footsteps suddenly drew near, and the atmosphere shifted entirely in an instant, the moment he caught sight of the group of familiars gathered out in the middle of the grass. He shouted in alarm, "Goddess, why are you all out here?" He could not help worrying when he saw them suddenly leave their safe hiding place and appear right in front of a stranger. Meanwhile, the goddess and her familiars were trembling as they stared at the unfamiliar man accompanying the protagonist. They could feel an ominous premonition radiating from the stranger's presence. Even Ari, the chick, was horrified, wondering whether this guy might be a butcher who had come to turn him into dinner. The instant Rohan slowly drew his sword from its sheath, the little chick let out a scream of absolute terror. The sword saint stared down at the tiny creatures with dark, razor-sharp eyes, then suddenly remarked that he was very fortunate. What a fascinating set of pets he had. Seeing the man abruptly draw his sword, he panicked and shouted out, "Hold on, Rohan." He clutched his familiars tightly, squeezing his eyes shut as he braced for what was coming. But the only thing that came raining down was a downpour of plumpered apples. Once he snapped back to his senses, he realized the sword saint was simply harvesting apples for him in the most brutal way imaginable. He frowned and grumbled, asking if a heads-up would have killed the man, all while staring at his counterpart's utterly indifferent expression. He silently noted that Rohan still had no idea about the goddess's true identity, since he was just calling them pets. The sword saint suddenly spoke up, asking about the growth attributes of this block, then dropped an unexpected proposal. "Let me stay here, and I'll pay you while I train." He stood there stunned and asked back, "Huh, you'll pay me?" The moment he heard the word salary, the tense atmosphere instantly shifted into a startup negotiation. He swallowed nervously and pressed for the figure, asking just how much the man had in mind. His counterpart looked him dead in the eye and laid out a very specific number: 9,929 coins per month. The staggering figure left him so shocked he froze on the spot, while his familiars toppled over in sheer disbelief. In an instant, his eyes lit up with dollar signs, and he grabbed Rohan's hand in a tight shake, while cheering with pure excitement. "Welcome aboard, VP customer." The protagonist's over-the-top enthusiasm left Ari doji and Handel staring in absolute astonishment. He silently realized that all the Apple money he'd earned up to now was mere pocket change compared to this juicy paycheck. He smiled so happily that tears welled up, feeling like he'd just struck an actual gold mine. From farmer to CEO, recruiting a full-time sword saint in a single handshake. As thrilled as he was, he still nervously asked again just to be sure. He started imagining the terrifying power of a swordsman, worrying that during training Rohan might accidentally cleave the heavens and earth in two or shatter everything around them. But his counterpart coldly replied that nothing of the sort would happen. He then asked whether any monsters might be transferred over here, to which Rohan declared he didn't have the spare points to bother with such a hassle. The sword saint's only request was a small corner of space where he could focus on training, and hearing how modest the demand was actually made him doubt the man's true level of danger. He still harbored a bit of skepticism, asking if that was really all it took. Receiving a firm confirming nod, he let out a sigh of relief. "Well then, that works just fine." But suddenly he changed his tone. "Actually, beyond the money, there's one more thing I want. I'd like to ask Rohanim for protection." He realized that the nature of this other world was incredibly harsh, where conflict could erupt at any moment without warning. If he could secure Rohan, one of the strongest beings in the world, as his backer, then nothing would bring him greater peace of mind. Although 1 million coins was a hefty sum, he still calculated cautiously in his head for the sake of his future. Deep down, he told himself that he absolutely had to become a returner. His counterpart pondered for a moment before laying out a condition. If you boost my skill growth efficiency, then I'll consider it." He immediately seized the opportunity, eagerly throwing out a sweet deal. "I'll boost it by 50,000 points a day and throw in 10 extra apples." The sword saint still seemed quite interested in the local specialty fruit and asked further, "Can the apples be purchased separately?" He nodded in confirmation. Yeah, of course, but inwardly couldn't help wondering as he watched the man's hungry expression, just how many do you eat in a single day? Hidden behind the bushes, the doji and Ari duo trembled as they watched the negotiation unfold. The little chick Ari worried to himself, "Peep peep, what on earth is he saying?" Meanwhile, Doji was equally suspicious. "Oink oink oink oink, looks like he's actually living with that guy now." Paying no mind to his familiar's anxiety, he turned around and reassured them with a radiant smile. "The swordsman will protect us. Surely the goddess will be pleased too." But what answered his enthusiasm was the sight of the ginseng goddess, and the two familiars looking utterly dejected. Team morale on the home front had shifted to flat-out disbelief in their master's choice. He stared blankly at the group's pitiful state and asked, "Are you all just shy or something?" He pulled Rohan closer to introduce him. "Would you like to greet them? They're my envoys." The piglet Doji and chick Ari were so shocked their eyes rolled back, sweat pouring down them like a waterfall as the legendary sword saint stood right before their eyes. He kept urging them carelessly, "Come on now, you all have to say hello." The sword saint looked down at the tiny creatures with razor-sharp eyes, and a presence dripping with pressure, instantly turning the atmosphere into something bone-chillingly cold. Utterly horrified by the new guest's killing intent, the goddess and the familiars all screamed in unison and bolted at full speed to find somewhere to hide. He could only force out an awkward laugh at their over-the-top reaction. "Looks like they're really shy around strangers, haha," and right after that, he resumed his serious demeanor, looked Rohan straight in the eye, and stated clearly, "By the way, Rohan, I have my first request." The two of them began making their way to block 35 and 9E. an area known as the land of carnivorous plant entities, walking through a stretch of muddy waters. He glanced over at Rohan, who was casually munching on an apple, and inwardly remarked, "Hooked on apples again, I see." He pulled up the system control panel and excitedly mapped out his plan to expand his territory. "If I buy out the ownership of this block too, it'll turn into a rich resource zone." The very moment the official ownership confirmation notification appeared, the Sword Saint had already coldly drawn his blade from its sheath, ready for a fresh sweeping operation. "Something's there." He stared blankly and asked, "What's over there?" A strange rustling sound rang out from the bushes, putting both of them on alert. But what stepped out from the flower thicket was a small black cat, rolling around with the most adorable demeanor. Chasu told himself that no creature aside from Hamden had ever appeared in this otherworld zone, so the animal in front of him had to be some kind of monster as well. Watching the black cat lying there enjoying the peaceful scene, he silently thought it really didn't seem dangerous at all. Seeing how it was far gentler and more adorable than he'd imagined, the protagonist decided to crouch down beside this mysterious creature. He gently stroked its sleek black fur, and the cat half closed its eyes, soaking in the friendly head pat. But in a split second, its eyes suddenly rolled back in pure horror. He clutched his chest with trembling hands, telling himself he had nearly lost his life beneath the claws of this freakish creature. Right at that moment, the system rang out with a chillingly cold notification. The young man stared in shock at the control panel that materialized before him. A line of glowing green text flashed up announcing the news. "An unrighteous envoy has officially declared war on Block 35-9E. Watching the cat snarl menacingly, the protagonist broke into a cold sweat and wondered, could it really have declared war just because of one slip of the hand? He turned to ask Rohan whether this cat was the unrighteous envoy, but the Sword Saint coldly replied, "What are you suddenly babbling about?" He sank into despair upon realizing he had unwittingly brought down disaster all because of one unauthorized touch. Imagining a life-or-death duel against this creature, the young man felt his anxiety choke the breath right out of him. But Rohan quickly clarified that it wasn't that cat, explaining that once war was declared, the enemy would definitely come through the boundary of the block. And the most horrifying thing the Sword Saint revealed was the upcoming opponent would be a human being. He was so stunned that every drop of color drained from his face. A real person. He trembled at the cruel reality. Monsters are one thing, but I have to kill a human. Faced with the protagonist's hesitation, Rohan calmly affirmed, "Yes, you can kill them." Seeing that he still hadn't shaken off the shock, the Sword Saint added another icy line, "If they're unrighteous, then killing them is fair game." All he could do was silently look at Rohan and shudder at the chillingly resolute attitude. Rohan bluntly explained that the unrighteous would respawn at the sanctuary. The young man stunned asked back, "Respawn like a save point in a game?" Receiving a confirming nod, he couldn't help but seethe at the unfairness of it all. While others lose everything from a single misstep, those bastards get to come back to life, which is exactly why they act so recklessly. He gathered every ounce of resolve and turned to Rohan with fire in his eyes, asking, "Can you help me fight?" The Sword Saint casually replied, "Sure, if you need me to." "Well then, let's get going," the protagonist declared firmly. In an instant, a dazzling green energy vortex erupted, tearing open a massive teleportation gate in the depths of the forest. From within that beam of light, a battalion of skeleton soldiers draped in tattered cloaks marched out with imposing strides. They carried with them an aura of death that smothered the entire space around them. A man holding a megaphone bellowed for the grower of the Emperor Apple to show himself. Behind him stood his ferocious-looking henchman, lying in wait, eager to start trouble. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Golden Lotus, Sujin sat slumped on the long couch, her face heavy with exhaustion and brooding thoughts. She replayed her earlier conversation with Rohan in her mind, recalling how she had said she wasn't familiar with it and only asked because she wondered, but was that thing really so special? The young woman quietly recalled the scene of the protagonist's earlier battle. She realized he was a powerhouse who had been personally acknowledged by the Sword Saint himself. She couldn't help wondering how a young barely past his 20s could be a master of swordsmanship, while also possessing such an extreme expertise in agriculture. The image of Chasu, his eyes cold and sharp as a brilliant green stream of energy radiated from the hand gripping his sickle, rose up before her in all its commanding majesty. Sujin pondered deeply over his true identity, telling herself that if he came from the second or third great resurgence, rather than through rejuvenation, it made no sense at all. So perhaps the secret lay in some kind of holy relic. Those were items crafted by gods for their chosen ones, or relics left behind by deceased deities, allowing the wielder to borrow the authority of that god. However, if one wasn't compatible with the deity, wielding such a holy relic would be incredibly difficult. Sujin tugged at her hair and let out a helpless sigh, completely unable to make sense of it all. Worn out, she collapsed onto the sofa, her heart heavy with worry over what might come next, and the thought of the protagonist suddenly living together with the sword master made her feel as though everything was slipping out of control. At that very moment, a man wearing glasses appeared. With his scholarly demeanor, he stepped closer, startling her into stunned amazement. Sujin trembled beneath his razor-sharp gaze, which felt every bit like a threat. She panicked inwardly, wondering why he was striding so boldly straight toward her. Before she could react, the man abruptly reached out and snatched the test tube she was holding in her hand. Sujin realized it was the sap from the carnivorous plant she had just brought back from the protagonist's place. The man was the Grand Alchemist Hong Un-soo, and he suddenly cried out in fervent excitement, demanding to know where on earth she had found this stuff. His sudden outburst left Sujin so stunned that she could only stand frozen, her face contorting as tears welled up because she had no idea how to explain herself, while inside her heart she screamed in despair, "What now?" A dazzling green vortex of energy abruptly erupted in midair, signaling the arrival of the invaders. Back in the forest, Chasu and Rohan had already noticed the uninvited guests. Hidden behind a thicket and observing carefully, the protagonist whispered anxiously, asking Rohan if they had come to scout, but the Sword Saint, calmly munching on an apple, simply tossed out an indifferent "who knows." A wildly absurd vision suddenly flashed through his mind, picturing these undead as a modern civilization armed with heavy firearms. The thought made him break out in a cold sweat. The young man's focus was quickly snapped back when the leader bellowed through his megaphone for the grower of the Emperor Apple to come out. The commander stepped into the swampy ground, scowling in irritation as his boots became caked with mud, grumbling about why it had to be a wetland of all places. He kept urging through the megaphone in a heavily affected tone, telling the grower to come out so the two sides could mutually benefit. Watching from a distance, the protagonist couldn't help but marvel at the enemy's carelessness, wondering what was going on and why they showed no defense whatsoever. Rohan calmly explained that perhaps because they were too strong, they had grown arrogant enough to do whatever they pleased. And although the protagonist was frustrated by how little intel they had on the enemy, he realized he still had a rock-solid backup. His gaze drifted toward the Sword Saint. The man still radiated the aura of a true master amid the dazzling scenery. The young man flashed a quietly confident smile, telling himself that no matter how bad the situation got, things would turn out fine because he had placed all his faith in the Sword Saint beside him, the kind of faith that practically meant entrusting his entire life to the boss. The protagonist resolutely gripped his sickle and stepped out from his hiding place, leaving the leader to gape in confusion, wondering what was wrong with him and whether he had really come alone. Facing the entire invading army, he strode forward boldly. His hand tightened around the handle of the worn old sickle, which was radiating a brilliant stream of green spiritual energy. The leader glared at him with eyes full of irritation, raised his megaphone, and roared, asking if he was the master of this place, and to stop wasting time and bring the Emperor Apple out at once. The young man maintained his composure, his eyes silently observing the enemy, and he noticed that they weren't summoning any new undead, nor showing signs of preparing a long-range attack. Seeing him remain silent, one of the underlings standing beside the skeletons sneered, asking if he couldn't see they outnumbered him, and what exactly he planned to do with that beat-up old scythe. The commander snarled in anger, declaring that they were the apostles of the god of negation, the ones who specialized in tormenting others to death. Yet the only response to such a threat was a deeply sarcastic smile from the protagonist, who casually shot back that he had been worried since they were the largest faction. But as it turned out, they were nothing more than a band of thugs leaning on their connection. Even though he knew the god of negation was a force far beyond him, he was full of confidence because the Sword Saint stood right behind him as his backup. The leader gritted his teeth, his face turning purple, and snapped that this was his final chance and to bring the Emperor Apple out right this instant. No, the young man cut him off with a remarkably naive question, suggesting that if he wanted to eat apples he should head to a department store, so why come pick a fight in a place like this? The commander's fury had reached its peak, and through gritted teeth he snarled, asking if he was ready to face the consequences. The protagonist remained utterly unfazed, looked the enemy dead in the eye, and casually delivered an icy line about how he sure asked a lot of questions, and if he was looking for someone who could answer all of them, he should go home and ask his mother. Seeing the man's face suddenly darken with shock, the young man jolted, realizing he had just let his tongue slip, and quickly waved his hands in apology, stammering that surely his mother wasn't in this world, right? This clumsy attempt at clarification was nothing short of pouring oil on the fire, leaving even the underlings behind their leader stunned, convinced that their boss had just been gravely insulted. The young man scrambled to defend himself in panic as a fierce killing intent surged into the air, blurting out, "Wait, no." He insisted that wasn't what he meant. What he meant was that there was no way she would have been transported to the same world. That's all he meant, and the same went for him too. But it was already too late. The commander roared in a mad fury, screaming for them to kill him. Back at the office, the Grand Alchemist Hong Un-soo drew close to Sujin, his eyes filled with probing scrutiny as he begged her to tell him just one thing. He held the test tube containing the shimmering pink sap up in front of her face and pressed her on this particular sap. He demanded to know if Rohan had been the one to collect it, and overwhelmed by Un-soo's pressure, Sujin fumbled out a denial, which immediately tipped him off that there was another mysterious figure behind it all. Noticing her discomfort, Un-soo took a small step back back to show his understanding. Client information is supposed to be confidential. I apologize, that was an unnecessary question on my part. He quickly steered the conversation back to business to ease the tension. In that case, there won't be any additional fees. Correct. He received a confirming nod from Sujin. Yinsu flashed a deeply satisfied smile, convinced that he had just landed an incredible bargain, yet hidden behind those scholarly glasses, and that friendly smile lay a towering ambition, and he silently resolved that he would absolutely not this deal slip out of his grasp. Yinsu began to explain the true value of the merchandise. Ordinary man-eating tree sap has a very high degradation rate, making it extremely difficult to maintain purity, not to mention that harvesting it is an incredibly dangerous undertaking. He cradled the test tube in his hand and declared in astonishment, however, the sap that you brought back can sustain a level of purity higher than anything else we've ever seen before. Yinsu admitted that he had no idea what the harvesting method actually was, but he immediately produced a glowing electronic contract. Could you continue supplying us with this? Although she would need to consult Chesu's opinion first. Suzy judged this to be a beneficial arrangement and agreed to sign a temporary contract. Before she left, Yunsu didn't forget to send along a message loaded with hidden meaning, paired with a confident wink. And do tell that person that the alchemy circle will always welcome him. Meanwhile, in the swamplands, the confrontation between the protagonist and the negation cult had reached the peak of its tension. The undead horde and the savage apostles surged forward in unison at the commander's order. Execute the wretches who dare mock the god of negation and our pride. He retreated into a defensive stance while helplessly protesting. Ah, I told you that wasn't what I meant. Watching the army close in on him with frenzied determination, he realized any explanation now had become meaningless. Looks like this can't be settled with words. Guess I'll have to clean this lot up first. The young man's strangely calm demeanor in the face of danger began to unsettle the commander, who clenched his teeth in shock. He isn't even flinching. Why does he look so confident? Looking at the skeletal soldiers surrounding him, the protagonist casually wondered whether all these undead were mass-produced from the same factory, since every single one of them looked identical. Right then, the system chimed with a notification, activating the skill mass decapitation. He swung his scythe, carving out razor-sharp slashes. The cut sent the heads of the undead tumbling like wheat under the blade. He casually slid the weapon onto his back, thinking quietly to himself that this was truly the perfect opportunity to drill his skills. Witnessing that horrifying scene, the commander of the negation faction howled in absolute disbelief. Impossible. There's no way. Skull after skull burst apart, scattering in every direction before the leader's stunned gaze. The scene looked no different from the aftermath of a wide-area skill that had swept everything clean. He staggered backward, trembling, refusing to believe his own eyes as the entire army was wiped out in the blink of an eye. What the hell just happened? Chansu strolled leisurely through the white bones strewn everywhere across the ground. The protagonist realized these monsters were far weaker than he had imagined, probably because they were nothing but dry bones. He calmly trod over the heap of remains, his cold gaze fixed straight on the pale-faced commander as he asked, "Well then, are you ready to surrender?" Publicly humiliated, the leader gnashed his teeth and cursed his subordinates as worthless trash. "Never thought I'd have to bring this thing out, but you should consider it an honor." He lifted high a summoning necklace radiant with magical light. He poured every ounce of energy into activating a colossal magical circle right beneath his feet. With a deranged smile, he roared, "Summon Hercurian." A massive entity slowly rose up from the ground, radiating a terrifying pressure that made the entire space tremble. He laughed triumphantly. "Kuhaha, what do you think of Hercurian?" A living killer monster with bulging muscles and a towering lion's head on its shoulders emerged in full view. Yet contrary to fear, Chan Su looked disappointed, thinking to himself that this form was far too different from what he had imagined. He even worried that this surely had to be an event tarnishing the honor of the legendary hero. That attitude drove the commander mad. He bellowed, "Don't insult my masterpiece. This is the ultimate weapon forged with 30 million gold and 100,000 points." He frantically barked the order, "Tear him to shreds, Hercurian." The colossal beast immediately swung a fist and lunged straight at Chan Su. "Huh," he muttered to himself, 30 million gold and 100,000 points. That's about the same as 200 Emperor apples, isn't it? While he was still absorbed in the math, the monster Hercurian let loose a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, then charged forward. Yet the protagonist only curled the corner of his lips into a faint smirk. "How nice of you to bow down on your own." The colossal entity's head separated from its neck in the blink of an eye. Watching his masterpiece collapse, the leader of the negation faction crumpled to his knees in shock. "Impossible, my Hercurian. Oh, 10 years of effort." He whirled around in a frenzy and snapped at the purple-haired woman standing beside him. "Hey, why are you just standing there watching? Things have gotten this bad already." In response to that panic, Kim Suzy, fourth-generation apostle of the god of negation, only smiled with biting sarcasm. "You're the one who strutted out there with all that confidence. Why complain now? She clicked her tongue, looking thoroughly annoyed. Titch, what a hassle, but at the very least this counts as overtime, doesn't it? Susie reaffirmed that her role was merely that of a guide, then narrowed her eyes toward Chan-Su standing beside the monster's corpse and asked, is it really over already? He suddenly froze when he sensed the shifting current of pressure. He privately reassessed that this girl was no simple opponent, when he had assumed she was just a minor side character. Susie's eyes suddenly blazed with a haunting crimson glow. They radiated a chilling, killing intent that wrapped around her entire body. It made him widen his eyes in alarm. An emergency system alert popped up, warning that the opponent was using the negation of life skill to curse the target. A dense purple-black current of energy enveloped the surroundings, signaling that an immense threat was about to come crashing down. He broke out in a cold sweat as he realized she was actually the most important figure of all. Meanwhile, the system panel kept flashing menacingly with blazing red text. Seeing the protagonist collapse and lose all ability to resist, the commander of the negation faction laughed in triumph. That's right, that's the one. He swaggered forward and spat out venomous mockery. You should know your own limits, kid. This is what happens when you dare to lay a hand on the negation. Looking at him with vacant eyes and a completely empty mind, the leader was certain that victory was already firmly in his grasp. But the purple-haired woman suddenly halted her steps. She coldly reminded her companion, have you forgotten the purpose of coming here? Her crimson eyes shot the commander a pressuring glance, accompanied by a sharp, decisive command. Are you going to move or not? The commander clicked his tongue in irritation. Damn it. He turned away grudgingly but didn't forget to roar with hatred. Wait just a moment, I'll avenge Hercurian right now. He charged frantically through the deep forest, his nose constantly sniffing the air to track down a trail. Suddenly he froze when he caught a familiar scent, a faint whiff of apples. He plowed eagerly across the muddy bog, his eyes lighting up with ambition. Just as I thought, it's here. Standing before the ancient tree, he broke into a triumphant smile. The search is now only a matter of time. However, the smile on his lips suddenly froze when he realized a mysterious figure was silently waiting right behind the tree trunk. Who's there? Is someone hiding again? The negation faction's commander roared as he heard strange noises coming from the bushes. He scanned the area frantically, his eyes filled with suspicion. Damn it, where did it go? Suddenly a wave of cold killing intent surged toward him, making him jolt in terror. The moment he saw the figure with flaming red hair and a jet black sword striding closer, the leader was so shocked he could barely breathe. That red hair and that black sword, it can't be. The commander only managed a single agonized scream before being sent off to sell salt by the sword saint. In the heat of the battle, Chensu suddenly felt his vision blur. He vaguely woke up in the middle of a bustling street. His hand clutched tightly at his head, which was pounding like a hammer. Ugh, my head. Watching the crowds bustling between skyscrapers, he asked himself in bewilderment what was happening. I was clearly fighting negation, locked out mid-combat, and waking up made me think I was on a different map entirely. The protagonist staggered forward in disbelief. He touched a glass wall and realized an unbelievable truth. This place is Earth, and yet the surrounding scenery was a far cry from the desolate Earth he once knew. Everything was vibrant and brimming with life. Even children were playing innocently on the streets, leaving him deeply skeptical. Suddenly, a tender voice called out, shattering the silence. Hey, Chan-Su. He turned around, stunned, and could not believe his eyes when he saw two familiar figures standing behind him. Where did you go, dear son? Mom and Dad were so worried. Mom, Dad. He cried out, his voice choked with emotion. He embraced his parents and sobbed like a child after so many years of separation. Mom, Dad, I missed you both so much. Where have you been all these years? Within that warm embrace, his mother gently touched him and asked in a tone laced with hidden meaning, you won't go anywhere now, will you? He suddenly froze, looking up at his mother's face as a sense of unease abruptly stirred within him. Mom? He stared in shock at his parents' backs as they slowly drifted away, choking with sobs of disbelief. The fear of being abandoned came rushing back, consuming his mind. He screamed in despair. No, don't go, please don't go. Watching them step into a blinding light, he stretched out his hand in a futile attempt to hold them back. Don't leave me alone again. Suddenly, a steady hand landed on his shoulder, making him flinch. The protagonist jolted awake, drenched in sweat and tears, gasping for breath in utter shock. Rohan held his shoulder firmly and coldly snapped him out of it. That was just a trick from that creature. Calm down. He looked up at the sword saint, his heart still racing from the lingering effects of that all-too-real illusion. On the opposite side, the purple-haired woman had collapsed to the ground. She trembled in terror at Rohan's presence. Why is the sword master here in a place like this? The protagonist staggered forward, his dark eyes filled with hatred as he glared at the one who had toyed with his painful memories. He gripped the sickle tightly, his body still trembling from the unrelenting fury that had yet to subside. Rohan silently observed every movement of the young apostle as he gradually regained his composure. Suddenly, the sound of a footstep stomping into a muddy puddle shattered the silence. Without a moment's hesitation, Rohan swung his sword and finished off the woman. She only had time for one terrified scream before being knocked out of the game. He bowed his head, his breathing still heavy from the psychological shock he had just endured. He glanced toward the muddy puddle where his enemy had vanished without a trace. Rohan asked in a low voice, was my interference for nothing? The protagonist gently wiped the lingering tears from his face and replied honestly, not at all, thank you, Rohan. The sword saint suggested they both head back first, and the cleanup could be dealt with later. Standing in the middle of a forest littered with the dry bones of the Andes, the Sword Saint turned to ask what the next plan was. With eyes burning with ambition, he boldly declared his ultimate goal of becoming the strongest force in the world. To make that a reality, he planned to start by seizing all the neighboring hexagonal blocks. The protagonist turned to express his wish to continue relying on Rohan's help, not forgetting to promise generous additional payment in apples. He even enthusiastically called the Sword Saint Brother Quang Zhuang, making the atmosphere noticeably warmer and friendlier. While they were discussing, they suddenly came across a black cat lounging belly up in the grass, looking utterly relaxed. He froze. "Oh crap, I almost forgot." Looking at the small, seemingly harmless creature, he curiously asked about its true identity. Rohan revealed a shocking truth in a low voice that made him shudder. It is one of the 7 great calamities, the Territory Devourer. The protagonist was so shocked he froze in place, his face dropping in astonishment. Huh, a calamity? Right at that moment, the system panel lit up, announcing that the invading faction had officially lost the territorial conquest battle. A man locked behind iron bars appeared along with text confirming that the war reparations had been determined. Due to the massive power gap between Chansu's side and the negation cult, a harsh additional penalty had been applied. The system demanded a compensation amount of 1 billion gold, sending the imprisoned commander into a frenzy of screaming. "Are you serious? What power gap are you talking about?" He bitterly insisted that his opponents only won because they had the Sword Master's backing. When the electronic display showed the word denied and announced that the debt would be collected directly from the god of negation, he panicked and screamed in despair. "No, I'll pay. Somehow I'll pay it back." He thrashed around, clinging desperately to the iron bars. But then heavy footsteps echoed right behind him, sending a chill down his spine. 2 massive skeleton soldiers with glowing red eyes loomed into view. They roughly dragged the commander away as he frantically resisted and demanded they let go. A mysterious woman slowly stepped forward. She looked at the man pitifully crumpled on the floor and coldly remarked on the meaningless little act he was putting on. The commander looked up in shock and exclaimed in utter astonishment, "Hey, why are you here?" That mysterious woman was none other than Kuidaxia, the 4th generation apostle of negation, perched casually on a chair with an air of full authority. She coldly issued an order, telling him he had better explain exactly what happened, accompanied by a threat of a fate far worse than death. The commander dropped to his knees, trembling as he spilled the entire truth. "The Emperor Apple. I've found the orchard where Emperor apples are grown." Kuidaxia narrowed her eyes, brimming with skepticism. She didn't believe a word of it, convinced he was just spinning lies to save his own skin. The leader frantically swore every word was true, even mentioning a madman named Rohan who was desperate for the Emperor apples. He explained at length how the Swordmaster's intervention had pushed the compensation sky high. He further revealed that the one who actually defeated the Andes was merely Rohan's disciple, but Jin Shuai's recklessness had ruined everything. At the mention of Jin Shuai's name, Kuidaxia's expression shifted instantly. "Jin Shuai, you're saying he was there too?" She calmly concluded the opponent must have pulled some trick by hiring mercenaries to lead the way. Even as the commander was dragged off howling and screaming, Kuidaxia wore a satisfied smile, knowing full well that Chensu must have endured the agony of death from the curse. Suddenly a bold idea sparked in her mind. I've thought of a brilliant plan." Kuidaxia stepped closer, lightly brushed the commander's face and murmured, "Farming work always needs more hands, doesn't it?" Almost instantly a system notification popped up announcing the losing side's request for negotiation. She brutally seized the commander's throat, her eyes flashing with merciless cruelty. "Bring all of them back. Let their bodies pay the debt." The system confirmed the loser would become a prisoner until negotiations concluded. The man could only gape in stunned disbelief. "What did you say? There's no way outsiders are ever allowed to set foot in the Emperor Apple Orchard." Kuidaxia leaned close to his ear, her golden eyes radiating a horrifying pressure. "But tell me, aren't you curious? What would happen if a human were turned into an Andes?" She lightly grazed her fingers across the commander's eyes, delivering a chillingly resolute threat. "If you don't want to experience it firsthand, then by any means necessary you'd better get inside that place." Kuidaxia's piercing gaze seemed to bore straight through her opponent's soul, signaling a wicked scheme about to be set in motion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chengsu looked at the small black cat before him and asked curiously, "So what exactly is that cat?" Rohan, his face stern, replied, "It is one of the 7 great calamities, the sovereign of the domain." Hearing this, the protagonist stared in shock at the creature casually licking its fur amid the grass. He stammered as if unable to believe his own ears. "Huh, a calamity." Worry was written plainly across his face as he hurriedly asked whether something dangerous was about to happen. Rohan reassured him that if it had any malicious intent, things would have unfolded long ago, so there was no need to worry. However, the protagonist still couldn't shake his doubts. What if it suddenly became greedy? Rohan explained a terrifying truth, that it would devour the ownership rights of the land's master entirely. He cried out in horror, What? How can it devour ownership rights? Can it really swallow something like that? The young man hurriedly checked his system panel, only relaxing once he saw the line confirming his ownership rights remained safe. He finally let out a sigh of relief. Ah, it hasn't been eaten yet. Watching the cat curled up so harmlessly, he wondered, it doesn't seem to be after my ownership. So what exactly did it come here for? Rohan answered nonchalantly while munching on his apple to eat sesame leaves. The protagonist eyed the cat with deep suspicion. Come on now, that's no ordinary cat. His skeptical look reeked of someone who'd been burned one too many times by online ads. Seeing how tiny it looked, lost amid the dry leaves, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He extended his hand, focused his energy, and activated the skill Blessing of Prosperity. A brilliant green light flooded the entire space, causing white chrysanthemums and lush green sesame leaves to bloom everywhere. The black cat looked utterly delighted, its eyes glowing brightly with happiness amid the fragrant field of flowers. The protagonist hesitantly stepped closer, watching the creature labeled a calamity frolicking about. Seeing the cat roll over playfully begging for affection, he softly asked, "Do you want me to pet you?" He gently stroked the sleek black fur, feeling how completely different it was from the massive, shaggy Hamdan. Despite its adorable appearance, the protagonist reminded himself not to let his guard down, since any calamity surely possessed an utterly terrifying true form. He imagined himself and his tiny familiars being swallowed whole by some colossal monstrous cat, and couldn't help shuddering. To safeguard his territory, he made an enticing offer. "If you protect this area, I'll let you eat sesame leaves to your heart's content. How about it?" The black cat agreed at once, nuzzling its head into his hand and letting out a deeply contented meow. Recognizing this was a bond he couldn't escape, the protagonist decided he would live alongside this black cat. He fell into deep thought about a fitting name. What should I call you from now on? Sovereign of the domain is too long, let's shorten it to Yangshi. The moment he finished speaking, the cat's demeanor suddenly changed. It bared its fangs, flashed its claws, and snarled with savage ferocity. He recoiled in alarm, blurting out a startled cry, but quickly explained that Yangshi in his language meant the night sky. Seeing the cat calm down and start nuzzling against him affectionately, the protagonist smiled with approval. A coat as beautiful as the night sky shimmering with stars, eyes as luminous as a wise full moon. How does that sound? Yangshi the cat looked thoroughly pleased, leisurely licking its fur before letting out an adorable little meow. He turned toward Rohan with a radiant smile. "It looks like everything's settled now, doesn't it?" But seeing the cold and stern expression on the Sword Saint's face, he froze suddenly. So he really was being serious. Right at that moment, a system panel flared brilliantly into view, announcing you have won the battle. Before the protagonist could even celebrate, another line appeared, "Victory grants the privilege of 1 billion in compensation." He was so shocked his eyes went wide as saucers, shouting in absolute disbelief. 1 billion. He immediately turned to brag to Rohan about the enormous compensation he'd just received. But the joy didn't last long as another notification popped up demanding negotiations. The system confirmed the losing side would become a prisoner until negotiations concluded, which meant the 1 billion in gold was still beyond his reach. What the heck? My 1 billion. Give it back. That night beneath the still moonlight at the temple, the protagonist sat in silence watching his familiars Ari, Doji and Handel were sleeping soundly beside the ginseng goddess. Looking at the tiny goddess sunk deep in slumber, he nostalgically recalled, those first days right after he'd been sent here, I was afraid of so many things. Thanks to the goddess, I'm now living a joyful life. His gaze suddenly grew melancholy as he brought up the memory of those 3 days. The truth is, over those 3 days I got to see my parents again, even if it was only an illusion within the curse. The protagonist gave a faint smile, a smile of contentment and peace amid the dark night. But I'm still happy. As it turned out, deep in his heart, he realized just how much he missed his parents. The memory of his family's warm embrace became the greatest motivation for him to make a crucial decision. The young man's eyes grew firmer than ever, vowing to himself that he would absolutely turn the Prosperity faction into the strongest organization in the world. Looking at the tiny goddess deep in slumber, he silently promised, "Your true form too, my goddess. I will absolutely find it back for you." He believed the road ahead, however arduous, would be utterly worth it. The next morning, the peaceful atmosphere was suddenly shattered by the protagonist slamming his fist down on the table. He looked at Rohan with a face full of helpless exasperation and pressed him. "Rohan, are you really going to keep doing this? Why eat nothing but apples?" Spread before them was an entire feast laden with every kind of delicacy, yet the Sword Saint just calmly gnawed on the red apple in his hand. He fumed and lectured, "Don't you know anything about nutrition science? People are supposed to eat a balanced diet." Seeing the protagonist about to step in and intervene, Rohan hurriedly clutched his plate of apples and yelled, "I'm not stealing your food." The protagonist looked at the pile of delicious dishes being completely ignored and couldn't help heaving a weary sigh. Meanwhile, the trio of familiars Ari, Doji, and Hamdan were thoroughly enjoying themselves. They competed to devour the various other crops with sheer delight. Even the ginseng goddess seemed extremely pleased with diverse meal. The protagonist gritted his teeth and turned to Rohan. With so many other delicious things besides apples, you don't even bother touching anything else. Even a feast this lavish couldn't save a soul addicted to apples on an apocalyptic level. He clutched his head in frustration, unable to comprehend this VIP guest's stubbornness, while Rohan kept casually chewing his apple as if nothing at all were happening. Seeing Rohan reach a hand toward his own dishes for a taste, the protagonist immediately barked out, "Not a single bite. It's not because I'm being greedy, I even grew them myself." After a fruitless argument, he could only click his tongue and let it go. "Fine then, since you're a swordmaster, take care of yourself." He hesitantly stepped over toward his familiars, looking at Doji and Ari sprawled out from being too full, and gave a small smile. "You all ate well, right?" The two little ones, bellies stuffed to bursting, sprawled out flat like salted fish at the tail end of summer. At last, the main character sat down beside the ginseng goddess and gently asked her whether she had been eating and drinking well. Chansu shot the goddess an anxious sidelong glance, running quick calculations in his head. To Rohan, the goddess's true identity was still a secret, so he wondered if the swordsman would be understanding should he claim he didn't have a wife. The protagonist's awkwardness immediately drew an outraged reaction from his familiars. The chick Ari shrieked in fury, demanding how he dared call the goddess his wife, accusing him of pushing his luck the moment he scored a few brownie points. Ari kept pecking away with merciless words, scolding him for being utterly out of line. Surrounded by the little ones, he could only break out in a cold sweat, telling himself he'd explain later. Meanwhile, Rohan calmly continued sipping his glass of 100% pure imperial apple juice. Doji suddenly stopped Ari, then nonchalantly pulled out a pair of sunglasses and slipped them on with a scholarly air. "Hold on, what if the envoy did that on purpose?" Ari blinked in confusion at his friend's new look. "What the heck, where did you even get those glasses?" Doji clicked his tongue, calling Ari a fool, and began his analysis, pointing out that the swordsman had no idea who the goddess really was. But if the envoy had then spoken honorifics to the goddess, wouldn't that mean he was contradicting himself entirely? Doji's smug display of intellect sent Ari's blood boiling. "Hey, try using that mocking tone one more time and see what happens." Even while getting pummeled, Doji never stopped daydreaming about eating apples. Ari spared no mercy, cursing him straight to his face as a deranged sword glutton. Doji wore a scholarly veneer on the outside, but his soul still belonged to the food-obsessed clan that ditched dignity for snacks. Amid the chaotic atmosphere of the familiars, the protagonist turned to the ginseng goddess and announced, "We're heading out now." The words left the tiny deity stunned, her eyes brimming with worry. Seeing the goddess start to sob, he gently explained, "Hasujin will be here soon, so please stay safely inside the house." Yet the goddess waved her hands frantically in protest, leaving him bewildered as he asked, "What's wrong?" He realized she was worrying about his safety. "I thought you'd forbid me from leaving, so I never mentioned the war, but you already knew everything, didn't you?" He gently placed a hand on the tiny deity's head to soothe her. "I'll be back soon, so could you wait a little while for me?" With that, he and Rohan strolled off, leaving the goddess gazing after them with deep reluctance. Rohan suddenly came to a halt, his expression grave as he spoke up, "There's something I want to say." The protagonist turned around, puzzled, and asked what he wanted to discuss. The sword saint pondered for a moment before explaining that time flowed differently in each world. He pointed out that even between Earth and this place, the timelines were noticeably out of sync. Rohan cautioned him, "So don't be in too much of a rush." The protagonist beamed with a radiant smile, eagerly asking, "So I can really go now, right?" Meanwhile, back at the temple, the ginseng goddess Ari and Doji were sobbing, dabbing at their tears with handkerchiefs over the impending separation. But he had already prepared for this, holding out a hand to reassure them. Hemdori already agreed to come along. He rummaged through his travel pack and pulled out a special item, telling them buying this surely wasn't a waste after all. It was a specialized portable carrier designed for hamsters. It allowed owners to bring their pets along anywhere safely and conveniently. Hamden was thrilled, immediately scurrying into the cockpit of the mini contraption. The moment he settled in, he took on the aura of a tech-savvy driver in rush hour traffic. Carrying the hamster carrier at his side, he and Rohan officially set foot on a new journey, crossing through the sun-drenched forest. A radiant spatial gate flared open in the empty air. He stepped leisurely out of the hazy blue-green stream of light. He realized that even without the right to teleport or Rohan's assistance, traveling between regions was no longer any obstacle for him. The moment Sujin caught sight of the protagonist returning, she hurried over to check on him. "You're back, I heard you ran into negation, is that true?" He cheerfully replied, "Oh, you came back early." Seeing him safe and sound, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness you're all right." He smiled brightly, not forgetting to mention his savior. "Thanks to Rohan's help, it wasn't as tough as I'd imagined, and he even agreed to protect me for a while longer." Hearing this, Sujin's face went pale in an instant, drained by sheer terror. She trembled as she glanced at the sword saint calmly munching on apples behind him, screaming inwardly, "Why on earth did this guy come along too?" He was still casually insisting, "Rohan, oh him, I already agreed to let him stay with us for a while." Sujin clutched her head, utterly helpless before the protagonist's bold decision. "I was worried this would happen, and sure enough it did. You really do keep giving people heart attacks." She lowered her gaze toward the black cat that was now circling around his feet. Curious, she asked, "And this little one, where did you find her?" He gently stroked the cat's silky fur and introduced her. She came to me on her own. Her name is Night Sky. Noticing Sujin's attention shift to the carrier, he held Hamdan up in front of her. Sujin clicked her tongue in admiration. This little one is incredibly smart, isn't he? He nodded in agreement. Yeah, he seems very clever. Inwardly, he gave high marks to Cat Yang6's sharp instincts, since she understood that abusing the right of possession would ruin the very roots of the mint plant. Looking at the cat's striking appearance, Sujin suggested, a monster this smart and beautiful is rare. You'd have plenty of buyers if you caught one to sell. The protagonist looked down at Hamdan rolling around inside his bubble and clicked his tongue. That one's a bit tricky. Sujin offered up a strategy. If they're hard to find, then just set up a dungeon. Monsters will gather there on their own. He explained that since this cat came from a different block, tracing her origins was extraordinarily difficult. When Sujin curiously asked where that was, he could only shake his head since the cat had come on her own, and she even wondered whether this might be a person transformed into a feline. The protagonist pondered before revealing, according to Rohan, Yang6 is in fact a territorial overlord. At the mere mention of that name, Hamdan the hamster inside the plastic bubble was so terrified that he froze stiff when the massive black shadow of the cat loomed imposingly over him. Sujin asked back in shock whether such a name even existed in the monster registry, but he crushed every hope she had with his answer. Yang6 isn't an ordinary monster. She's one of the 7 great calamities. Sujin was so shocked she shrieked in panic. Why on earth would one of the 7 great calamities be here? She trembled as she explained that according to the records, this creature didn't just shatter the right of possession, she devastated entire blocks. Seeing her on the verge of losing it, he hurriedly laid out his theory. He believed the reason Yang6 had come here wasn't for the mint, but for the sesame leaves. Sujin stared him in disbelief, unable to accept that a world-class calamity could be appeased by a few sesame leaves. The protagonist began laying out the logic, claiming a block required at minimum 200,000 points, whereas blessing sesame leaves cost less than 10,000 points, even though on the surface the gap was 20-fold. But factoring in an absorption efficiency at a ratio of 1 to 90, the value of a block to Yang6 amounted to only 2,000 points, while the sesame leaves came out to as much as 9,000, a gap of more than 3-fold, which led the cat to make an extremely practical choice. He gently brushed his hand against the bark of the tree, telling himself that even without knowing the exact ratio, a chosen one like himself really had no other option. Watching his back as he sauntered off, Sujin couldn't shake her worry. Would things really be okay? Coming home one day to find the place cleaned out would be devastating. The protagonist remained brimming with confidence, certain that since cats are territorial creatures, Yang6 would absolutely defend this block. Suddenly, an ear-splitting shriek tore through the air, making him jump out of his skin. He spun around in shock, his eyes bulging when he saw what the cat was doing. The protagonist sprinted over at breakneck speed, screaming in absolute panic, "No, stop right now." Yang6 had abruptly pounced on Hamdori, sending him into a frantic shout. Hamdori isn't food. He helplessly pecked at the black cat with his beak. I introduced you two so you'd be friends. But Yang6 seemed to pay him no mind, casually playing around while ignoring his master's protests. Seeing Rohan just standing there with arms crossed, the protagonist cried out for help. "Rohan, why are you just watching?" The sword saint replied with composure, "If anything serious happens, I'll step in," leaving him to scream internally that Hamdori had nearly been done for. He gently checked the little mouse for any injuries, then warned the whole crew to be careful until everyone was truly close. In the middle of the chaos, Sujin approached with a grave expression. "By the way, there's actually something I need to discuss." The protagonist asked what was going on. She then reported that a con artist claiming ownership of the Emperor apples had shown up at the company. He burst out laughing, figuring the world was full of idle people willing to scheme over a few apples. But his smile died the moment Sujin revealed more. The fraud claimed the blessing of prosperity dwelt within the apples, so as the messenger of prosperity, he had every right to them. He even produced a rather crude-looking apple as proof, while flashing a certificate of ownership for the prosperity relic, and a forged contract he had signed. Sujin breathed a sigh of relief since everything could now be flatly denied, but she suddenly noticed the protagonist radiating a dark, oppressive killing intent. He gritted his teeth, fists clenched in fury. "Is there any other messenger besides me?" The image of the withered goddess flashed through his mind. He seethed with rage that some nameless impostor dared assume his identity to claim ownership of this land, even though no such figure had ever shown up before. He coldly issued the order, "Sujin, find that man for me." To Sujin's utter astonishment, the protagonist declared with absolute clarity, "No, I'm the real messenger of prosperity." The bombshell announcement left her with nothing to do but scream in horror. With a cold, calculating gaze, he sauntered forward and gave the order, "They say money can buy even immortals, so let's put up a bounty. I'll offer a separate reward for the relic, and if they bring him in alive, the bounty is 100 Emperor apples. He laid out the staggering bounty with crystal clarity, making even Rohan standing nearby change color. 100 apples was an enormous sum, more than enough to sway even a sword saint. Meanwhile, in a shadowy alley within the territory of the Negation faction, a stranger draped in a black cloak trudged, along with his own private schemes. He muttered to himself to convince Rohan and his disciple, I need Andis to deal with him. A messenger of negation without Andis was no different from fried squid without squid, a steamed bun without filling, sushi without fish, or a stew without meat. He clicked his tongue and declared, even an ugly Andis would do, just not those clumsy hags who always botch the job. He stepped into a worn-down old shop. The old shopkeeper, the moment he spotted the figure, called out with biting sarcasm, well, isn't this our broke neighbor? The cloaked figure looked annoyed, urging the old man to hurry up and serve his customer. The shopkeeper demanded payment, but the man pulled out a glowing black stone and pressed him on whether he'd accept it as a substitute. The two launched into a tense round of haggling. The young man gritted his teeth and insisted he had bought this stone at an exorbitant price, while the old man stubbornly maintained that he was already selling below market price, telling him not to be ridiculous. After some back and forth, the young man muttered that this might be the last time the two of them ever met, and asked the old man to cut him a break for old time's sake. The shopkeeper sighed, you really do have a gift for melting hearts. He abruptly changed the subject, asking whether the young man had heard any fresh news about the search for the Emperor apples that was setting tongues wagging. When the young man blurted out that it was just a baseless scam, the old man immediately corrected him, saying that even those who claimed to be the most clear-headed had fallen for it. The shopkeeper leaned close to his ear, whispering the hot news that had just been announced. There's a bounty for whoever captures the con artist alive, with a reward of up to 100 Emperor apples, on top of a generous separate sum for recovering the relic. At the mention of 100 apples, the eyes of the unknown man suddenly blazed with astonishment. Then he flashed a calculating smile before swiftly making his exit. He bolted through every street at full tilt, his heart pounding with excitement that he had finally seized a life-changing opportunity. With a sinister yet fervent expression, he cried out in pure delight, those 100 apples in bounty are the perfect engagement gift from me. Before long, he was at Chansu's temple, immediately dropping to the ground and shouting at the top of his lungs, please take me in, I'll work my fingers to the bone and devote everything I have. The chaotic scene was no different from a year-end recruitment drive crashed by a mob of unemployed drifters. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Chansu could only stand frozen, sweat pouring down his forehead. Is this some kind of joke? He turned to plead with the sword saint, who was busy munching on apples. What should we do here, Rohan? Seeing that Rohan couldn't be bothered, the protagonist could only let out a helpless sigh. Fine, whatever, just enjoy your apples. At that very moment, the young man eagerly showed off his catch. I caught this guy for you, Lord Chansu. The speed of prisoner delivery rivaled even rush-hour couriers. He shoved forward a man bound tight with a pack of undead standing guard. The captive was the very fraud who had impersonated the messenger, thrashing wildly in vain. The protagonist froze, wondering if this was for real. He did the math, given the limits of travel tickets and geographic distance. They must have nabbed him almost the instant the bounty was announced. With just 100 Emperor apples as bait, everything had unfolded at unbelievable speed. Meanwhile, Rohan calmly rolled his eyes back toward the pile of apples. The captive screamed in deranged fury without pause. Let go, I told you to let go. The protagonist stepped closer, his eyes turning sharp and cold with sudden astonishment as he stared right at the bound man. At close range, he could absolutely sense an extremely familiar current of energy emanating from the man's body, the energy of the god of prosperity. He observed the prisoner trussed up tight and silently sized him up. He had nothing remarkable about him to be worthy of being a fraud, just an utterly average man, so how on earth had he managed to bewitch others? Ignoring his suspicions, the con artist kept screaming in mad fury. Hey, hurry up and let me go. Move it, you bastards. He even sneered with arrogant threats. This is insubordination, you hear me? The protagonist coldly stepped closer, his sharp eyes filled with disgust. I'm not great at persuading people, but you've got a real talent for pissing them off. Seeing him approach, the swindler still showed no fear and even sneered. Putting on airs when you can't even kill me. He silently tightened his grip on the sickle in his hand, then lowered his voice. If it's the god of prosperity, I know exactly what her basic skills are. The icy blade of the sickle pressed against the nameless man's neck, sending shivers through his entire body. The protagonist's eyes suddenly blazed with imposing authority, and he murmured softly, I can even see clearly where and how I should strike you down. He withdrew his weapon and coldly demanded to inspect the divine artifact first. The swindler stubbornly screamed, How dare you touch this senior's enterprise? The protagonist looked at him with disappointment, babbling on and on. You're truly unworthy of being called a senior. The young man who had captured the swindler hurriedly presented a wreath of white flowers. Here it is, sir. He took it and observed it carefully, then realized a startling truth. So the energy did not come from the divine artifact at all. Gazing at the wreath shimmering brilliantly in his hand, he silently thought, then that guy. The The swindler shrieked frantically as he watched the treasure being stripped away. No, let go, it's mine. The protagonist could only sigh in disgust. To think that a bastard like this was actually his senior. He clenched his fist tightly, his heart filled with rage. It was precisely because of having a senior like that the god of prosperity had ended up in this miserable state. The protagonist realized that it was this man's betrayal, a man who didn't even bother to search for his own goddess, that had led to her decline. He coldly placed the wreath upon his head and demanded an answer. What were you thinking when you flaunted those imperial apples? The swindler stubbornly screamed. I am the true apostle of the god of prosperity. I have every right to enjoy it as I please. He looked at the man with razor-sharp eyes and delivered an ironclad verdict. When you haven't contributed even the slightest bit, what right do you have to claim you've done well? The senior bared his teeth in an arrogant grin and roared defiantly. Ha, what have you ever accomplished? Even your growth from the start was built upon the foundation I laid. He maintained his composure and coldly questioned him to confirm. So you're saying everything belonged to you from the very beginning? The swindler frantically insisted that from the apples and the temple, all the way down to the monsters, everything was thanks to his efforts. The protagonist lowered his head, his eyes darkening with fury as he recalled the fear and despair he had endured all alone in this desolate place. He gritted his teeth, telling himself that this man was utterly ridiculous for daring to spew such meaningless words. Suppressing the anger ready to erupt, he reminded himself to stay calm, since this was not a matter an apostle could decide on his own. He looked the senior straight in the eyes and commanded firmly, "Stop spouting nonsense. Who is the one standing behind you?" The direct question startled the swindler with terror, and he stammered back in confusion. The protagonist pressed on with razor-sharp eyes. Protecting the deity and expanding influence are the shared objectives in this world. Yet you abandoned your goddess and walked away. You must have some kind of backing. The swindler began to whimper, crying as he explained that he had no backer at all, that he was only trying to survive, only to end up being driven out to this barren wasteland. The protagonist's gaze turned ice cold, and he declared that he had heard enough final words and ordered the man to depart in peace. The swindler wailed pitifully in utter desperation. Wait, please. The icy sickle halted right against his neck, leaving him choking with terror as sweat poured from him like rain. He cried out through tears that he had no other choice, because he was not strong like Chansu, just an ordinary man who had never once held a sword. The protagonist coldly told him to stop blabbering and to quickly reveal who was behind all of this, but the man kept insisting he didn't know. Only when he coldly pressed the sickle closer once again did the swindler finally confess in fright that he had only followed along because they promised him enough money to live on for the rest of his life. He bitterly admitted that he too had been deceived and had not received a single coin. Looking at the pathetic figure before him, he uttered a contemptuous conclusion. So you're completely useless. Spare me, I'll never do it again, please. The nameless senior wept and wailed pitifully while bound tightly. But in response to such groveling, the protagonist coldly delivered a single line. It's already too late. Looking at the pathetic man lying motionless, he silently mused that Yu Myung deeply wanted to blow his head off right then and there. Despite his fury, when he glanced over at the family members sleeping peacefully nearby, his heart softened. He told himself that even if this was a world inside a game, he could not bring himself to imagine actually taking a person's life. Right at that moment, an eerie system notification appeared. The god of negation invites you to convert. He says that if you become his apostle, he will personally kill that bastard for you. The protagonist exclaimed in shock. What? The god of negation? What is this, a stalker? He found it laughable, since he had never intended to kill anyone in the first place. Yet that god was acting as if he were trapped by some kind of restriction. He turned curiously to ask his companion, what happens if someone kills another from the same faction? The young man with the stern face explained that the resurrection of the god of negation was an exception, but most acts of killing fellow apostles were strictly forbidden. He warned that if the rule were violated, the protagonist would face severe punishment, possibly even excommunication. Hearing this, he looked down at the senior and realized something. So he had a legitimate reason. If he truly wanted to, he could have made the god of negation act in his place. Yet the god of negation still refused to give up, sending message after message in a relentless pitch. You are a prodigy. Become an apostle of the god of negation. The protagonist began to feel irritated. Just as I thought, this is so annoying. I told you I'm not interested. Even when offered the promise of power far surpassing his current strength, he refused without hesitation. No need. The chat window that day was being spammed as fiercely as an ad bot at midnight. Even when the other party humbled himself and offered a 1-month trial, he snapped in irritation. I said no, what kind of faith is this? He pondered and realized that the sudden appearance of these messages meant that the god was somehow connecting to this place. The protagonist turned to the young man who had just earned his merit and asked, You wanted to be hired, didn't you? The young man immediately dropped to to his knees and nodded furiously. Yes, sir. I don't even need a reward. Seeing such loyalty, he made his decision. We can discuss the terms of employment later. This is your first mission. Track this traitor. He shot a cold glance at the swindler bound tightly on the ground, while system notifications continued to flash relentlessly all around him. Back at the temple, while Ari and Doji were still drowsily dozing beside the ginseng goddess, the little chick suddenly jolted awake. The protagonist sauntered in, holding the white wreath that radiated a brilliant flow of spiritual energy. He softly called out to the goddess. Looking at the small, withering deity, he cradled the precious treasure in his hands, the divine artifact of the god of prosperity. He stepped closer and spoke gently. I'm returning to you what was always rightfully yours. The ginseng goddess looked up at him with eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. I'm fine. I already have so much. He gently placed the wreath upon the goddess' head. Instantly, a powerful surge of green energy began to pour forth. Suddenly, the central jewel exploded with a blinding flash of light. The protagonist hurriedly raised a hand to shield his face from the staggering pressure. Meanwhile, Ari and Doji could only stare wide-eyed as they witnessed the miraculous transformation. He stood frozen, gazing at the small figure that had just emerged before him. He couldn't help but exclaim in awe and reverence, "Who is this?" Witnessing this sacred moment, the pig Doji and the chick Ari could not hold back their tears. They burst into tears of joy. The goddess has finally restored her power. Still unable to believe the truth unfolding before him. Truly the goddess. The protagonist hurried closer. Are you really the goddess? Is it truly you? He smiled faintly, full of contentment. So this day has finally come. Perhaps the goddess will soon recover her original form. At that very moment, a glowing system notification appeared in confirmation. The god of prosperity has appointed Apostle Su as chief apostle. The protagonist stared in astonishment at the control panel that had just materialized. So this function existed too. The system informed him that from now on, he had the authority to manage the apostles under his command. Looking at the displayed list, he realized there were currently only two people, himself and Park Hyun-woo, the fourth generation chief apostle who was being held in custody. He fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, there are still only the two of us, but regardless, I must do what needs to be done. With sharp, resolute eyes, he told himself, I won't kill him if I don't have to, but we cannot continue to coexist. Ignoring the horror of Ari and Doji as they cried out, what on earth is that fool doing? The protagonist decisively pressed the expel button on the system screen. Immediately, blazing red text appeared announcing that Park Hyun-woo had officially been expelled and his apostle status completely revoked. Yet the system's reaction made even him gasp in shock. Wait, what? He was stunned to realize the consequences of this action. So I lose the apostle position too. Seeing the dazed and somewhat weakened expression on the goddess's face, the protagonist could not help but feel remorse. It seems the goddess has lost some power, and I feel terribly guilty about it. He bowed his head in apology to the tiny goddess standing before him. Forgive me, goddess, but we cannot allow a traitor to remain among us. To reassure her, he flashed a radiant smile and made a confident promise. I will expand our influence even further, so please don't worry. The goddess of prosperity gazed up at him with eyes shimmering and full of hope. A glowing system notification flashed into view. The god of prosperity has bestowed a new skill upon her apostle. Right after, two options appeared before the protagonist, God of prosperity, healthy and communication. Watching the tiny goddess beam with such a radiant smile, he could not help but worry. She can even grant skills. It really seems the goddess is overexerting herself. Behind him, Ari the chick and Doji the pig held their breath in prayer. Ari urged him in his mind, alright then, choose communication. That way, unfortunate situations like this from now on will. Yet contrary to the expectations of his familiars, the protagonist resolutely selected the god of prosperity healthy skill. I have no idea how this skill is supposed to work. As expected, there's no explanation. He began to formulate his own theories. Could it be a passive skill? Perhaps if someone eats anything containing the blessing of the god of prosperity, they will become extraordinarily healthy. He pictured Ham Don the rat suddenly bulging with powerful, rippling muscles after biting into an apple. I wonder if it would help Rohan at all, since all he ever does is eat apples. In another corner, Ari sat slumped beside the ginseng goddess, the chick despairingly muttering to himself, well, that's the end of everything. Chansu jolted as he noticed something was off, and softly exclaimed, hold on a moment, goddess. The goddess's face suddenly lost its color. Her tiny legs began to dissolve and flake away like dried wood, and Chansu cried out in panic. Her legs are vanishing too. A loud pop rang out, accompanied by a cloud of white smoke that engulfed the entire space. And when the smoke cleared, Chansu called out in shock, goddess. The tiny deity had now reverted to her original form, a withered ginseng root. She scratched her head bashfully under everyone's bewildered, fixed gazes. Though slightly let down, Chansu still managed a relieved smile and told himself silently, I just hope the god of prosperity healthy skill will prove useful in many ways. In another modern world, the doorbell chimed along with a postal worker's voice. Your package has arrived. I'll leave it at the door. A young man stepped out into the apartment hallway and saw his mother awkwardly hauling the box inside. He sighed and asked, So it finally got here. What did you buy this time, Mom? And the two of them opened the box together. Inside was a single plump, glossy red apple presented with great formality, accompanied by a letter from the Seonghua company, which read, "To the victims of the recent fraud, please accept this Emperor apple as a sincere token of encouragement. Beware of counterfeits, and remember that authentic products can only be purchased through Seonghua company." The refined fragrance of the apple spread throughout the kitchen, and the mother could not help but marvel. Oh my, this clearly isn't just a passing trend. The aroma really is incredible. The young son standing beside her bounced up and down with excitement. Me too, I want some. The mother peeled the apple with deft hands while gently reminding him, eating apples in the morning is very good for you. The instant he took his first bite, the boy's eyes turned into shining stars, and he shouted in pure ecstasy, "Holy cow, Mom, this apple is freaking amazing." His words made the mother's expression change in an instant, and she scolded him sharply. "What kind of language is that? Where did you pick up those words?" The boy clutched his head and whimpered out an explanation. "Just try a bite. Mom, you'll get it." Even so, the mother kept her stern tone and warned him that no matter how delicious something was, vulgar language was never acceptable. But when she finally tasted a slice for herself, her own eyes rolled back in shock, her face flushed crimson, her breath came in rapid bursts at the sheer astonishment of the flavor, and deep down even she had to cry out, "This really is freaking amazing, just incredible." She silently resolved that she absolutely had to write a review about this fruit. A few days later, the mother sat diligently in front of her computer to share her experience on social media. Her post titled, "I tried the Emperor apple that's been all the rage lately," quickly captured the attention of the online community. She shared that despite the steep price, she had absolutely no regrets, since it kept her alert without needing coffee, made her body feel refreshed, and brought her happiness every morning. Comments full of admiration and envy poured in beneath the post, and the Emperor apple officially became a one-of-a-kind product, igniting a craze that swept everywhere. Showing off ownership of these apples suddenly spread like a new viral challenge, accompanied by countless distorted rumors about its miraculous effects. On forums, everyone began chattering loudly, some claiming it was nothing but excessive marketing hype, while others insisted it was genuinely good for vitality and overall health. There were even bizarre rumors that this apple was grown from the blood of fairies, and the forums that day descended into chaos. It was no different from a fandom blowing up over fresh drama at midnight. In reality, all of these miraculous effects and the media frenzy were the result of Chansu acquiring the god of prosperity healthy skill, and right as the craze was reaching its peak, in a dimly lit office, a mysterious man wearing glasses was intently studying information about the Emperor apple on his screen. He gently pushed up the rim of his glasses, flashed a calculating smile, and muttered to himself, "Emperor apple, In the distance, the morning sunlight was beginning to bathe a luxurious and antique mansion. Sprawled across his bed, scrolling through the item catalog in the system, the protagonist mused to himself, "What should I buy to really make a splash? I wonder if it'll get popular." While Ari and Doji lounged leisurely beside their master in the cozy room, he decided to put the temple construction on hold since the materials were too difficult to obtain, and on top of that he realized many forces were quietly monitoring his every move. Glancing over at the goddess in her ginseng root form, he gave a soft smile and thought, "Every option looks great." Meanwhile, the research community was going wild because the purity of the carnivorous tree sap he had collected had reached 98%. He checked the map again on his tablet, quietly satisfied that he had secured the entire area surrounding the temple. Even knowing the location had likely been exposed, he still reassured himself, "With Rohan here, I think things will gradually settle down." Glancing at the sword saint who was casually sitting there chewing on an apple, the protagonist worried inwardly, "I just hope he doesn't suddenly disappear on me." The quiet was shattered when Sujin's voice rang out, "Mr. Chansu." The young man turned around in surprise. "Oh, Hasujin, what's the matter?" He wondered, since according to the schedule, she wasn't supposed to arrive until tomorrow. But Sujin immediately cut him off with a deadly serious expression. "That's not the issue right now. There's another rumor about the Emperor apple spreading around." She anxiously revealed that the apple was now being talked about as some kind of cure-all medicine. The protagonist began to feel uneasy as he saw Sujin hesitating. "Please don't be too shocked." Sujin leaned in close, her eyes gleaming mischievously, and licked her lips with a suggestive air. "The rumor is that it's really good for vitality." He was so stunned that beads of sweat broke out across his body, and he stammered, "Vitality?" The rumor spread so fast that netizens were placing orders before they could even finish reacting, while Yu Han-so, the rat standing nearby, looked utterly clueless about what was happening. Meanwhile, Rohan calmly held an apple in his left hand and kept eating, ignoring Ari and Doji, who were busy wondering whether vitality was perhaps some kind of food. On Earth, where life force was steadily running dry. The rumors about this vitality-boosting apple were absolutely no joke. People even compared eating it to swallowing raw snake bile for nourishment. But the dark side of this fanaticism had already shown itself, with as many as 23 deaths caused by counterfeit products or improper use. Faced with the prospect of customers who saw no results turning against him, he sat there in deep thought, weighing his options, and figured he might as well take a different route. Sujin anxiously pressed Chansu with questions, asking whether there really was no related effect or benefit at all, since quite a few people had reported seeing actual results. Watching Rohan still busily munching away on apples, he calmly explained that people were probably just confused because their bodies felt healthier overall. I never added that kind of effect to the Emperor apples in the first place, and hearing this, Sujin finally let out a sigh of relief. To avoid getting caught up in the fallout from baseless rumors, he suddenly threw out a bold suggestion, asking why they didn't try cultivating some kind of fruit that was actually good for vitality and sell that instead. Sujin's eyes lit up with excitement as she cheered, saying wasn't that a brilliant idea, since the marketing groundwork was already more than enough. Sujin curiously turned and asked him if he knew of any beneficial plants or fruits, and the protagonist scratched his head awkwardly, replying that he wasn't really sure himself. He started listing off familiar names like the oxki fruit, onions, carrots, asparagus, and even tomatoes, since according to his knowledge these were all foods extremely beneficial for male vitality. Suddenly Rohan, standing nearby, coldly chimed in with one more name, delivered with absolute conviction: goji berries. The Sword Saint's unexpected expertise left him utterly stunned. He looked at Rohan with eyes full of admiration and silently thought to himself that he had assumed Rohan only cared about apples, but it turned out the man was a true man after all. Noticing the protagonist staring at him with sparkling, suggestive eyes, Rohan irritably demanded to know why he was being looked at like that. The protagonist quickly laughed it off and changed the subject, then curiously asked again which one was actually the best, and Rohan firmly declared, goji berries. He immediately pulled up the system's information and couldn't help but be astonished by the miraculous benefits of this fruit, from stimulating testosterone production and improving sperm quality, to supporting treatment for sensitive reproductive issues, nourishing the kidneys, enhancing virility, and boosting overall energy. Burning with determination, he broke into an excited grin and told himself that the next step was to go find some labor first. He went to find the group of prisoners being held in captivity, and the moment they spotted the protagonist, a burly man eagerly clasped his hands together and called out, "Please come in, finally I have something to do." When he heard the protagonist explain that they were planning to grow a fruit good for vitality, the man was so shocked he broke out in a cold sweat, silently marveling at the young apostle's enthusiasm. Did he really want to work this badly? The man poured out praise, calling it a wonderful idea, saying we need to verify whether it truly works, and we'll support you with everything we've got. The protagonist kept a measured attitude, gently saying this wasn't an easy job, and that he wasn't forcing anyone to participate. Right at that moment, another hulking man stepped forward, his voice cautious as he asked, "I have a question, what kind are you planning to grow?" The protagonist calmly replied, "I'm thinking of starting with goji berries." The instant the name left his lips, the man's expression suddenly changed, his eyes bulging in disbelief. He abruptly dropped to his knees, slammed his head against the ground, and cried out in overwhelming emotion, "Please." The burly man wept bitterly, tears streaming down his face as he begged, saying, "I want to join." The protagonist could only stand frozen, drenched in sweat, completely thrown by this man's wildly intense reaction. Seeing how desperately earnest the man was, he gave a small smile and said, "Well then, if you want to do it that badly, is anyone else interested in joining?" Immediately a flood of arms shot up. Even the bony skeletal arms of the undead all rose in unison with absolute resolve. Watching the crowd burning with fervor, the protagonist couldn't help breaking into a cold sweat as he muttered to himself, "Please don't tell me they all have the same problem. Why is this team so terrifyingly enthusiastic today?" Meanwhile, in a corner of the forest, the cat Yangshi was lazily letting out a long yawn. As for Handel and Doji, they were still busily devouring roasted sweet potatoes with great satisfaction. After a successful harvest, he brought a basket of plump roji berries to Sujin and explained that if she brewed and drank this, they were expecting it to enhance that specific function, and the worse the condition, the faster the effects would appear. Sujin's eyes immediately turned into dollar signs as she squealed with excitement over this new windfall. Not stopping there, he went on to pull out a fiery red essence pellet and introduced it, saying, "As for this one, it'll trigger a powerful reaction within 30 minutes. Sujin stared at the treasure in her hands in shock, unable to believe her own eyes, and asked how he managed to grow something like this in such a short time. The protagonist scratched his head, looking embarrassed, and admitted that even he felt a little ashamed, since truly, he was a man who had started thinking about a breeding business the moment he laid eyes on Datien. He silently considered himself extremely lucky to have stumbled upon a specialist in this very field who happened to possess such an unusually intense passion for it. Looking at the prisoner straining in the throes of extreme excitement, with bulging muscles and bright red eyes, he concluded this was a talent who really should have been an apostle of lust or frenzy. Make it stimulate me even more, please. Good grief, it's just farming. Do you really need to get this hyperactive over it? If I were there, I'd probably slap him awake. Talk about going overboard. Witnessing that horrifying scene, he silently noted to himself that this was his first time using the blessing of prosperity. Thanks to that special prisoner, he realized that finding ways to enhance a particular function had become easier than ever before. He predicted that in the near future, even more diverse types of pharmaceuticals would be released onto the market. Sujin was thrilled to no end, telling the protagonist to focus on verifying the safety, while turning these goji berries into gold was something she would handle herself. Watching her figure walk away, he silently wondered what kind of news she would bring back this time around. The secret to getting people to accept consuming these vitality-boosting foods was actually quite simple. You had to make them think with their lower head instead of using the rational one up top, because the more carefully a person deliberated, the more reasons they'd find to back away. Looking at the basket of plump red goji berries, Sujin believed that even though the brewing process might be a bit troublesome, confidence itself would be the key to success. And so the very first finished bottles of goji berry drink were brought into the world with a price tag that could be marked up many times over. Sujin took a sip and was satisfied with its lightly sweet flavor, finding it as easy to drink as plain water. Seeing the product had so much potential, she immediately invited Senior Ryuhon to try a sample. Although he was a bit hesitant and tried to refuse under Sujin's insistent pressure, he had no choice but to accept the bottle. Oh, women truly are nothing but hardtack. If you force a man to drink, where's he supposed to release it now? He cleared his throat and admitted that while he wasn't sure of the actual effects yet, the flavor itself was indeed quite delicious. Seeing that her senior had finished his evaluation, Sujin said a quick goodbye and left right away. Ryuhon stood there dazed, scratching his head as he watched her go, silently wondering whether he should have gone along with her or not. As she walked, Sujin grumbled about how her senior only ever worried about strange things, telling herself it wasn't every day she got the chance to visit such a special place. Normally, the effects of medicines were certified through alchemy, but this time Sujin had taken a different path. To obtain certification for a vitality-enhancing supplement, she needed to seek out an authority that specialized in matters of the human body. With those words, Sujin's winged shoes flared brightly, carrying her soaring up into the sky, gliding past the towering skyscrapers of the modern city. She landed in a neighborhood blazing with colorful neon lights, a place known as the faction responsible for the night side of the world. Sujin let out a soft sigh as she realized that nothing about this place had changed. It was still a district designed to remain dim and shadowy at all times, even in the middle of the day. The sight of couples tenderly exchanging passionate kisses under the neon lights only made the atmosphere feel lonelier and more like a fading dream for those flying solo. Hearing all this just makes me feel sorry for myself. Guess I'll just hug my teddy bear and go to sleep. But instead of feeling moved, Sujin's eyes lit up with dollar signs as she scanned the crowd. To her, every single person drowning in this pleasure was a high-potential customer. She flashed a sly smile, calculating that the happier they were, the more vitality-boosting products she'd be able to sell. Sujin strolled leisurely through the dazzling city, heading straight toward an enormous architectural structure. Majestic and magnificent, it bore the name Temple of Purity. The moment she stepped into the main hall of the magnificent, awe-inspiring temple, Sujin was immediately stopped by a female staff member with a cold, expressionless face who demanded to know the purpose of her visit. She politely introduced herself as Ha-Sojin from the Liatong Trading Guild, explaining that she had come to apply for certification on a new line of stamina-boosting medicinal products. Following the staff member's lead, the protagonist wound her way deep into a long, cavernous corridor that was eerily silent. Even though she had visited this place countless times before, she still felt a chill run down her spine and could never quite get used to the strange atmosphere that blanketed the area. As instructed, she quietly sat down on a chair in the reception room and waited patiently. Normally, when people think of the faction that dominates the adult market, names like desire or lust come to mind right away. But the truth was so ironic that it left Wu Changsu utterly stunned. Hold on, did she just say it was purity? She nodded to confirm, explaining that the definitions in this world had been completely flipped on their head, and the faction known as purity was actually the one ruling over that whole sensitive market. The concept is the same, but doesn't the name sound bizarrely off-key, folks? Inside a luxurious chamber of the Temple of Purity, an apostle with the pristine appearance of a priest broke into a radiant smile. It had been a long time since they'd received a product of such quality, he confirmed with delight. He leisurely slid the certificate document toward Sujin, urging her to keep up this same level of dedication. However, the priest's voice suddenly turned grave as he remarked that while the herb she had brought was excellent, it was still missing something. He lifted up the goji berry to analyze it, noting that even though this was a top-grade ingredient, it should really be combined with another component to reach its maximum effect. The apostles suggested that if she could enhance the potency of other ingredients similar to the goji berry, or grow more to blend them together, the results would surely be explosive beyond imagination. He confirmed that even in that scenario, the stamina-boosting products would still be released under the wonderfully contradictory name of purity. Sujin focused intently as she leafed through the file. Filled with worry, she asked that if they succeeded and a strong rival were to emerge, was he confident he wouldn't lose? In response to that concern, the apostle suddenly stood up, flashed a mysterious smile, and licked his lips with hunger. That's not it at all. We always crave fresh and even more intense stimulation. He revealed a dark truth that, simply put, no supplier was capable of satisfying that insane thirst for stimulation, which was why his faction was forced to step in and produce it themselves. His face grew dark and fanatical as he declared that the appearance of a suitable manufacturer was always the most welcome news. Self-sufficiency must be no fun, so now they just want to skim off the middleman, huh? After hearing such perverse declarations from the apostle, Wu Changsu could only clutch his head in horror, sweat pouring off him like a fountain. Have they lost their minds? Even Hamdan the hamster on his shoulder looked just as worried. He turned to look at Sujin with deep suspicion, unable to comprehend why these so-called purity people had such a twisted way of thinking. Meanwhile, Doji the pig and Ari the chick were still snoozing peacefully, dreaming of fragrant roasted sweet potatoes. In reality, the apostles of purity were absolutely forbidden from any sexual relations. They believed that by resisting earthly desires, they would become stronger and more powerful. But because of that brutal training, they ended up frantically seeking even more intense stimulation to push their limits further. Despite being a small faction, Purity held control over the entire night market and possessed an extremely solid economic and military foundation. Watching Sujin's enthusiasm whenever this power was mentioned, he could only sigh inwardly. Isn't that just an addiction? Right, banned here so they find another place to vent, but to need stimulation that's strong or stronger, I'd say only narcotics fit the bill. She continued her analysis, noting that while it would be better if Purity directly endorsed it, having them outsource the production to a third party wasn't a bad option either. She pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to the protagonist. These are the ingredients suggested by the Purity faction. What do you think? He read through the list with a look of utter bewilderment. Black raspberry, daughter seed, magnolia berry, and Canadium seed. He admitted he had never seen any of these ingredients before in his life. Seeing his confused expression, Sujin smiled brightly, her hand never stopping its gentle stroking of Hamdan the hamster. We're selling goji berry tea, right? She confirmed that the two of them planned to supply the special tea to the entire chain of high-end hotels owned by the Purity faction. He let out a sigh of relief that the immediate goal had been achieved, so he wanted to take his time developing this stamina-boosting medicinal line at a leisurely pace. Right in the middle of their discussion, Doji the pig suddenly let out an urgent oinking sound. If that's food, give me more, apostle. Even Ari the chick curiously asked whether the dish was tasty. He looked at his companions who had just finished eating and were already thinking about their next meal, and couldn't help feeling exasperated. They only know how to eat, and then demand more. The young man told himself that with the support of an expert in this sensitive field, taking a leisurely approach to further development definitely wouldn't be a problem. But life always has a way of throwing out unexpected reasons to ruin that leisurely pace. A man with flowing hair and a pair of intellectual glasses suddenly appeared right on the protagonist's land. He was a legend of the Purity faction, someone who had maintained absolute purity, never once finding release in over 40 years. He stood face to face with the uninvited guest in stunned silence. The man introduced as the great sorcerer of purity, Park Duhan Sojian. He stammered out a question to confirm the man's tragic predicament. So you're saying you think you're going to lose your manly function? Park Duhan Sojian's face darkened with utter seriousness as he gave a small nod of admission. He pressed further, asking if he lost it, would he be expelled from purity? The great sorcerer could only sit in agonized silence before that cruel reality. When he hesitantly asked about the chances of recovery, Park Duhan Sojian's head suddenly dropped. He couldn't believe his ears when he realized that the recovery prospects of this living legend were essentially a flat zero. Being this powerless, how can you even do business? No wonder he's no longer the most pure of the bunch. In the beginning, the Purity faction was exactly what people typically imagine, an organization representing the image of absolute purity. They practiced a wholesome lifestyle, keeping themselves untainted in order to transcend the mortal world. But the true nature of this world of warring block territories was, in essence, a war for land. As a weaker faction, Park Duhan Sojian realized they needed strength to protect their purity. And then an ironic truth was uncovered. Purity didn't necessarily mean being chaste. As long as you maintained self-restraint, anything you did was acceptable. Thanks to that line of thinking, within the span of a single year, he had single-handedly generated half of the total points for the entire faction. Hearing this, the protagonist broke into a heavy sweat, gripping Duhan Sojian tightly, while suspiciously asking whether that god really used such a thing. Park Duhan Sojian thoughtfully admitted that at first there was a great deal of talk about expulsion and things of that nature, but after seeing the massive point totals, the god himself was the first one to actually encourage his methods. He could only stand there speechless, telling himself that this was simply addiction taken to an extreme, And weren't both of them already corrupted to the very core? He explained further that the spirit of purity grew faster the more one endured worldly desires, a training method bound by strict limits. Why on earth would you put the brakes on that kind of pleasure? However, his skill had developed to such an extreme degree that he had reached a state where worldly desires would vanish even before they could arise. The entire purpose of purity was to suppress sexual desire and maintain fidelity. But if the very source of desire disappeared on its own, he would be stripped of his standing. In his desperation, he lunged forward, grabbed the protagonist's hand tightly, and pleaded, "I beg you, your goji berry is my only hope." He stared at the great sorcerer in shock. He had no idea how to help a man who had pushed his skill to the absolute pinnacle over 30 grueling years. He hurriedly reassured the protagonist that his condition wasn't quite at a critical stage yet, so there was no need to worry too much. He handed him a small pouch and asked him to pour his entire effort into developing the product. While he was still hesitating, telling himself that he was merely an apostle of prosperity and that investing here might cause the other party to take a loss, Duhan Sojion had already promised to provide his full support throughout the research process. But the moment he opened the pouch, a brilliant golden light burst forth, leaving both him and Hamdan the hamster so shocked their eyes nearly popped out. The success fee Duhan Sojian was offering was so staggering it made him break out in a cold sweat. He silently concluded that this was indeed a man who could use sheer points to corrupt a god. Well, they do say with enough money you can even buy your way to immortality. Faced with a gift too enormous to refuse, his attitude shifted instantly. He bowed deeply and declared firmly, "Just say the word, and I'll help with everything I have." In response to that enthusiasm, Duhan Sojian also placed his sincere trust in the young lad. Meanwhile, in a faraway place, a majestic temple with magnificent classical architecture rose against the deep blue sky. Devotees draped in white robes strolled leisurely up the stone steps, creating an atmosphere so solemn and quiet it felt almost otherworldly. A few apostles were gathered around an electronic board, double-checking information and silently praying everything would display clearly. In the main hall, a blue-haired apostle was excitedly bragging about his 30-day seniority, along with the arrival of a new generation of mages. Off in another corner, two nuns whispered to each other about strange size-altering spells. Right at that moment, a middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache, wrapped in a deep purple robe, swept past with his face flushed red from anger. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself that within the pure white sect, such vulgar language was absolutely forbidden, especially during a sacred judgment ceremony. This man was none other than the 17th term apostle of the pure white faction. He stepped into a dark room with a large screen and a long row of tables, where the other senior members were already seated and waiting. Standing at the head of the table, he cleared his throat lightly and thanked everyone for showing up in full attendance, the signature greeting of higher-ups who love to put on airs. Another apostle with a full beard spoke up, sounding smug about finally being able to kick that depraved bastard out of the organization, but he stressed that the council couldn't just sit around and wait. The mustached man followed up, declaring that their creed wasn't just about restraining desire, it was about maintaining absolute purity. He proclaimed loudly that the meeting of the true pure white brethren was now in session. When a member asked whether they should kick things off with a presentation, the chairman agreed and asked them to share the intel they had gathered first. Right away, the screen lit up with a flood of positive user reviews about the goji berry tea from the Prosperity faction. From the rich, fragrant flavor to its miraculous effects each morning. Thanks to the church certification, the Prosperity faction had created a truly formidable stamina-boosting product. The pure white sect apostle continued his presentation with full confidence. "We've also verified its effectiveness. And looking at consumer reactions, there's no reason not to release an even more powerful stamina enhancer." On the forums, comments from netizens are absolutely exploding. They're piling on the praise for Prosperity goji berry tea, saying it instantly cures hangovers, with effects that even outperform the premium line from the Alchemy faction. Looks like this product line is a smashing success, on par with a rocket, wouldn't you say, folks? Another notable point is that even though the food sector is in chaos, the great alchemist Hong Yusu's house has remained dead silent, leading the pure faction to suspect he's hiding something. The mustached apostle fell into deep thought when he heard the rumor that the Prosperity apostle was actually a disciple of Sword Saint Rohan. He concluded that, in that case, the boy should have picked up a sword instead of spending his time on farming. Should we offer him a proper position? However, the bespectacled apostle quickly chimed in with a warning. Even though they had pinpointed the location of the block, going there in person would be useless since that depraved Park Duhan Sojian would kick them out the moment he spotted them. The chairman gave a sly, sinister smirk. "Then let's do this. First we form an alliance with the Alchemy faction and lure the Prosperity apostle out into the open." The eyes of everyone in the meeting room suddenly burned bright with cruelty as they laid out a plan to capture the protagonist alive the moment he was caught alone. At that very same moment, in his own territory, Wu Chansu suddenly shivered and let out a loud sneeze. He scratched his head, dazed, wondering if someone was talking trash about him. Trash talk nothing, I heard they want to grab you by the neck. In the middle of a sun-drenched forest, a strange scene was unfolding as a horde of undead skeleton soldiers diligently harvested goji berries alongside the other villagers. Excuse me, Hero Jin Yin, this old man has something to discuss with you. Could you follow me for a moment? Though slightly puzzled, Yin quietly set down his basket of fruit and followed the man deeper into the forest. As the two of them walked past the corpses of monsters that had been slain earlier, Yin suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes bulging in shock at the sight of something lying right beneath an ancient tree. He trembled and stammered out, "That's..." The instant he realized it was Hexwen, Jin Yin was overcome with emotion. He rushed forward, threw his arms around the massive headless beast, and sobbed his heart out. "Hexwen, I thought I'd never see you again." Watching the prisoner nuzzle his head against the headless corpse with such tenderness, he asked whether the boy had preserved it for him. The young man could only laugh awkwardly, mumbling back, "Yeah, something like that." Inwardly, though, he was actually thinking he just left it there because he figured it was about to start rotting anyway. Witnessing Yin burst into tears over missing his monster friend, the boy thought to himself that if he let Hexwen go to waste, he'd surely earn the man's resentment. So since the two of them had to live together from here on out, he should start learning how to bond a little. Lucky thing too, since it hadn't gone bad yet, otherwise there'd be nothing to bond over. Looking at the headless Hexwen beast looming there, the boy couldn't help but ask with concern, "By the way, is it going to be okay without a head?" Yin replied casually, "Of course. It only handles small odd jobs anyway. His labor force has multiplied 17 times over, and it can even shrink itself down." He silently marveled at how oddly precise and credible that number sounded, then pointed toward the skeletal soldiers staggering around in the distance. But Yin just clicked his tongue dismissively. Those undead lack the ability to even control a single temporary head. Who knows if they're good for anything? Seeing the prisoner's grumpy expression, the boy gently encouraged him. "You can't expect to nail it perfectly right out of the gate, right? If they keep at it, they'll adapt eventually." Yin folded his arms, snorted coldly, then said firmly, "They'd better, because if they get in the way, there's no reason left to keep them around." Watching the man's back as he commanded the undead to make the work easier, the boy realized he was the perfect definition of a genuine sunder. Yin turned around and nodded. "Either way, this old man is really looking forward to working with you." The boy cheerfully replied, "We're looking forward to it too." Suddenly a piercing scream rang out, making both of them jump. The boy looked around in alarm. A scream. What greeted his eyes was the sight of the great witch Park Duhan Sojian frantically chasing after a muscular man. Duhan Sojin shouted, "Just hear me out for a second." But the man ran for his life, crying, "You're going to say that thing again." Park Duhan Sojian lunged forward and grabbed his target tight, his face glowing with fanatical zeal. "Listen here, you're a perfect fit for the pure white path. At long last, I've found a genius worthy of inheriting my legacy." The poor man could only wail in despair that he wanted to get married and live a happy life beside his wife and kids. Watching this extreme recruitment pitch unfold, the boy could only stand there frozen, thinking to himself that this witch really was a true expert in his own field. Park Duhan Sojian suddenly turned to look at Chansu with a meaningful glint in his eye. "And what about you?" Chansu broke out in a cold sweat and immediately waved his hands in firm refusal. Absolutely not. He thought to himself that at this rate the senior had better drop the idea sooner rather than later. Duhan Sojian let out a heavy sigh of regret over having to pass up such a rare talent. To smooth over the awkward atmosphere, the boy pulled out 2 new pills and suggested, "Since we've run into each other anyway, let's give the new pills a try, one at a time." Park Duhan Sojian took one of the pills and casually popped it into his mouth to taste. After savoring it for a moment, he gently pushed up his glasses and offered his expert assessment that this one scored about 33 points. "Wow, uncle, testing the medicine straight on himself, just like a lab rat, haha." Uncle Duhan Sojin rated the second pill at only around 23 points, a number still far too distant from the 90-point target they had set. Seeing Chansu looking discouraged, he spoke up to reassure him that an ordinary person would have lost their mind ages ago, so don't get too disheartened. The young man tugged at his hair in helpless frustration, unable to figure out why he just couldn't break past that damned 40-point mark. Park Duhan Sojian adjusted his glasses, his gaze growing sharp as he revealed an important secret. The mental state of the caster directly affects the efficacy of the blessing. Before the protagonist's stunned face, the witch explained that empathy is always more important than any solution. He cited his own taste for reading forbidden texts as an example and offered the boy a suggestion. Try casting the blessing while thinking about something, risk and see what happens. Park Duhan Sojin casually pulled out a mysterious book and offered to show it privately just to the protagonist, making the young man flush bright red and shout out a flat-out refusal. The boy thought to himself in exhaustion that this senior had truly lost his mind, while Duhan Sojin kept leisurely flipping through his book, advising him to give it a read sometime if the chance came up. "That's right, no matter what you do, you need a little first-hand experience, my friend." Right at that moment, the little mouse Dodon came scampering over in delight and leaped right into the arms of Hasujin, who had just appeared. The protagonist cheered with joy at seeing her back again. Sujin excitedly mentioned she had brought some seriously hot news, but then she froze suspiciously when she spotted the strange figure of Park Duhan Sojeon in the background. He scratched his head and laughed it off to clear the suffocating air. It's nothing. So what's the hot scoop you mentioned? Sujin cradled the little mouse Duhan Sodon while firmly delivering the news. Don't be too shocked, the alchemy faction has sent a request for you to carry out a dungeon raid. Protagonist. He gasped in shock. What the heck is going on? He couldn't believe his own ears. Images of dungeons crawling with massive monsters flashed through his mind, leaving him bewildered as he wondered, a dungeon raid? Why on earth would they ask a farmer to do something like that? All I have is this sickle and the harvest touch skill, something that can't even count as an attack skill. But he understood clearly that if his opponents didn't have necks, he wouldn't even be able to leave a scratch on them. Turning to Sujin, he protested, do I really not look like a farmer to you? I just sell grilled meat skewers and apples, that's all. Sujin could only look at him with deep suspicion before replying, sure thing, what you said sounds reasonable, but somehow it still feels off, kind of like a billionaire CEO trying to disguise himself as a farmer, you know? Sujin further explained that calling it a raid was just for show. In reality, this was simply a mission to gather byproducts from monsters. The witch Park Duhan Sojeon, seeing the situation, spoke up to bid farewell and take her leave. The protagonist focused on reading the glowing quest board, and he realized the freshness requirements were similar to those of ostrich tree sap, and luckily, things he harvested didn't spoil easily. When he asked whether the targets were grass-type monsters, Sujin firmly denied it. No, they're high-grade crystal spirits. She explained that if they couldn't be killed in a single strike, they would absorb other spirits to recover, which reduced the purity of the byproducts. Sujin emphasized that this was why the mission required someone with overwhelming power, like a swordmaster. He was stunned to realize this conclusion didn't add up at all. Turns out they were actually targeting Johan through him. Looking at the sword saint, who was casually sitting there munching on an apple, he silently thought to himself that the rumors of the two of them living together must have spread far and wide, which was why they assumed he could rope the Great Lord into coming along. Glancing back at the goddess along with Ari and Doji, who were all sleeping soundly, the protagonist told himself he couldn't just leave them behind for too long. He decisively pointed at her in refusal. Thank you, but I'm gonna have to decline. His unexpected decision shocked Sujin so much that she could only stand there frozen, asking him over and over again in disbelief. It seems our boy here actually has some sense about his choices after all. Sujin continued offering enticing conditions to persuade him, starting with the fact that the alchemist faction would provide the weaponry. This couldn't help but make him wonder, weapons for a farmer, seriously? But then, the moment she mentioned that they would also throw in a crystal spirit as a bonus reward, the protagonist's eyes suddenly lit up with sheer astonishment. He lunged forward, grabbing Sujin by the shoulders, and shouted, hold up, did you say a crystal spirit? Deep down in his heart, a crystal spirit was the ultimate dream of every farmer, a top-of-the-line portable irrigation device that he genuinely needed. He was so eager he was practically drooling, and he asked whether he could just buy one with cash on the spot. Sujin earnestly explained that turning down this mission really wasn't a good idea, because the alchemist faction wasn't exactly fond of them at the moment. The reason was that the prosperity goji berry tea had become incredibly popular as a hangover remedy, which used to be one of the alchemist faction's main products. This mission was actually just a pretext for them to ease the tension between the two sides. Even though it was genuinely a good offer, the protagonist still hesitated, worried about the safety of the area he was managing. And he also admitted he had a hard time trusting outsiders. He's pretty cautious, you know, listen to the wrong advice and one day you'll wake up tied up peeling oranges in some basement. To address that concern, Sujin suggested that the group should prioritize completing the temple first, since they had already received the building materials from the alchemist faction, and this structure had extremely powerful protective functions. He asked back in surprise, really, while Rohan calmly stood in the back, still munching on his apple. Sujin affirmed that the temple wasn't called a vital strategic resource for nothing. A few days later, a magnificent and majestic temple was officially completed in the middle of the sun-drenched land. The ginseng goddess sat in front of the temple and let out a quiet sigh, reflecting on all the troublesome events that had been piling up lately. First was the protagonist getting acquainted with a swordsman and starting to take over the area. Then came the incident where the apostles got into a fight, forcing him to excommunicate one of them. The image of that shameless apostle still clung to him, along with the tempting invitation to switch sides from the god of injustice, which couldn't help but stir the goddess's anger. However, she also felt fortunate that things had grown more peaceful recently, now that he had begun focusing on internal matters. Sitting beneath the tree, the goddess let out a soft, weary sigh. Behind her, Doji the piglet and Ari, the chick, were whispering among themselves. Doji trembled as he confessed he had a really bad feeling about this. What kind of really bad thing could happen here? Can you all guess? The majestic temple was finally complete, but the goddess of prosperity still couldn't shake her worry, thinking that if only her apostle had communication skills, then everything would truly be perfect. Right at that moment, a glowing system panel announced that the temple's special skill, named Last Fortress, had officially been activated. The goddess along with the Ari and Doji duo widened their eyes in horror as they realized this was a defensive skill made for war. A surge of azure spiritual energy erupted, forming a sturdy protective barrier that enveloped the entire region. Witnessing this defensive layer block even a powerful strike from Saint Rohan, the protagonist couldn't help but shout in pure delight at how absolutely top-tier the defensive power was. In stark contrast to his excitement, the goddess and her companions were huddled together, sobbing in sheer terror. She trembled as she wondered just what kind of horrifying war her beloved apostle was planning to start. While the group was caught up in panic, the protagonist along with Rohan and Sujin had already prepared to set off. He scratched his head in confusion, feeling like someone was talking smack about him, while Sujin enthusiastically offered to escort him to the mission area. As he walked along, he suddenly remembered he hadn't yet had the chance to formally say goodbye to the goddess, but Sujin's urging voice cut right through his train of thought. He hurried after the others, telling himself that he'd be back soon, so surely everything at home would be just fine. Just find my foot, they're crying their eyes out back at home. What a heartless guy. The journey brought them to the front of an incredibly modern and grand skyscraper, which happened to be the headquarters of the Alchemist faction. Standing at the gate of the headquarters, Sujin let out a relieved breath and announced that the group had safely arrived. The protagonist turned to give his sincere thanks to Johan, because thanks to the teleportation gate he had created, traveling had become more convenient than ever. Looking at the system map displaying the hexagonal blocks, he silently took pride in the territory he now owned, although he admitted he had once never dared to think about expansion due to the steep point cost. In reality, by accepting an enormous additional point fee, players could bypass the standard cap on territory ownership purchases. However, since the cost increased exponentially with each transaction, he still hadn't been able to claim all of the surrounding hexes the way he wanted to. After completing her guiding duty, Sujin waved goodbye and wished the protagonist plenty of luck in the upcoming raid. He also didn't forget to remind her to take care on her way back. The two of them stepped inside the luxurious main hall, where a woman wearing glasses with a professional air was already waiting. The moment she spotted him, she broke into a radiant smile and clearly greeted him. "You must be the protagonist. We've been expecting you." The female employee at the Alchemist headquarters handed him a large suitcase and informed him that this was the very weapon he had chosen. Even though she had a hint of doubt as she asked whether he really wanted to use this thing, he cheerfully accepted it and confirmed it would prove very useful. He also remembered to hand 2 apples to Rohan to hold for him, so he could work more conveniently. Next, the protagonist was asked to place a blessing on the potion bottle in preparation for taming the crystal spirit. Wait, why does catching one require a blessing too? Anyone want to take a guess? The alchemist side offered to provide a blessing with high compatibility to serve as food for the spirit, while also warning that if he used his own personal blessing, the risk of failure would be enormous. Faced with this choice, he curiously asked about the compatibility of the prosperity blessing, but when the answer came back as no available data, he still firmly decided he would use his own ability. The female employee led him through a brilliantly glowing door, the light leading directly into the dungeon, and told him to listen to the rest of the explanation once they were inside. The moment they stepped into the massive main hall lined with towering stone pillars, a female researcher was already waiting and announced that all preparations were complete. She introduced this as the Crystal Spirit Hunting Zone, explaining that you usually only needed to light a special incense in your hand, and they'd come swarming in like a kick beehive, giving him plenty of targets to hunt. However, she emphasized that the protagonist had to personally slay the exact boss specified in the mission requirements, and all of the resulting byproducts would belong to the Alchemist faction. Since the boss was located in a separate area, the female researcher asked him to report back once he was ready. At the same time, she requested that he perform the blessing on the taming potion bottle first. He quickly got to work. He channeled his energy to activate the prosperity blessing, causing the potion bottle to radiate a brilliant green glow. Watching the points tally leap continuously from 1,000 to 5,000, he silently thought to himself that this thing would be incredibly powerful if it could absorb points without any limit. Staring at the vial in his hand glowing with a brilliant blue radiance, the protagonist couldn't help but ask anxiously whether this was really okay, since it was emitting light. The female researcher calmly explained that this sometimes happened when too many blessings were applied at once, and she didn't forget to praise his generosity. Hearing this, he grew even more excited. He flashed a determined smile and declared firmly, "All right then, let's keep going." Despite the warning that adding more blessings wouldn't actually make the spirit any stronger, he frantically poured even more points into the vial. The numbers kept skyrocketing from 200,000 to 300,000, and finally settled at a staggering 500,000 points. A surge of mighty energy enveloped the protagonist, making him beam with delight, while the female researcher could only gasp in shock, calling out his name. Looking at the vial, which now sparkled like a stunning crystal, he still asked with a hint of doubt whether it was truly safe. The female researcher admitted this was the first time she'd ever witnessed such a sight, but her curiosity overrode everything else, and she enthusiastically announced that she would bring over a spirit immediately to test it out. However, the speed at which the female researcher moved made him exclaim in astonishment. That fast, the words barely leaving his mouth. She had already tossed a tiny water spirit toward him and urged him to throw the potion. The protagonist swiftly hurled the vial toward the target. A stream of azure liquid engulfed the tiny creature. He held his breath as he watched, nervously wondering whether it would really deliver the results he was hoping for. Contrary to expectations, the water spirit began trembling violently, its face contorting with agony. It kept vomiting out streams of bright green liquid amid pitiful cries. He froze in place, sweat pouring down as the harsh reality sank in. Damn it, no matter how you looked at it, this was clearly a terrible combination, right? Watching the poor creature writhing about, he could only scratch his head in dismay. While he stood there bewildered, unsure of what to do next, the protagonist suddenly heard strange noises coming from behind him. He turned around in shock and witnessed an entire wave of water spirits charging toward him in a frenzy. The female researcher was no less stunned. She pushed up her glasses and asked in astonishment, "What's going on? We haven't even used the lure scent yet." Instead of helping the protagonist, who was now surrounded by the swarm of spirits, she frantically scribbled into her clipboard to record this bizarre phenomenon. Oh dear, now he had become part of her little experiment too. Trapped in the middle of creatures vomiting nonstop all around him, he could only shout out in utter helplessness. Is this really the right time to be sitting around taking notes? Chensu struggled to defend himself amid the swarm of spirits crowding in on him. Meanwhile, the female researcher remained completely absorbed in her observation work. In the middle of the lake, a green spirit suddenly swelled up unnaturally, and then began to glow brilliantly. The protagonist immediately pointed at the lake's surface and shouted loudly to grab her attention. "It's getting absorbed right now." Yet the researcher kept her eyes glued to the clipboard. She replied calmly that she was already observing it, without so much as a blink. Anxious, he snapped at her, urging her to hurry up and come up with a solution. She mused thoughtfully, wondering whether he might have used some kind of strange potion, but he flatly denied it on the spot. The female researcher offered her professional assessment. "I told you it wasn't that. The problem probably lies in the fact that you overdid it." She explained that the heavy concentration of blessings he had poured in earlier had unintentionally acted as an extremely potent lure scent. When he asked about why the spirits were vomiting, she calmly suggested it was probably because they had eaten too much. Fortunately, the wave of ordinary spirits finally began to fade, restoring quiet to the dungeon. But before a smile could even reach his lips, the female researcher suddenly froze. The pen in her hand dropped to the floor in stunned disbelief. "Impossible, something is appearing. Folks, the situation is starting to heat up." An alarm bell rang out repeatedly as the monitoring system detected a massive surge of energy. The female researcher screamed in terror. Why? The lure scent shouldn't have any effect on the boss. From beneath the deep waters, an enormous tail swept past with overwhelming force, signaling the presence of a fearsome entity. He narrowed his eyes warily, recognizing this as the very thing he was forced to defeat in his current mission. A colossal water entity with a humanoid form towered into view, radiating terrifying pressure. This was the boss of the dungeon, a high-ranking spirit with strength far surpassing that of the ordinary spirits. Watching the water entity continuously expanding, the protagonist panicked and shouted, "Hold on a second." The overloaded azure energy from the vial had caused the small spirit to keep absorbing everything around it, triggering a horrifying transformation. To the astonishment of both, the spirit suddenly swelled beyond control, leaving him stunned as he realized it had just absorbed the boss itself into its body. Oh boy, before they could even do anything, the boss had already kicked the bucket. However, instead of becoming mighty, the giant spirit began showing signs of indigestion. Its face turned a sickly purple as it kept letting out groans of agony. Watching the creature writhing and vomiting nonstop, he clutched his head helplessly and muttered to himself, "This is exactly why people shouldn't ask a farmer to raid a dungeon." Witnessing this chaotic and utterly hopeless scene, the female researcher could only collapse to the floor, sobbing in despair. Feeling guilty, he stepped closer and gently patted the suffering water entity. "It's not your fault, it's mine for carelessly throwing the vial." He gently placed his hand on the watery membrane and softly urged it to just throw it all up to feel a little better. Sensing all the energy raging violently inside the poor creature, he focused his mind. He channeled his full strength to activate the prosperity blessing, soothing the surging wave of power and bringing it back down to a calmer state. And when the light faded, the colossal spirit had shrunk down into a tiny, incredibly adorable form. He let out a sigh of relief seeing that it seemed to have stabilized once more. He smiled and was about to compliment it, saying this form was actually pretty cute, but out of nowhere, The young man got blasted right in the face with a spray of water from the little spirit. Even though he was soaked through, watching the tiny creature hopping about cheerfully, he could only resign himself to accepting the playfulness of his new little friend, eating itself sick, getting indigestion, and then spraying water in someone's face. Oh my, this little spirit is no pushover either. Looking at the gleaming gem in his hand, he couldn't help but be amazed to see that the spirit had instantly transformed after vomiting up a whole pile of stuff. The female researcher came over to congratulate him on successfully taming the water spirit, but right after that, she coldly informed him that, in truth, he had failed the mission. Failing to collect a high-ranking spirit meant he had violated the contract. Seeing the young man still in shock, she gently pushed up her glasses and advised him that if anyone tried to use that reasoning to pin the blame on him, he should counter with 2 arguments. First, it was the very vial provided by the alchemist faction that caused this whole mess. Second, ownership of the glowing pool beneath their feet would actually bring tremendous benefits. He looked at the puddle of vomit with a deeply skeptical expression, silently thinking to himself that this had truly been one troublesome field trip. Before leaving, the female researcher didn't forget to remind him to give a 5-star rating for the service. At the same time, she reassured him that the spirit would soon wake up with an entirely new appearance once it had recovered its strength. The peace was quickly shattered when a manager from the alchemist faction barged into the room aggressively, shouting that his mission had completely failed. There it is, the troublemaker had finally shown up. I knew it couldn't possibly be that simple. He flashed a sinister smile, forcing the young man to pay a penalty for accepting the reward without fulfilling the job as agreed. When the young man tried to argue that the accident was caused by a defective potion, the manager roared back, blaming him instead for using it in such a bizarre manner. The man threatened to confiscate all the collected water along with the weapons that had been provided, leaving the surrounding atmosphere thick with tension. Right at that moment, Rohan strode forward with an icy expression on his face. He casually remarked that this whole situation was rather unpleasant. The Sword Saint commented that for an old friend he hadn't seen in ages, this kind of greeting was a bit on the rough side. While the manager was still trembling with fear, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, and he was stunned to realize the new arrival was none other than the Grand Alchemist himself. He demanded to know what the food division was doing here, declaring that the manager had absolutely no business being in this place. Unsu stepped closer, his eyes gleaming sharply behind his glasses with a menacing glint. Surely you didn't come here out of spite for the prosperous goji berry tea, did you? He warned that if that were the case, not only would the manager's apostle status be revoked, but he would also face a string of lawsuits. Unsu leaned in close to the trembling man's face and delivered a finishing line full of pressure. Isn't that right? I trust you're not foolish enough for that. That hits the spot, scare him until he wets himself for that arrogant attitude of his. The manager was so terrified he doubled over, pleading through tears. That's not it at all, sir. Unsu coldly ordered him to leave the premises immediately. The manager bolted away as fast as his legs could carry him, while the female researcher didn't forget to wave and remind him, make sure to leave a 5-star review. Turning to the young man, Unsu introduced himself politely. You're Oh Chansu, correct? A pleasure to meet you. I'm Hong Unsu. He apologized for the loss incurred during their first meeting and proposed that they settle business right then and there. Unsu reassured him not to worry too much. Even though the raid had failed, there was still a way forward. He pointed toward the shimmering puddle of water and explained that thanks to the recent incident, this water had become something truly extraordinary. Unsu insisted that water capable of luring an entire boss would have the alchemist faction on the edge of their seats, just like the case with the multipurpose resin before. Looking at the radiant pool of water, Unsu made an offer. Since you have no use for it, we'd be delighted if you'd sell it to us. He casually dipped his hand into the cool water with a thoroughly satisfied smile. The young man was so shocked he broke into a cold sweat. He silently screamed in horror, this guy actually wants to buy vomit water. Unsu added that if he agreed to sell, the raid mission would be marked as successfully completed. But if you refuse, his tone suddenly took on a heavy, loaded edge. Under that pressure, the young man frantically agreed, I'll sell right now. Unsu smiled with satisfaction, praising his smart decision. Before starting to calculate the price for this special batch of water, he floated a suggestion about a pharmaceutical processing facility that left the young man absolutely stunned. Unsu explained that they had machinery he could use without needing any alchemy skills at all, which would let him accomplish far more than he could now. Even though the idea sounded fantastic, the young man worried that brewing his own medicine would spark conflicts. Just like the prosperous goji berry tea incident before, the moment money and profit enter to the picture, people start clawing at each other's throats. Hong Unsu smiled cryptically through his glasses. He suggested the young man was severely underestimating the importance of inspiration. He casually declared that no matter what happened, he himself had nothing left to lose, since talented people like him were always warmly welcomed wherever they went. After leaving the alchemy headquarters, Unsu curiously pressed for confirmation about a rumor. So you're not actually Laon's disciple, are you? Seeing the young man's flustered expression, he continued asking whether the relationship between them was still on good terms. The young man turned back, bewildered. What do you mean by that? To avoid making things awkward, the young man decided to speak more openly. He brought up how Lohan had once swung his sword toward Unsu purely on his account, but the Grand Alchemist just chuckled it off. Unsu admitted that he himself had deliberately stirred up the tension in that moment, so it really wasn't anything to worry about. Both of them just learned a lesson from it, and that's good enough going forward. Glancing over at the Sword Saint, who was busy slurping down apple juice, Unsu silently sighed. This guy's wandered off into apple territory again. The young man stepped closer and asked Unsu if there was anything he could do to help, then sighed and pointed at Rohan. That guy eats nothing but apples for every single meal. The young man rattled off a long list of apple delicacies he had painstakingly prepared, like pies, jams, and tarts, all completely ignored. He cried out in frustration, "There's nothing left. I haven't tried to get him to eat something else." Unsu had to admit out loud that the young man really was a genuinely skilled chef. Furious, the young man shouted in Lo Du-Han-So's face, demanding he eat a properly balanced diet instead of stuffing himself with nothing but apples. Yet the Sword Saint calmly walked on and tossed back a brutally blunt piece of advice: "Just give up. It'll be easier if you give up." Unsu could only stand there watching, silently thinking that Lo Du-Han-So's stubbornness was something nothing on earth could break. He was like an apple worm, born for the sole purpose of eating apples. Suddenly, a black luxury car came roaring up and screeched to a halt right in front of the group. A man in a black suit stepped out. "You're Oh Chan-Su, correct?" He coldly requested that the young man come along with him to be escorted. The young man pointed at himself in shock. Me? Sitting inside the luxurious car, he still hadn't fully recovered from the surprise. He never expected the faction of Purity would want to meet with him. The young man silently analyzed. Since the faction of Purity was the distributor for Prosper's goji berry tea, this was an extremely important business partner. He told himself it really wasn't all that strange, since they must be terribly curious about the condition of the envoy Park Du-Han-So Gyeon after she had tried his product. Looking out the window, the young man suddenly noticed something strange. Hold on, shouldn't it still be daytime right about now? Just as Ha Soo-jin had told him, this land was perpetually shrouded in the darkness of night, glowing with brilliant neon lights. A city without sunlight, where day and night look the same. How on earth do people live like this? The car glided past couples sharing tender moments on the streets before slowly coming to a stop in front of an enormous structure. Stepping out of the car, the young man was overwhelmed by the sheer grandeur of the destination. This was the Temple of Purity. The pristine white temple, with its towering rows of stone columns, radiated a powerful aura. A solemn dignity, completely different from the noisy streets they had just driven through. The driver gestured respectfully. "I'll escort you to the reception room." The young man could only fumble out a reply. "Oh yes, of course." The group walked together down the long, deep corridor of the Holy Hall. The guide stopped before a massive door and announced that the elders were waiting inside, just as the door swung open. The young man saw three powerful figures of the sect already seated and waiting. The arrival of the young man and the Sword Saint left the elders thoroughly stunned. Apostle Oh Chan-Su and Lohan. Well, isn't this a surprise, folks? A humble farm boy with the Sword Saint as his personal escort. An elder with a thick mustache adjusted his robes and gave a polite nod of greeting. "Welcome, my apologies for summoning you so suddenly." The first apostle of the faction of Purity offered a gentle smile in welcome. "You must be exhausted after such a long journey." The young man bowed politely in greeting. "A pleasure to meet you all. I'm Oh Chan-Su." Behind him, the Sword Saint Lon kept his usual stone-cold expression. After the formal pleasantries, the elder invited everyone to sit down so they could discuss the matter at hand. "How is Apostle Park Du-Han-So Gyeon's current condition?" The young man took a small sip of tea. He pondered quietly that telling the truth was probably better than handing out empty hopes. Then he answered softly, "Unfortunately, there hasn't been any significant progress yet." The woman seated beside them, draped in a black veil, also spoke up to press him. "How is the development of the cure coming along?" The young man honestly explained that even though the pace was a little slow, everything was steadily moving forward bit by bit. While Rohan calmly sat behind them munching on apples, the woman kept pressing for the success rate of the new medicine. The young man clenched his fists and stated firmly, "I'll do everything in my power." Why is this old hag so nosy? It really makes my chest tight just listening to her. Suddenly, a teacup was set down with a sharp, decisive clink accompanied by a cold word of refusal. "No." An apostle wearing glasses abruptly shot to his feet, locked eyes with the young man and commanded, "Don't try." The young man's eyes went wide in shock as he asked back, "What was that?" The man across from him didn't waver in the slightest. He emphasized his point once more. "What I mean is, don't finish the cure." The bespectacled apostle then made a truly bizarre demand. "I want you to drag the timeline out as long as possible." Chan-Su couldn't hide his bewilderment at this baffling contradiction. He spoke up to question why, asking whether apostles Park Du-Han and So Gyeon weren't both crucial figures for maintaining the purity of the sect. Behind the lenses, the man's icy gaze narrowed, and he advised him to think about it in the simplest terms possible. With ambition written plainly across his face, he casually suggested that since the treatment would be difficult either way, Joining their faction would be far more beneficial. The young apostle beside him also flashed a calculating smile, and she added a closing remark that their faction was prepared to double whatever terms had been offered. Gazing down at his own reflection in the teacup, the young man realized he had unwittingly been dragged into a tangled civil war over power. He silently wondered whether the sect's influence had grown so vast that it had bred such deep-rooted divisions. He thought to himself that every powerful clan was the same, willing to disregard everything for the sake of their own interests. The protagonist gave a faint, forced smile in an attempt to ease the atmosphere that had grown taut as a bowstring, and he replied that he was sorry, but would treat the offer as something he had never heard. Deep down, he couldn't help but despise those who were willing to turn their backs and betray even their own allies purely for personal gain. Not wanting to linger another second, Chasu stood up and signaled to his companion that it was time to leave. He coldly tossed out a single line, saying he hoped the relevant Bens would reach a peaceful agreement among themselves, then turned to Rohan and urged him to head out. That decisive move instantly ignited the fury of the bespectacled apostle, who slammed the table and roared, asking if the boy hadn't seen anything on his way here. He frantically demanded whether the protagonist understood the suffering of those forced to live in pitch darkness 24 hours a day, dragging on for entire years on end. He bellowed in extreme rage, asking if the boy thought that was good for the purity. He kept screaming that those idiotic apostles had crossed every possible line and made the situation worse than ever, even as the people around him desperately tried to calm him down. Chasu looked the elders dead in the eye and calmly replied that he didn't know much. But wasn't that precisely the will of the god of purity? The remark struck right at the heart of the matter, making the mustached elder grind his teeth in fury. He bellowed that this was not something a lowly peasant had any right to argue about. The old man threatened that if the boy kept up this attitude, the cult would immediately revoke the certification for prosperity goji berry tea. He froze for a few seconds, then silently judged this to be the blatant abuse of power by the heads of a major faction, truly throwing their weight around, bullying ordinary people in the most outrageous way. He glanced back and noticed their faces seemed to be hiding some other dark intention, just as the elder demanded the two of them stop and talk a bit longer. Rohan suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and coldly urged him to go, since the schemer's intent had already become painfully obvious. Even though he still hesitated about leaving so abruptly, Rohan firmly pulled him straight out of the room. The elder behind them screamed in a frenzy that the protagonist would come to regret this, but Rohan simply replied without flinching that they could do whatever they pleased. The door slammed shut, leaving the Bens inside utterly stunned. The veiled woman fretted to herself, wondering if the boy had already figured something out. What shady business were they hiding that they were so afraid of being exposed? This old hag. The moment the guests left, the bespectacled apostle scratched his head and admitted his acting skills were just too poor. As it turned out, direct intimidation was the second option they had picked, and Elder Yen Po insisted he had done a fine job. Faced with the repeated failure of every plan, the veiled woman pondered uneasily over what their next move should be. Elder GMF brooded in silence before declaring that they had no choice but to proceed with the fourth plan. In the emergency meeting, the spectacled apostle quietly told himself they couldn't afford to back down any further, while the elder firmly stated they would do absolutely anything to achieve their final goal. Their plan was to make the apostle of prosperity waste his time on pointless matters, so he would no longer have the focus to produce the energy drink. This was playing dirty. The marketplace might be a battlefield, but I think this guy isn't fighting fair. The mustached elder curled his lips into a sinister smile and declared plainly that, from this moment on, they would turn the boy into a hero. At a stately academy beneath the falling glow of dusk, a man wrapped in white robes was cradling the goddess of prosperity in her tiny ginseng form. He looked at her with calculating eyes and softly whispered that he supposed he had to release her now. The instant her feet touched the ground, the goddess of prosperity in her tiny ginseng form threw her legs over her shoulders and bolted for her life. Uncle Hang Jian stood watching her go, unable to help wondering aloud that she was running like the devil was after her. Well, wasn't that only natural? The very moment she caught sight of Chasu, the little goddess hurled herself straight into his arms in unspeakable joy. He flinched in surprise as he caught her, then cried out, "Oh heavens, apostle." He hugged the goddess tight while Ari and Doji came waddling up behind. He hurriedly pressed her to set up communications right away, since she must be terribly worried by now. Bei Hangjian strolled over leisurely and asked whether his trip had gone safely. The protagonist smiled gently and replied yes, thanks to him watching over the area. But the air suddenly turned grave as he revealed a shocking truth. By the way, he had something he needed to tell him. Did he know that the elders of purity were trying to stab him in the back? Hangjian blinked in confusion and echoed, "Stab me in the back." What did he mean? It was just a difference in life philosophy, not actual hostility. He stated bluntly that they had told him not to brew the energy drink. Ouch, that's harsh. If I heard a loved one say that to me, I'd probably cry my eyes out. Hearing this, Park Hangjian's face hardened in an instant, taking on a deeply solemn look. He apologized for the matter, saying he would go take care of it personally so it wouldn't be a problem any longer. Immediately, the Sword Saint Rohan, standing behind them, spoke up to stop him, saying no, it was best he didn't go. He quickly chimed in too, urging him to listen to Rohan, even when they spouted nonsense like revoking the certification of Prosperity Goji Berry Tea. It seemed they were deliberately trying to delay the development of the energy drink. Park Hangjian mulled it over for a moment, then nodded slightly, acknowledging that made sense. He went on to share his observation, saying it seemed there was some other scheme afoot, though he didn't quite know the details. Bei Hangjian gave a soft wave of his hand to reassure him, telling him not to worry too much. Those guys cared deeply about their own bodies. They wouldn't dare do anything truly dangerous. They might even call to apologize. The protagonist couldn't help being floored. No way did they have any self-respect at all. Hangjian replied evenly that wasn't it a good way for them to waste his time. Seeing Rohan still standing quietly to observe, he declared firmly that he hadn't planned to go, and now he definitely wasn't going. Park Hangjian gave him a meaningful look and asked, by the way, what did he plan to do from here on? Since he had told him about this, then to each their own, as long as it doesn't disrupt daily life, right folks? He answered decisively, declaring he would hurry up and create the energy drink. That would be the most fitting form of revenge. Bei Hangjian stared in stunned silence at the fiery young man before him when suddenly, a brilliant beam of light burst out from beneath the protagonist's chest, leaving them both in shock. Hangjian rushed over in alarm, grabbed him by the collar, and roared. Had he thought about him enough to actually master the purity talent already? The boy could only stammer awkwardly in response. He hurriedly pulled out the glowing object, which turned out to be the crystal spirit orb he had just harvested, and realized it seemed to be starting to wake up. Witnessing the strange spectacle, the ginseng goddess and Ari couldn't help panicking, asking what on earth the apostle had done this time. What the hell was that, while Doji the piglet only cared about one single thing? Was that thing edible? The orb shone so brilliantly it became blinding, drawing the utterly serious attention of both Rohan and Park Hangjian. There it came out. He stared in disbelief at the creature that had just escaped its shell. But then his smile froze on his face the instant he realized its true form. Surprised, the family had just gained a brand new member. What appeared before the group was a round, blue slime that was incredibly adorable, leaving him to shout out in sheer disbelief, was that really a slime? Meanwhile, elsewhere, the elder of the Purity faction was using a staff to point at a planning board listing 4 steps: conciliation, intimidation, stalling, and building a heroic image. He sternly instructed his underlings, who were nodding rapidly, to remember every detail. The pale blue slime sat plopped on the ground, gleaming softly with the most adorable expression. The protagonist stared blankly at the tiny creature, then gasped. They had said it was a crystal spirit, but this was clearly a slime. Even the mage Park Hangjian had to admit he had never heard of any spirit with a shape this bizarre. He curiously reached out a hand to touch it, and the soft sensation that traveled up his fingers caught him completely off guard. All of a sudden, the slime sprouted 2 tiny fins, making the protagonist jump. It startled him so much he nearly jumped. The thing actually had a hand, and on top of that it felt incredibly soft. He bent down and gazed at the little creature sleeping peacefully in his palm. He silently wondered whether it could actually understand the words he was saying. Bei Hangqiang stepped closer, gently pushed up his glasses, and congratulated him on taming a spirit, even though such a feat was notoriously difficult. The main character scratched his head with a sheepish laugh, admitting it was just dumb luck. And honestly, he really did get lucky this time, all thanks to this gluttonous little spirit. Right at that moment, the duo Ari and Doji came waddling over. The little chick eagerly greeted the new member, while Doji the piglet urged the spirit to hurry up and pay its respects to the goddess. He smiled brightly as he introduced the newcomer to the whole group. That's right, we have a new member. This here is a water spirit, and he suddenly realized he hadn't even given the little slime a name yet. He sank into thought, mulling over which name would suit it best. Just then, the Sword Saint Rohan strolled over, glanced at the squishy creature on the ground, and coldly suggested soft body and short and sweet. For a water spirit, why not call it Squish? The main character immediately waved his hand, dismissing Rohan's name as too dull. He enthusiastically offered up his own idea. I think Spring would be a much better name. And when Rohan asked about the meaning, he explained that while he had originally drawn inspiration from a fountain, the word spring also carried the meaning of buds blooming and new life sprouting, which fit a water spirit perfectly. He warmly told the little slime to look out for everyone in the family. Spring gazed at the kindred spirits gathered close together by his side. The main character lifted Spring up and declared loudly, "Let's see what kind of powers you've got. I'm so curious. I wonder if this little one will actually be useful to him." The moment he got home, he suddenly realized he'd been so caught up in everything that he'd completely forgotten to eat. Right on cue, growling stomachs started rumbling all around, not just from him but from the goddess Doji and Ari, all of whom were starving. Park Han-kyung gently pushed up his glasses and remarked, "You must be hungry too, Apostle. Dinner time is right around the corner." He cheerfully invited Block to stay and eat with them before heading out, saying he'd cook up something truly delicious. He immediately got to work in the kitchen, the flames roaring to life as he prepared for a lavish feast. The main character was furiously kneading a lump of duff on the cutting board under Park Han-kyung's curious gaze. "What exactly are you cooking?" He just smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out soon enough, sir." Suddenly, he tossed an apple and the lump of duff high into the air, then called out loudly, "Rohan, I'm counting on you out there." The lump of dough and the apple were sliced apart by exquisite sword strokes right in midair. Perfect strands of noodles cascaded down onto the plate as he watched in stunned amazement. "Thank you, Master Rohan. Next time, it'll be 2 apples." Watching the legendary swordmaster being put to work slicing noodles, Park Han-kyung was so shocked his eyes nearly bulged out, sweat streaming down his face. Is it really okay to use a swordmaster like that? Honestly, who in their right mind would put someone titled Sword Saint to work in the kitchen? What a waste of talent. Ignoring the wizard's bewilderment, the main character quickly finished setting a banquet table loaded with dishes made from potatoes and apples. He gestured for everyone to dig in. "Sorry for the wait, let's eat." The table was loaded with all kinds of mouth-watering dishes, from potato pasta and premium sweet potato dumplings to fragrant apple pies. After just one bite, Park Han-kyung's eyes lit up in astonishment. "This is incredible. I never imagined I could eat food this good every single day." He devoured the meal while regretting all the dinners he'd missed before. The main character grinned smugly. "There's plenty more. Take your time." Watching Ari and Doji battling over the food with such ferocity that they whipped up a small whirlwind, he couldn't help but marvel, "You all really can pack it away." However, his eyes dimmed when he glanced over at Rohan, who was still silently chewing on a dry apple pie made of 98% Emperor's apples. The main character let out a helpless sigh, hoping Rohan was at least enjoying his meal. Finally, he turned to the little slime he'd just taken in. "Spring, you eat too." He fed it blessings. "Right, enjoy your meal." Oh, so a simple blessing is enough to fill this little one's belly. Watching the rest of the family eating with such gusto, he was about to start his own dinner when he noticed Spring's strange expression. Seeing the little spirit hopping around restlessly, he wondered if it was craving more blessings. But watching it shake its head over and over, the main character suddenly realized this little slime actually wanted regular food instead of divine energy. Curious, he held out a plump red apple, and Spring's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. It then dove in and absorbed the apple so eagerly that its body even started to change color. The moment it finished eating, a brilliant burst of light erupted like fireworks. The flash transformed Spring into the most adorable little heart shape. He stared in awe as the flavor of the apple actually had the power to change the spirit's entire form. He smiled and told Spring to eat all it wanted, since apples here would never run out. The little spirit was so overjoyed that it shifted into a sparkling star shape. The whole scene wrapped the goddess of prosperity and her apostles in a warm cocoon of joy during their cozy dinner. A truly happy atmosphere, the kind so many families dream about, isn't it? The next morning, while strolling through the otherworldly forest, Chansu suddenly froze when he spotted a freshly cleared path cutting through the dense canopy. He was still standing there bewildered, wondering why a road had appeared out of nowhere, when Kim Il-hai came rushing over to greet him. The prisoner cheerfully boasted that the entire crew had thrown their full effort into clearing this path so the main character could move around more conveniently, and as a result, work efficiency had soared. Watching the undead and the prisoners toiling away under An Hyuk's command, he couldn't help but be stunned by just how effective this labor operation had become. While he was very pleased, the main character secretly thought that the prisoners' enthusiasm seemed a touch excessive given their position. Seeing that Un was visibly curious about the strange creature in his hand, he introduced the little slime as a water spirit named Spring. The news left the prisoner and the surrounding crowd dumbstruck, struggling to believe their master had actually tamed such a mystical and adorable creature. He sat down beside Spring, deciding to take a little break to closely observe the true abilities of this little spirit, but will only know once it shows off its skills. "Come on, give me a demonstration. I'm pretty curious myself." He eagerly asked Spring to show its strength. "All right, Spring, let me see what you can do." And the little slime immediately responded with full confidence. It began to control the water in the lake. "Wait, it can manipulate water freely." Spring conjured a massive towering waterspout, weaving a shimmering rainbow through the forest. Witnessing such a magical sight, he shouted in pure excitement, "That's amazing, well done, our Spring." The prisoners and undead standing nearby couldn't stop clapping in admiration, but the column of water suddenly swelled out of control, draining the color from his face. "That's a bit big. No, wait, way too big." The colossal water vortex came roaring down toward the bushes, sending the main character into a panic as he cried out, "Oh no." Over there, the entire torrent was crashing straight down right onto the spot where the black cat was sleeping soundly. Its eyes suddenly blazed to life, the look in them sharp with furious killing intent. He could only stand frozen as a streak of pure black shot past with terrifying speed and power. "Oh no, this time we've poked a fire ant nest for sure, Spring, oh no." The black cat landed with imposing dignity, its face still radiating fierce killing intent. It sauntered closer, sending little Slim into such a panic that beads of cold sweat poured down his face. He hurriedly scooped Spring up and gave a warning. Yangshi was usually gentle, but when she got angry, she was downright terrifying. From now on, you'd better be careful. Just look at that wave of resentment radiating from behind us. He shouted urgently, telling everyone to scatter at once. After a brief commotion settled down, Yangshi finally found her peace again, rolling around in pure bliss across the lush green carpet of leaves. The protagonist plopped down on the ground with a sigh of relief, thinking the danger had finally been averted. He turned and asked the little spirit for a favor. "Spring, can you make some drinking water?" Little Slim eagerly conjured up a crystal clear bubble of water right in front of him, and he gave a soft smile of thanks. Suddenly, a flurry of system panels kept popping up, plastered with glitched, eerily flickering text about ownership of various territories. He stared at the overlapping notification windows in stunned disbelief, only managing to blurt out in shock, "The system windows are broken?" It must have short-circuited from the spirit playing with water. He sank down to the ground, staring at the pile of error messages with a heart full of confusion. He knew this system was never perfect to begin with, but the situation unfolding before him left him completely at a loss for what to do next. Right in the middle of the chaos, the cat Yangshi suddenly lunged forward and chomped down hard on the protagonist's hand, making him jolt and let out a loud yelp. The searing pain of the bite caught him completely off guard, but that wasn't even the worst of it. Right after, a barrage of blood-red system windows flashed up with blinking error messages. Ownership of Zone 31-4E lost. The gateway to that area is being sealed off. He watched in horror as the territory he had painstakingly acquired across Zones 34N and 35N was sealed off and vanished, one after another. He suddenly remembered the heartfelt promise he had made. "If you guard this area, I'll give you unlimited catnip." He had hoped Yangshi's territorial instincts would help protect this place, but reality dumped a bucket of ice water on him. After everything he'd poured into it, even building an entire dazzling catnip paradise complete with climbing towers and plush cushions, all he got in return was the collapse of his system. He clutched Yangshi tight, tears streaming down his face as he wailed in anguish. "Why would you do this to me? Why like this?" The smile faded, leaving only tears behind. That's the song lyric playing in his head right now. Poor guy. In response to her master's heart-wrenching sobs and despair, the black cat just tilted her head and stared at him with an utterly innocent expression, as if she had absolutely nothing to do with the mess unfolding around her. Forcing down the rage bubbling up inside, he told himself he had to truly calm down and reassess the situation. He squinted at the cat casually grooming her fur and thought to himself, Yangshi is incredibly smart. There has to be a reason behind what she did. He turned back to check the system panel. Even though he had lost ownership of many of the territories he had just acquired, what truly hurt him? The biggest headache of all was the notification windows glitching out left and right. Right at that moment, the witch Pak Duhan Sojin strolled over and called out, "There you are, young man." Seeing the gloomy expression and lifeless eyes on the protagonist's face, Duhan Sojin was startled and asked, "Oh, you're here? Where's Lo Duhan So?" "She's training." Looking at his soul-drained appearance, the witch couldn't help but worry. Is something wrong? He let out a heavy sigh and began recounting the whole story from start to finish. Well, the truth is, he told her how the undead skeleton soldiers had been working away as usual when they suddenly went berserk. They had thrown themselves into beating each other senseless, completely out of control, right in the middle of the field. Hearing this, Pak Duhan Sojin was so shocked her eyes nearly rolled back in her head. She cried out in disbelief, "Wait, you mean a parasitic possession?" The witch's face went pale the moment the word parasite was uttered. While the protagonist still scratched his head in confusion, asking what that even was, Duhan Sojin declared with absolute certainty that this was one of the 7 great calamities, just as terrifying as the false heaven itself. Seeing how clueless he still was about the world, she could only sigh in exasperation. "Have you been living under a rock or something? Hey, ignorance isn't a crime. Just look at the face he's making." Pak Duhan Sojin began explaining in detail the horrifying spread mechanism of this catastrophic plague. Suppose any given zone A has been infected. The very moment someone purchases the ownership rights to that zone, the buyer will instantly become infected as well. And the horror doesn't stop there. If the infected person continues purchasing additional zones, those new lands will also be completely overtaken by the parasite. The process repeats itself over and over, creating an endless spiral of infection until everything is utterly destroyed. Duhan Sojin stressed that this parasite doesn't just multiply endlessly, it also has an incredibly sophisticated ability to hide itself, making it nearly impossible to detect the source of infection, even when the host has been infected for a long time. The witch slowly explained that by the time you realize it, the infection has already spread far and wide, which is exactly the situation the protagonist is in now. When a zone is invaded by the parasite, it loses all functionality, the support buffs vanish, and the entrance gets sealed off. Even territories you owned beforehand will get infected the moment you set foot on them, so you have to be extremely careful. Looking at the notification showing the loss of ownership over 10 plots at coordinates 35 and 9E, he was stunned to realize that Yangshi hadn't been swallowing up land for no reason at all. She was eliminating the infected zones to protect the rest, so she was protecting him this whole time. "Oh, sorry about that. Here I was thinking she was just being destructive." Duhan Sojin affirmed that this cat would never destroy anything without a good reason behind it. The protagonist let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Yang Si with eyes full of trust. I knew I could count on you. Even though the cat only responded with a haughty meow, he immediately cast the blessing of prosperity to salvage the situation. Still, he couldn't help but feel a pang of grief seeing the road he had worked so hard to build vanish entirely, rendering all his efforts to connect to the city center utterly wasted. He suddenly recalled that the hexagonal blocks near the city had surely been claimed by other factions by now, and there was a strong chance they were all infected as well. He eagerly asked if there was any kind of cleansing potion for the land, but Duhan Sojian coldly crushed his hopes, declaring there was no guaranteed way to resolve a calamity. In fact, movement between territories from here on out would be severely restricted. Right in the middle of the tension, the hamster Hamdan suddenly began trembling and glowing with a fierce intensity, startling the protagonist. He was about to tell it to quiet down since he was busy, but the light pouring from Hamdan grew brighter and more intense than ever before. His eyes rolled back in sheer terror as a dreadful premonition hit him. He cried out to the goddess in absolute panic, watching Hamdan seemingly suffer a critical malfunction right before his eyes. Could it be infected by the parasite too, since hamsters love burrowing underground? No way, could it really be? At the majestic temple, the war against the parasite had begun spreading there as well, but the goddess of prosperity, in her ginseng root form, was still pacing restlessly with worry over her apostle. She wondered whether the protagonist was carrying out his mission well in those distant lands. The piglet Doji softly tried to comfort her, telling her not to worry too much, but the chick Ari was crabby and called him a foolish apostle for leaving everyone in such anxious suspense. Ari was absolutely furious that he dared neglect the goddess just to go raise a cat over in some neighboring zone. The little chick gritted his beak and declared he was going to give the master a good thrashing to knock some sense into him the moment he returned. But the atmosphere shifted in an instant when a colossal rift abruptly tore open across the sky, radiating a sinister purple energy thick with malevolence. Standing beside the trembling goddess, Ari gasped in shock. A rift. A strange and unfamiliar fragrance began wafting through the air. Alongside it, blood-red energy tentacles wildly tore through the boundaries, and a ghostly voice rose from the darkness, praising the delicious aroma drifting out. At the mention of food, the piglet Doji immediately lit up and demanded to know where it was. But Ari quickly pecked his teammate and called him a fool because the speaker was referring to them. Haha, that mouth-watering smell from a pig about to be roasted, where else could it be? The figure cloaked in black smoke threatened that if they didn't leave immediately, they would regret ever coming here. Despite the goddess tearfully pleading that they could not defeat him, Ari and Doji bravely charged forward, boldly declaring they would never let the enemy lure them in with food. A terrifying surge of firepower erupted, completely engulfing both familiars. In that life-or-death moment, Doji suddenly transformed into a massive wild boar with razor-sharp tusks brimming with raw power. The little chick Ari also shed his small form, becoming a blazing fire phoenix whose vast wings stretched wide enough to blot out the sky. With their newfound power, the duo unleashed an all-out assault on the spatial rift, confidently declaring it was over. After that thunderous strike, Ari and Doji shrank back to their tiny forms, and the smug little chick puffed out his chest, asking the enemy how he liked his fire phoenix kick. The only reply was a chilling silence drifting from the black smoke. Suddenly, a violet wave of pressure exploded outward, hurling them both far through the air. Ari and Doji crashed to the ground, completely drained. They lay motionless, eyes spinning, while their enemy still loomed closer. They had been too careless, celebrating far too soon. The ginseng goddess rushed over in alarm and asked Yu Hanso whether the children were all right. She looked down at Ari and Doji sprawled across the dirt after the enemy's brutal counterattack. With everything hanging by a thread, she steeled her resolve. She had no other choice. Her apostle had worked hard to earn those points, but accepting the cost, she spent her accumulated points to summon the ultimate aid. In an instant, the sword Saint Rohan appeared. He surged straight toward the spatial rift, glowing fiercely in the air. The goddess could only gape in astonishment as Rohan unleashed a single, devastating sword stroke. The blade cleaved straight through the surge of dark energy. A booming explosion erupted, and a thick cloud of dust and smoke swallowed the whole group. As the chaos slowly settled, Ari, Doji, and the goddess were all unharmed, clinging to one another, trembling amid the ruins. The goddess lifted her gaze to her savior as he slowly sheathed his sword, her heart full of gratitude. That swordsman had truly saved them. To the goddess's surprise, he suddenly bowed his head in a deeply respectful greeting, leaving her stunned and wondering, why is he bowing to me? Must be respect for me as a goddess. Don't you all agree? Rohan calmly produced a plump, deep red apple, and its rich fragrance instantly drew everyone's attention. The tempting aroma made Doji the pig spring upright, peppering him with questions about where it had come from. Meanwhile, Ari was still dazed, convinced that the whole crew had taken down the monster on their own. The goddess gently reminded her followers that they were now indebted to this swordsman. Since he was a friend of her apostle, he had to be a good man. Chansu came sprinting over, legs flying, calling out at the top of his lungs. "Is everyone okay? Are you alright?" The moment Ari saw Chansu, he exploded, snapping that of course they weren't okay. "You cruel little wretch." Doji, on the other hand, didn't seem to care about anything going on around him, still happily munching on his apple, which sent Ari into a furious tirade about how the glutton wouldn't change even at death's door. Chansu let out a long sigh of relief, then turned to Rohan and bowed sincerely. "Lord Yohanso, you saved them. Thank you so much for protecting everyone." Rohan kept calmly chewing his apple, explaining that the parasite-possessed creatures had been blocking his path, so he simply cut them down on the way. Chansu silently marveled that thanks to the Sword Saint, this area was safe for now. These parasites were truly terrifying, plotting to overrun the entire world. The mood, however, suddenly grew heavy when Park Yohansojian spoke up with a warning. Chansu asked, stunned, "Huh, you mean you didn't destroy it?" The bespectacled wizard's expression turned utterly grave. "This is only the beginning." Chansu's eyes went wide with shock at the grim news. Then Rohan coldly drove home an even harsher truth, saying from now on, they would keep appearing endlessly, without pause. Chansu stared after Rohan's retreating back, anxiously asking him what he meant. Was it really not over yet? The Sword Saint kept his cold composure, his voice low as he stated plainly that he had clearly only severed a small portion of the entity, nothing more than that. Rohan judged that behind those bugs, something far larger was certainly still lying in wait. The wizard Park Yohansojian adjusted his glasses, slowly piecing it together. Something else, like a queen ant. He explained that since these parasites couldn't reproduce on their own, there had to be a separate entity behind them, managing and directing the whole swarm. Yohansojian then raised the puzzling question of why the parasites had suddenly chosen to reveal themselves now. Some organization or shadowy power must be playing dirty, releasing them and pinning the blame on stray flying creatures, spreading disease. Looking toward the imposing temple, the wizard offered a theory that perhaps it was because a temple stood here. Since this was a special zone, the parasites likely intended to devour everything. Chansu narrowed his eyes and double-checked the system control panel. He noticed one key difference. There were no ownership-related issues here at all, unlike in other places. Rohan strolled over, looked Chansu straight in the eye, and asked him bluntly what the plan was. He looked at the ginseng goddess and her tiny attendants, all trembling with fear. Chansu's gaze became more resolute than ever, and he firmly declared, "We have to protect it." Seeing Chansu's determination, Park Yohansojian let out a soft, challenging laugh. "Sorry to ruin the mood, but how exactly do you plan on protecting it?" Chansu was thrown off so badly that he froze on the spot, but he quickly regained his confidence and declared with unwavering conviction, "Well, if there's no deworming medicine, I'll just make one myself." The bold statement left both Rohan and Hanjin completely stunned. The wizard pressed him on exactly how he intended to pull that off. Right tool for the right pest, right medicine for the right disease. So researching a cure was clearly the right path. He smiled, full of pride. "Have you forgotten? I'm an apostle of prosperity." He explained that he already had experience boosting the special functions of plants while making the strength-enhancing tonic before, so brewing up a new medicine was entirely within reach. He glanced toward the branches of plump red goji berries glowing under the sun. Chansu clenched his fist with iron determination, saying he was sure he could create a trial version. There were also anti-parasitic plants over in the western region. Even though Chansu brimmed with confidence, Park Yohansojian remained skeptical, telling him it wouldn't be that simple. Chansu silently told himself he absolutely had to ask Su Jin about other plants to make sure the work succeeded. A few days later, beneath an ancient tree drenched in sunlight, he and Yohansojian set out together on a journey to hunt for new ingredients in the heart of the lush green forest. Pushing into the gloomy depths of forest charas, Chansu nervously asked whether the two of them really had to trek all the way out here. Park Yohansojian insisted this was an area that had been completely infected. Chansu told himself that if the temple were ever compromised, it would spell major trouble, but precisely because this place was already infected, it had become the perfect site for an experiment. He quickly opened his backpack, urging Yohansojian to begin right away while Rohan stood guard nearby. The wizard double-checked whether Chansu had brought the deworming medicine, and the moment he confirmed it, of course he had. Chansu hurriedly reminded Hamdan to stay safely tucked inside, since it was incredibly dangerous out there. Luckily, the box of deworming medicine had survived the trip completely intact. Chansu started tapping away at the system's screen, deciding to try buying back ownership of Zone 35N8E, which had recently been lost. The instant the confirmation popped up announcing the successful purchase, he narrowed his eyes and reviewed the list of 10 ownership rights he now held, his face full of calculation. Watching the brilliant blue light from the system shining through the forest, Chansu noticed that nothing seemed out of place. Aside from the temple and Yakion, which were exceptional cases, the basic statuses had yet to show any new symptoms. Hanjin believed the parasites definitely wouldn't move on to other regions. Chansu let out a laugh, then resolutely pulled out the medicine and drank it down to test it himself. The moment the pill slid down his throat, the The system screen suddenly glitched out badly, displaying overlapping lines of text and scrambled noise about the area's ownership rights. Chasu had just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the job was done, when he was stunned to realize the system had gone haywire and he had completely lost the ownership rights he just bought. Money down the drain again, all that cash gone, boo-hoo, this is going to be the death of him. Doohan Sojian firmly determined that there had definitely been a reaction from the parasite's side. Refusing to give up, Chasu busily drove stakes into the ground and declared he would use deworming medicine across this entire area. Seeing Chasu grab a torch and prepare to set things ablaze, Doohan Sojian worriedly asked whether he was going overboard, since he had already burned quite a lot. But Chasu was resolute. If you're gonna kill weeds, you've got to pull them out by the roots. He slowly hoped that even if he couldn't completely wipe them out, this attack would at least deliver some meaningful results. Suddenly, Doohan Sojin noticed the new weapon at Chasu's hip and admitted he had never seen it before. Chasu drew the blade and introduced it. This is the shape-shifting sword obtained from the alchemist faction, capable of flexibly altering its trajectory in real time. Drawing a gasp of astonishment from the witch. Although its durability isn't great, he felt this shape-shifting sword suited him perfectly. Since the behead skill inherently targets only the neck, this curved shape would be incredibly convenient for cutting down enemies charging at him. Suddenly, a strange swirling vortex of black energy materialized in the middle of the forest. Chasu shouted on alert, "Look over there." A strange creature had just leaped out of the black hole and vanished without a trace, leaving him bewildered and wondering, could it have dissolved into thin air just like that? Chasu decisively threw down a challenge. Looking at the tiny fuzzy bugs crawling around chaotically, he muttered in disbelief, "What is this?" So this is what they look like at first. He felt they seemed far too harmless for the title of a great calamity. Even Witch Park Doohan Sojian admitted this was the first time he had ever seen them in this form. But from within the black hole, the bugs began pouring out like a flood, throwing Chasu into a panic. Why are there so many of them? He scrambled to find their weak points, but couldn't pinpoint where their heads were in order to activate the behead skill. Park Doohan Sojin's expression suddenly changed when he noticed the flow of resentful energy shifting. The witch shouted for them to fall back, simultaneously unleashing a blinding surge of spirit energy to hold the swarm at bay. The tiny bugs began to convulse and morph in a horrifying manner. Their rough outer shells split open to reveal hideous, razor-sharp teeth inside. In the blink of an eye, they had transformed into massive insect monsters with glowing red eyes and bloody, gaping mouths. Park Doohan Sojian screamed a warning as one of the monsters lunged toward Chasu to attack. Without a moment's hesitation, he gripped his sword tightly, his gaze turning ice cold as the system announced the activation of the behead skill. The bigger they are, the easier it is to take their heads, perhaps. A target lock-on circle appeared right at the monster's throat. Chasu swung a dazzling blue slash that ripped clean through the enemy's hardened armor plating. Pieces of the monster's corpse rained down everywhere like a pitch-black downpour. He gracefully dodged, silently noting he had foreseen this ever since hunting the immortal monster, but he never imagined their scale would be this terrifying. Chasu lowered his voice and asked the senior to look after Doohan Sojian at the rear, because those grotesque things were starting to regrow their heads. Immediately, the system lit up with notifications activating the behead skill and the mass behead skill. Sweeping away the swarm of monsters in an instant left Park Doohan Sojian inwardly counting his blessings that Chasu was on his side. If he were on the enemy's side, my own head would drop just like these bugs. After the brutal battle, Chasu flopped down on the ground gasping for breath. Finally, it's over. Doohan Sojian stepped over and praised him. Well done. He gave a small nod in response. In the distance, the spatial rift was slowly fading away, and although the queen entity hadn't yet appeared, the atmosphere still hung heavy with gloom. Looking at the wreckage, Chasu realized the effectiveness of this attack still wasn't truly perfect. Park Doohan Sojian slowly suggested that his energy drink, while effective, suffered from the same issue as his own condition. It couldn't fully cure things at the root. He patted Chasu's shoulder encouragingly, telling him not to be too discouraged since this was an unprecedented event. Hanjin suggested that combining it with the new anti-parasitic plants Chasu had just ordered would surely yield far better results. Chasu smiled brightly. "Thank you, sir." He silently calculated that Hasujin had probably arrived, but her entry permit was being delayed because the parasites running rampant in other regions. Right at that moment, Sujin's voice rang out from the direction of the woods. "Mr. Chasu." She came rushing over in a fluster, apologizing for arriving later than expected and worriedly asking if anything had happened. The moment Sujin spotted Park Doohan Sojian, she couldn't help being surprised that the apostle was still hanging around. "He's about to put down roots here, isn't he?" Chasu's gaze suddenly shifted toward the unfamiliar woman quietly walking behind Sujin. Who's the person behind her? A woman with a poised, dignified bearing. Edwin Parasol unexpectedly stepped forward and extended her hand with a friendly smile and a greeting laden with hidden meaning. "Hello, we meet again. I don't think I've introduced myself yet, have I?" In his memory, this was that fanatical researcher from the alchemist faction, the one who had managed the water dungeon and kept pestering him for a 5-star review of her services. Chasu tried to compose himself, reaching out to shake her hand and introducing himself. "I'm Chasu from Prosperity." The instant Edwin expressed her delight at meeting him again, again. He turned to Sujin to ask why the two of them were traveling together. Sujin frantically waved her hands, explaining that they had only run into each other by chance on the road, and that she had no idea what Edwin's actual purpose was. Faced with his suspicious, scrutinizing gaze, Edwin placed her hand on her chest and proudly declared, "Actually, I came here to apply for a job." What now? Another one showing up to leech off him or beg for handouts. Chasu was dumbfounded, unable to fathom why an employee of the prestigious alchemist faction would want to enlist with his prosperity faction. Edwin didn't hesitate to reveal her burning passion. "I want to research the new spirit glass." Although he knew she was a deeply passionate scholar, he was still worried about the dangers lurking in this place. Edwin quickly reassured him that she had also brought medical supplies along for support. Her face suddenly flushed red, her eyes blazing with fervor as she insisted she didn't want to miss a single moment of the spirit's growth. Edwin muttered that if it weren't for the work hand of her, she would have tailed Chasu starting from that very day. He looked over with concern at Hamdan, the little hamster trembling on his shoulder. Chasu timidly asked whether she planned to use any strange medicines or dissect his familiar, draining the color from the little hamster's face in sheer terror. Edwin firmly denied it, and promised she would only conduct her research through ecological observation. Chasu accepted her job application, but the moment he brought up the matter of wages, Edwin brushed it off entirely. Her eyes burned with the flames of passion as she declared loudly that she only needed room and board, that was all. Chasu was about to ask her to research something else for him, but Edwin couldn't be bothered, firmly insisting that nothing mattered more than her research goals. "Wages at a time like this, I work out of pure passion, but I'd have to withdraw if there's no pay. Broke as I am, what would I even put in my mouth?" Wu Chansu eyed the newly arrived girl with suspicion, thinking her timing was awfully convenient, yet offering to work for free struck him as odd, and deep down he still worried she might be hatching some scheme. Still, right now he had no other choice but to hire her, since brewing a deworming potion to deal with those parasites was the most urgent priority on his plate. He patted Edwin's shoulder reassuringly, telling her to wait until they confirmed things first, then turned to ask Sujin about the items he'd ordered, and she cheerfully replied that she'd brought everything, just hold on a moment. The young man held a bag of foul-smelling items in his hand, listing the ingredients as garlic, mugwort, and clove. He believed that once swallowed, they would surely take effect, though a faint doubt lingered in his mind about whether a great calamity could truly become human. Seeing him holding the strange bag, Park Do-han Sion curiously asked what he intended to use it for, and he frankly explained that he planned to brew a deworming potion to drive out the parasitic possessor. Edwin Parasol froze the moment she heard the name of that great calamity, trembling as she nodded to confirm, "Yes, that's right. The research I mentioned is also about deworming medicine. Two great ideals have finally crossed paths, folks." Edwin worried out loud whether this would be too difficult, but the main hero waved her off. "No, not at all. Just leave it to me." Hearing that, the young researcher instantly perked up, declaring that analysis and research were her specialty, and she quickly got down to work. At this moment, Sujin stepped closer with a serious look. About that, I have something to tell you." And she opened her tablet to announce that the Pure White faction had sent an apology, promising to revoke the certification withdrawal and resume accepting supplies. He asked whether he could enter the human realm right now, but Sujin reminded him that the entrance had been sealed off by the parasites. Though she added that with an invitation from Pure White, he could still get in. He wondered about coming back, and Sujin lowered her head apologetically, admitting that part would be very difficult. She revealed that she had sent a request all the way up to the apostle himself, and Park Do-han-so Jeon couldn't help but flinch in shock at hearing this. The young man sighed in disgust at the sect's shamelessness. Wow, even being shameless should have its limits. He fumed at how they tried to look reasonable on the surface, while really just wanting to stall the development of the strength-boosting potion. Looking at Sujin's gloomy expression, he suddenly realized she was probably worrying about him. He gently reassured her, "Don't be sad like that. Isn't it thanks to you that I got hold of this news in the first place?" The sincere words of encouragement drew a faint smile from Sujin, and she shyly replied, "Thank you." Turning to the whole group, he lowered his voice and announced the latest rumor that eating or possessing items from the human realm would cause parasitic infection. Park Do-han-so Jeon skeptically asked if this was a ploy by the Pure White faction, judging that many powers were trying to monopolize the Emperor's apple by controlling the flow of information. Witnessing the tense discussion, Edwin could only feel dizzy and lost since she had no idea what everyone was talking about. Her field wasn't gossip after all, so how could she possibly follow along? He worried that even though the parasites were still weak for now, their wrath would only grow over time, so he firmly urged everyone to hit the road quickly. The main hero turned and told Sujin to meet up at the Western District, since he would bring Spring along to lend support. With cold, sharp eyes full of resolve, he flatly declared, "Let's go exterminate some bugs." A sharp scream rang out as the head of a skeleton soldier was sliced clean off deep within the forest. Edwin stared in amazement at her tablet, unable to believe the never-before-seen transformed shape of the spirit. Has it really turned into this? Meanwhile, he was cradling little Spring in his hand with an indulgent, doting smile. Edwin frantically took notes, crying out in frustration that a water spirit should take human form, not a slime, and seeing her scolding the diligent undead workers, while eagerly continuing her research. He calmly introduced, "I've named it Spring," and he curiously asked whether this slime form offered any special advantage in combat. Edwin gently pushed up her glasses, her face turning extremely serious, leaving him holding his breath in anticipation of a deep professional analysis. But the young woman dropped a casual line declaring that it was adorable, leaving him with only a stiff, awkward smile at the researcher's sentimental answer. "Ah yes, it really is adorable." He leaned down to ask the little slime whether it was okay with letting Edwin observe its ecology. Spring eagerly nodded in agreement, making him sigh in relief. It agreed. "Right, this spirit gets pretty cooperative the moment you give it a compliment." The main hero began discussing work conditions with Edwin, and when she said she only needed a place to eat and sleep, he immediately corrected her, insisting he would pay at least minimum wage. He made an unbelievable offer, promising to gift her one emperor's apple every single day. Seeing Edwin still stunned, he explained that each apple was worth as much as 200,000 gold, so that wage was more than enough. He also laid down strict rules. Edwin was absolutely forbidden to step into the temple, but she could handle her meals right here, and the conversation was suddenly cut short by the appearance of dry skeletons lugging baskets of fruit. Edwin and Sujin were utterly horrified to see the skeletons looming right in front of them, and Edwin clung tightly to Sujin, screaming in fear as she realized this was the dwelling place of the living dead. In stark contrast to their gruesome appearance, the skeletons turned out to be rather friendly, even joking that Edwin was paying them compliments. Their cheerfulness was snuffed out when the manager Ion Hyuk bellowed for everyone to get back to work immediately. Edwin completely broke down, collapsing in despair at the realization that she would have to live alongside these abnormal entities. She earnestly begged him to reconsider, since she was certain to have nightmares every single night. He smiled to reassure Edwin that even though the process was a little different, these skeletons were actually all laborers hired by the Prosperity faction, and he insisted she didn't need to fear being harmed, since he himself was paying them fair wages. Looking at Ion Hyuk working enthusiastically alongside the undead, the main hero stressed that they only looked frightening, but were actually all decent folks at heart. Edwin sighed, realizing she had no other choice but to accept the reality of her situation. Her mood suddenly brightened when she spotted the black cat Yang Chi strolling leisurely past. She squealed with delight that she'd finally found an adorable friend in this place. "Oh, here we go again. Don't go touching that old Chen guy. You'll be in for a beating, no joke." Seeing Edwin moving to approach the cat, he panicked and shouted loudly to stop her. But the researcher had already quickly crouched down and was stroking its sleek fur, innocently asking whether there was a problem, just as he was about to explain Yang Chi's true identity. The cat suddenly transformed, its eyes glowing with wicked light. That was the Land Devourer, one of the 7 great calamities, with terrifyingly destructive power. Edwin was so shocked that the color drained from her face, and she screamed in utter horror as she realized she had just touched a living disaster. He smiled to reassure Edwin that as long as she didn't make the first move, the cat Yang Chi would be perfectly gentle. Edwin slumped down on the ground, weeping in despair as she realized she had stumbled into a place where 2 great calamities lived side by side. She could only scream for help inside her own mind, because of the terrible choice she had made for herself. 15 days later, the atmosphere in the forest still brimmed with vitality under the brilliant morning sunlight, as he kicked off the ground and shot up into the sky to begin a fresh hunt. He gripped the transformation sword tightly in his hand, not forgetting to tell Hamdan to hold on firmly to his shoulder. Powerful slashes came crashing down one after another in rapid succession, sweeping clean every monster, blocking the path in the blink of an eye. After everything had been wiped clean, he heaved a sigh of relief that the battle was finally over at last. He excitedly checked the system panel and realized he had officially seized 100% ownership, turning the Area 35N AE into property of the Prosperity faction. Finally managed to chew through this tough nut. This achievement came thanks to the masterpiece deworming potion that the main hero and Edwin had painstakingly developed together to halt the infection. Edwin was incredibly proud of the special remedy that could cure those already infected, and he told himself that all that was left was for the soil deworming agent to take effect to make everything perfect. Suddenly, a glowing red rift in space appeared without warning, leaving him utterly stunned. He narrowed his eyes, watching the violent surge of energy churning right in front of him. Massive, bony hands began to reach out from within the rift. He smirked with a defiant grin, since at long last the two of them had finally come face to face. A dark entity with countless spider legs and a pair of hideous, blazing red eyes loomed forward out of the shadows. This was none other than the queen entity itself. He squinted with extreme caution, realizing that beneath the layer of fur, its form was completely different and far more terrifying than the usual minions he he had seen, the monster let out an earth-shattering roar, its mouth full of razor-sharp fangs gaping wide, ready to swallow its target whole. The little Hamdan mouse on his shoulder trembled in terror, and if it fell off its master's shoulder, it would be game over for the poor thing against this monster. So never mind, he firmly cast aside every distracting thought to focus on the battle. He noticed that although its body had transformed, that gross mouth was still identical to the monsters he had faced before. Instantly, a glowing system panel popped up announcing the activation of the Beast Slayer decapitation skill, yet he was stunned to see the monster nimbly dodge his fatal strike. The missed blow triggered a violent explosion that shook the very ground beneath them. He inwardly sighed. It seems a true calamity really does live up to its reputation, huh? He gently scooped up the trembling Hamdan mouse into the palm of his hand and tenderly comforted him, telling Hamdan not to worry and to take a little rest. He carefully tucked his tiny friend into his pocket to prepare for the life or death confrontation that lay ahead. Now then, he murmured to himself as he glanced at Hamdan shivering in fear inside his pocket, and he resolutely declared, "Shall we begin the next round?" But the protagonist quickly realized the difficulty of the fight. The decapitation skill would be utterly useless if it didn't strike the neck, while the monster's long-range attacks were so fast they were nearly impossible to evade. Caught in the relentless barrage, he frantically dodged while telling himself there was only one option left. He tightened his grip on the scythe's handle, bracing himself for a reckless decision. This monster is one stubborn creature. It knows he has the decapitation move, so it dodges like crazy. Time for a head-on clash, and he charged straight at the colossal beast. Witnessing his opponent's new method of attack, he couldn't help being startled when he saw it begin to spawn countless tiny insects from its body. With a confident smile, he softly muttered, "Well, still hopeless for you." A crescent-shaped slash swept across and obliterated every last one of the small bugs in the blink of an eye. Shredded chunks of monster flesh splattered across the depths of the forest. Seeing the alpha monster begin to retreat, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, running away now, are we?" The queen entity desperately tried to slip into a spatial rift to escape, but he was one step faster. He swung the form shifter sword with terrifying force, and it was far too late for it to turn back. A fatal slash came crashing down, ending the existence of the dark entity once and for all. He landed on the ground, breathing heavily amid the wreckage. The space fell utterly still, and the spatial rift completely vanished as well. He gently slipped his hand into his pocket and said, "Hamdan, you can come out now." Watching the little mouse spinning around from dizziness, he gave a soft smile. "Even resurrection magic doesn't work on it, you did great." Suddenly, a glowing system panel appeared announcing the discovery of an unidentified point, and he asked in confusion, "Huh, an unidentified point, that's all you bothered to notify me for?" Looking at the new line of information appearing on the blue screen, he stared in shock and asked himself, "Are you serious? Oh my god, can you believe this? Way beyond expectations." He was stunned to realize the points he had earned were even greater than from slaying the undying demon, so he hurriedly pinched Hamdan's cheek to check if he was dreaming, making the little mouse squeak in pain. A bold idea sparked in his head. What if I built myself a parasite farm? He silently mused that things might be a lot simpler if he kept the queen alive, but he quickly dismissed that thought, since raising a calamity was far too risky. Even more terrifying, these parasites evolve at an insane rate. If they ever became immune to every drug, this other world would instantly turn into a blood-soaked horror story with no way out. Standing in the middle of the forest, Chan Su remained deep in thought, weighing the castrack possibility of the parasites growing resistant to the specialized cure. At that very moment, Sujin's voice cut through his train of thought. She rushed up to him in a panic, reporting that a rumor was spreading like wildfire, claiming the protagonist held the cure for the parasitic species. Sujin anxiously asked whether the deworming medicine was ready. He immediately grew suspicious of whoever had leaked the news, wondering if there was a hidden spy, or if the Innocence faction itself was pulling strings behind the scenes. Setting aside his suspicion for the moment, he confirmed to Sujin that he had just finished the cure for both humans and the bugs. Those folks have noses sharper than vultures. The second he has something, they know about it, just like the gossipy ladies in my neighborhood. He worriedly asked about the scale of the outbreak. Instantly, an electronic map unfolded before his eyes, countless blinking red zones signaling that the spread had reached an extremely dire level. He shuddered at the sea of red flooding the screen, and skeptically asked Sujin whether someone had deliberately released the parasites all across the other world. The young man's sharp insight left Sujin speechless, as she asked in astonishment how he had managed to figure that out. She explained that every wave of the Great Summoning expanded the territory and brought in new disciples. Land speculators had moved in the moment they caught wind of the fifth expansion, scheming to seize the lands soon to belong to humanity for their own profit. Sujin revealed that they had used parasites to sabotage the competition, but the plan had backfired disastrously. The protagonist could only sigh in weary disbelief at such stupidity. She also mentioned that a conspiracy theory was spreading, claiming that whichever faction discovered the cure for the parasitic species was the very one that had deliberately released them in the first place. He realized with alarm that one wrong step would instantly turn him into the villain of that conspiracy theory. Although Sujin advised him to simply sell the deworming medicine instead of personally cleansing the entire region. The young man still felt he bore part of the responsibility. He softly closed his eyes, telling himself that at the very least he had to clean up the areas within his reach. His sense of duty is sky high, no slacking off. Unlike me, I'm terribly lazy. In a far-off land, a battlefield was steeped in a suffocating atmosphere. Amid the ruined wreckage, the shattered helmet of a warrior rolled across the parched, barren ground. Behind the rubble, an ash-gray-haired man clad in heavy armor was gasping for breath, drained of all strength. This was none other than the third-generation disciple of violence. His face was etched with fury as he looked at his fallen comrades scattered around him. Yan Jiang roared, "Damn it, are they trying to wipe us out?" He bitterly recalled the cruel truth of it all, that at first those monsters had looked extraordinarily adorable, but no one could have foreseen them transforming into such horrifying things and pouring out in numbers far beyond anyone's control. He swung his leg and kicked away a chunk of monster carcass. The apostle had just listened to the whispers of a dying teammate, who claimed the creator of this thing was a disciple of Liu Hanso. The news drove him into a frenzy, veins bulging across his forehead. A swordmaster. So they balance it according to their own insane standards. His eyes blazed with the fire of hatred. He immediately opened the system panel and began operating it like a madman. Fine then, just you wait. His rage erupted, and the apostle roared with menace. I'll let you taste the wrath of a customer. In stark contrast to that suffocating battlefield, over in Chansu's territory, a new day began peacefully under the brilliant golden sunlight. An Andis skeleton soldier was casually carrying a harvest basket through the apple orchard. Life here was so peaceful, I'd love to blend into nature like this too. Suddenly, a glowing system notification popped up before him. A review had just been posted for an item being sold at the circulation shop. At that moment, he was sitting back relaxing, his hand stroking the silky black fur of the cat Yangshik. He blinked in confusion and asked again, a review for the tremor purgative? Since he had decided to sell online instead of consigning at the general store, getting direct feedback made him quite curious. He eagerly accessed the system. Well then, let's see what they wrote. Meanwhile, little Yuhan Sodan was bouncing and frolicking on the soft body of the spring slime. The protagonist began scrolling through the comments. The feedback for the oral form of tremor purgative seemed decent enough, but when he switched to the burning type, his face changed color. A barrage of 1-star ratings appeared with scathing words. One user fumed, "Is this hell mode for real?" Another whined, "I almost died." Some even insisted it was a cheap trick to eliminate competitors. He stared at the flashing text in shock, stammering, What punk gave it 1 star? This isn't some product on Shopee." Yet amid the avalanche of brickbats, he froze when he spotted a rare 5-star review titled "Succeed by Quitting Smoking." He blinked in confusion and asked, "There's even a 5-star review?" But the moment he read the detailed content, surprisingly delicious. The young man was so shocked his eyes rolled back, sweat pouring out as if he had just bathed. He stared at the screen and screamed in utter horror. Delicious. What the hell, why on earth are you eating that? The scene shifts to a distant coastline, where the third-generation apostle of violence was struggling through a lonely battle. Among the monster corpses scattered across the sand, he gasped wearily for breath. He only managed to spit out a "damn it" as his body reached the limit of its endurance. The apostle's armored hands trembled without pause, not from fear but from withdrawal symptoms tormenting his mind. He bitterly recalled the advice of an acquaintance, that as the representative of violence, he should always keep a cigarette between his lips to maintain the right aura. Yet the worry over aging and the side effects made him crave quitting more than ever before. That's right, quit and live like a real person. If my kid ever smokes, I'd slap his teeth out. Holding a piece of Chansu's trimmer purgative in his hand, he had wavered, asking himself whether he should keep one, since he still couldn't return today. No, my willpower isn't that weak. The apostle bellowed with finality, then brushed aside his hesitation. He decided to just shove the piece of medicine into his mouth and chewed it ravenously in his fury. But the moment the rich, slightly nutty flavor of the strange seed spread across his tongue, his eyes lit up in astonishment. Contrary to all the harsh reviews, he found it far more delicious than he had imagined and immediately wanted to know how much these miraculous sticks cost. Back to Chansu, users like Quick Smoking Success and Gudo Quick Smoking kept singing the product's praises, calling it surprisingly tasty and saying it had helped them quit smoking. He couldn't understand how his tremor purgative had turned into a smoking cessation aid. Heaven only knows what they're thinking when they eat that stuff. Just like that, the medicine turned out to have 2 uses. While he was still bewildered, Sujin's voice rang out from the direction of the woods. Over here, the black cat Yangshik also quietly watched her arrival. Sujin walked closer and asked curiously, "You've seen the reviews for the tremor purgative, right?" He scratched his head, his face clearly uneasy. "Honestly, I've been worried about that the whole time." In contrast to the young man's anxiety, Sujin was thrilled and insisted that based on what she had read, this product was guaranteed to be a massive hit. While cradling the cat Yangshik, she explained that it wasn't just functioning as a smoking cessation aid, but was also creating a trend as a brand new seasoning. He was stunned, refusing to believe his ears. "As a flavor, I don't really get it." He hesitated, since there was already an edible form of tremor purgative. People trying to eat the burning type was plausible, but the part he couldn't sympathize with was why they would do that. Sujin assured him that eating it wouldn't cause any harm, then casually held out a piece to offer him. "You don't know? Just try one." He He hesitated before accepting the dry stick of medicine from her hand. The moment he took a bite, his eyes suddenly lit up in astonishment. Surprisingly delicious, he thought to himself. This flavor would definitely drive the pig Doji wild with craving. Watching the deep blue spirit energy radiating from the piece of medicine, he reassured himself that thanks to the effect of the god of prosperity and health, it wouldn't harm the body. Still, he felt that being edible and being something one should eat were two completely different concepts. That's right, you can't twist the meaning like that. What if there are side effects? Sujin smiled and asked, isn't it? She explained that it was precisely the strange tingling flavor that had completely won over those in the process of quitting cigarettes. He pondered and realized they were using it as a substitute for chewing gum, but he still couldn't accept it becoming a famous seasoning. Watching the cat Yangshik strolling along, he told himself that surely no one would have so much free time as to go hunting down this tremor purgative just to eat it. Seeing him still in a daze, Sujin clicked her tongue and remarked that he didn't seem to understand much about this other world. She began explaining the population structure, made up of believers, apostles, and ordinary citizens. The native people who had served the gods since the dawn of time were the believers, while those dispatched from Earth like him and her were the apostles. Sujin emphasized that since ordinary citizens had no right to own land, in theory they were completely unrelated to this parasitic species infection incident. Yet merchants had quickly jumped in to exploit the situation. They deliberately spread false rumors that any item could be infected, throwing the people into panic and fear. As a result, the rush of people buying tremor purgatives skyrocketed at a dizzying rate. Is this what they call the bandwagon effect? People are just like the old me, lining up to buy whatever's hot. Fortunately, the parasites didn't directly harm humans, but they did turn fertile lands into worthless red dirt. In the midst of that chaos, rumors about the burning type tremor purgative's smoking cessation effect began spreading like wildfire. On online forums, posts titled "Is this the new cigarette?" drew tens of thousands of views, featuring images of hunters with sticks of medicine clamped between their lips. A flood of lively comments rolled in, some confirming it was Prosperity's tremor purgative, others claiming they ate it to drive parasites out of their bodies. Some even messaged him asking whether it could help them quit drinking too. Sujin made it crystal clear that this was exactly the reason so many people were trying it. She emphasized that they were using it as a seasoning because of its distinctive flavor that couldn't be found anywhere else. He clutched his head in helplessness and screamed in utter shock. It's an item to exterminate parasites, so why are humans the ones getting hooked on it? They'll chow down on anything, truly an omnivorous species. The ways people use this medicine were unbelievably diverse. Sujin chattered eagerly. I heard they're putting it into chocolate and even sticking it into ice cream. Hearing this, he could only clutch his head in agony at the customer's over-the-top creativity. She went on to inform him that everyone had started splitting the tremor purgative into smaller sticks for retail sale. Looking at the medicine box divided up just like cigarette packs, he frowned in concern. Sujin wondered, they're not exactly holding a memorial service, so does this size still attract parasites? She told him that rumor had it each use of one of these small sticks summoned only a single monster. He immediately countered, then when will we ever finish killing them all? There are hundreds out there. Deep down, he began to suspect a sinister plot. Weren't they deliberately trying to create drug resistance in the parasite species to ruin his tremor purgative business? Despite her worry, Sujin remained optimistic and told herself that life was still precious after all. Then she turned and asked him about a solution. He sighed and admitted, if I could, I'd want to ban every last one of them, but it's probably impossible. However consumers want to use it is up to them. Instead of forbidding it, he decided he would proactively create an edible product designed as a seasoning to serve their diverse demands. A true businessman, he sure knows how to seize opportunities and scratch the market right where it itches. Beside the small familiars frolicking around him, he declared firmly, I'm going to divide the burning type tremor purgative into smaller portions. However, to ensure they don't cut it any smaller than allowed before burning it, we'll issue a strong warning. He hoped this measure would limit customers from recklessly chopping the medicine up as they pleased. Yet Sujin's worries weren't over. She asked anxiously, you don't think the parasites will develop resistance to the tremor purgative, do you? He pondered and admitted, right now I'm thinking the same thing. He could see she felt he was worrying too much. He could only fall silent and watch the familiars playing in the woods. He secretly hoped it was nothing more than needless worry, but the fact that this was one of the 7 great calamities kept him from ever finding peace of mind. He questioned himself, wondering if, just as Sujin said, he might overreacted. Why was he being so negative about everything? He suddenly felt a pang of unease, wondering whether the god of injustice was once again silently shadowing his every move. Sujin stared at the colossal pile of produce and groaned, saying that if they were planning to make small-sized, deworming medicine, then all the effort spent spent growing these plants might as well have been thrown into the river. Before them lay garlic bulbs the size of human heads and mugwort plants as big as umbrellas, all hauled in painstakingly by the gluttonous little creatures. Whoa, that big. If my house had garlic like this, I'd plant a bulb at the front door to scare off ghosts. He could only laugh awkwardly to console her, saying it was fine since it was all for the sake of effectiveness. Even the prisoner Ion Hugh had to strain himself, howling in pain as he lugged garlic cloves as big as sharpened stakes. Looking at the massive heap of bizarrely shaped goods, the result of focusing too much on size and effectiveness, he sheepishly admitted to himself that they really did look grotesque in the end. Even so, he forced an optimistic expression and asked Sujin if everything would turn out alright. Just thinking about having to hear his pets call him Big Bro in some creepy way reminded him of that horrifying human-dog fusion scene from a certain anime years ago, and he absolutely did not want his familiars turning out like that. Yet at that moment, this young man could never have guessed that his worry was in fact half right. A few days later, deep in a sun-drenched forest, the chick Ari was clucking impatiently, urging Doji to hurry up, kid, while the little piglet, drenched in sweat, struggled to keep moving forward. Eat too much and now you can't even walk, the chicken scolded him without mercy. If it were me, I'd kick myself into gear and dash off in no time. Watching from a distance, the goddess of ginseng stared at the haul of spoils with eager excitement. Heh, how much is this whole pile worth? But then she suddenly caught herself, telling herself she shouldn't praise her apostle too much, because earning more also meant he was risking his life out there. The goddess worried that he was throwing himself into dangerous battles she knew nothing about. Even though every time he returned, he was always beaming, never tired and never wounded, he even diligently tended to the branches of plump red apples. But the worry in the heart of the small goddess never eased one bit. The goddess pondered to herself, thinking that her apostle was simply too perfect of a fit, and she needed to grant him a new skill. Seeing Ari and Doji about to sneak off, she called them back sharply. My children. Both familiars jolted, trembling as they obediently answered, intimidated by the goddess's sudden air of authority. She told them that since the apostle had seemed so worn out lately, she planned to bestow another new skill upon him. Hearing this, Ari and Doji were thrilled, their eyes shining with hope. Was communication finally going to drop this time? They didn't realize the boy was actually terrified of being able to hear their inner thoughts. However, the goddess herself was anxious. Although she always wanted to grant the communication skill, she feared that the insect control skill might appear instead, sending him charging off to exterminate every single bug he could find. Doji snorted, saying their apostle was already doing brilliantly without anyone's help, but this time he would surely choose the communication skill. Ari nodded in agreement, finding it reasonable since this skill had already shown up 3 times in a row. Seeing all her familiars united in agreement, the goddess smiled gently. Yes, you children are right. Sensing a familiar warmth, she enthusiastically rallied the group, saying the apostle had probably arrived, so let's go out and meet him. The 3 of them happily ran out to greet their master. But in the middle of the sun-drenched forest, a sudden call of Lo Du Hanso rang out, forcing the sword saint to whip his head around in shock. Just as he arrived back, he flashed a brilliant smile, cradling the little spring slime in his arms, and announced cheerfully, I'm home. Seeing the extremely grave expression on the face of the sword saint who had been waiting for him, the protagonist asked anxiously what on earth had happened. Chansu couldn't help but be startled when the goddess, Ari, and Doji all came rushing out joyfully to welcome him, and he wondered why everyone was making such a grand entrance for him today. At that very moment, a system window flared to life with a brilliant glow, announcing that the goddess of prosperity was bestowing a new skill set, including one fixed skill, communication, along with one other random skill. Faced with this enormous opportunity, he silently prayed in dread, please let it just be so ordinary, mediocre skill. If I'd known this day would come, I shouldn't have made wishes so carelessly. Now it's death whether I go up, down, left, or right. The 2 official choices that appeared were Land of Prosperity and Communication. The goddess of ginseng was beside herself with excitement, secretly analyzing that Land of Prosperity was clearly just a skill for enriching soil, suited only for rice paddies, and something her apostle absolutely did not need at this point. She was utterly convinced this was the golden opportunity for him to finally pick the communication skill she had been longing for. With shimmering eyes full of hope, the goddess silently pleaded, my dear apostle, you'll choose communication, won't you? Chesu froze, hesitation written all over his face as sweat beaded on his forehead, while he stood before this monumental decision. I trust my apostle, the goddess thought, but he, on the other hand, was hiding a private fear deep in his heart. Looking at the 2 choices, Land of Prosperity and Communication, he muttered to himself that it always felt like communication was one of the offered options, didn't it? But with all the karma he'd already racked up, he genuinely didn't dare pick communication. The karma was way too cursed at this point, and yet here he was, still tempted to keep stacking more. The dread of being punished loomed vividly in this young man's mind. He imagined a tribe of elves, the guardians of nature, appearing to punish him, demanding how dare he treat plants this way, and surely they would plant an arrow straight into his skull. He didn't want to invite any more troubles into his life. He glanced at his band of familiars and reassured himself that not having that skill was no big deal, since he could understand them just fine without it. I know Doji is only ever asking about food, and Ari is just nagging about how he eats like a pig, am I right? Bomb is always shrieking, demanding I play with him, and that's about it. He even deluded himself into thinking he understood the goddess's wishes, imagining she was urging him to hurry up and pick land of prosperity. My beloved apostle. Naturally, Hamdan felt the exact same way too. There was simply no reason at all to choose communication, so Chasu came to a decisive conclusion. He flashed a radiant smile and firmly tapped his finger on the screen, muttering it had to be this one. Instantly a system notification lit up brightly, announcing that he had received the Land of Prosperity skill. In stark contrast to his excitement, the goddess, along with Ari and Doji, were so shocked their eyes rolled back, their souls practically flying right out of their bodies. Seeing the goddess flat on the ground in despair, he blinked in confusion, let out a baffled "huh," and immediately ordered little Slime Bomb to give her some water at once. Spring instantly fired off a high-powered jet of water straight into the goddess's face, leaving her drenched and shivering uncontrollably. Yeah, with first aid like that, please don't bother resuscitating me next time. Watching the poor goddess shivering in the spray, Ari could only scream inside her own mind that they were absolutely doomed. The protagonist remained blissfully unaware, casually noting that his familiars seemed to be developing a bit slowly, since it already felt like 3 months had gone by. He stared intently at the chick and the piglet and mumbled, I heard birds grow up really fast, so why is this guy still just a chick? And Doji is still a tiny, adorable little piglet too. He turned to ask the sword saint who was calmly munching on an apple beside him, hey Lohan, do these familiars not grow up at all? Whatever, let's test the skill out first. The protagonist decided to get straight to work, while Doji and Ari sprawled exhaustedly on the ground, completely drained. Immediately, a tip notification from the system popped up, telling him he could activate Prosperity Blessing through Land of Prosperity. Since the status window didn't explain things clearly, the system had to step in and guide him on how to actually use it. He focused with intense concentration and bellowed, Land of Prosperity, thrusting his hand straight forward. A sapling immediately shot up and grew at an astonishing rate to his amazement. The protagonist realized he could grant the blessing even from a great distance, although he still couldn't help frowning since he was still the one stuck cleaning up all the weeds and debris afterward. Caught up in his experimentation, he flinched when Rohan suddenly appeared right behind him out of nowhere, and he turned to ask warily, please don't tell me you want me to use this on the apples too. Seeing the sword saint nod resolutely with that grave expression, the protagonist thought to himself those apples were already enormous, and he had no idea how much bigger this guy wanted them. But to an apple-obsessed maniac like the sword saint, even those were probably tiny, and they could run out at any moment, so demanding a little more was only natural. He poured his strength into activating the skill, and a blinding flash of light burst forth from his fingertip. He fired a brilliant beam of energy toward the distant tree canopies, secretly worried about whether this surge of power would actually reach its target. The very moment the beam of light struck its target, Rohan shot off like a gust of wind to inspect the result, leaving the protagonist to sigh and click his tongue, muttering, well, it's done now, guess there's no taking it back. Meanwhile, the goddess of prosperity was thoroughly fuming over her apostle's choice. She frowned with deep disappointment, thinking it was a convenient skill but a bit boring, and she had been hoping for something more like increased germination speed. The goddess's face flushed bright red with anger, and she screamed through tears that this was exactly why she'd told him to pick communication instead of that weird skill. You idiot. The next day, Chansu along with the witch Park Duhan Sojian arrived in the Western District at coordinates 35 and 9E. The protagonist mused to himself that farming wasn't difficult on its own, but this was precisely why he longed for a skill directly tied to the seeds themselves. Park Duhan Sojian gently pushed up the bridge of her glasses and remarked that the score they were giving was steadily climbing, but for now it had stalled at 79. He realized he had just smacked into yet another stubborn wall blocking his progress. A chart appeared showing the evaluation standard, where 79 points only ranked C, and one had to hit 80 to climb to B. Seeing Ari sitting at rank B while Doji still languished at rank C, he racked his brain trying to figure it out. I need something that can turn a C-grade seed into a B. He felt stuck having to rely on these wicked wordplay tricks just to level up, and Hanjin spoke up to reassure him. Don't lose your patience, we still have time. The two of them quietly watched little Slim playing around. Gio observed that, although the deworming medicine had been a worthwhile experience, they still hadn't been able to root out the parasites entirely. Even with solid backup from Bomb and Edwin's water, the main lead understood they still needed something far more powerful. Duhan Sojian suggested looking for similar problems they could solve, or perhaps keeping an eye on the other apostles of the Purity faction. He privately thought to himself, isn't it true that those people are doing just fine as long as they keep taking the medicine? Suddenly his eyes lit up, sharp with alertness. Is something wrong? A blazing red system notification board popped up reading, Lee Min-soo, apostle of violence, wishes to enter Zone 35 Nai. The main lead was stunned to realize the violence faction had truly come knocking, as a burly man with bulging muscles loomed into view, making him jolt and spin around. Oh Chansu, the man slowly pulled the wool cap from his head, revealing a gleaming bald dome with only a few sparse strands clinging to the sides. His face wore a grave look full of expectation as he stared straight at the main lead and asked in a booming voice, "I heard you can make hair block, is that true?" The identity of this newcomer was none other than Lee Min-soo, the fourth-generation apostle of the violence faction. He could only stand there speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment and helplessness. Oh God, how on earth did another bizarre rumor like this get spread around? At the violence faction's branch office located at coordinates 34N AE, snow fell in a blinding white blanket over the wooden rooftops, and Lee Min-soo now sported a noticeably fuller head of hair. He excitedly bragged to Ha-Sujin, "I checked it out. Sure enough, the quality is guaranteed," seeing the violence apostle so thoroughly pleased. Sujin smiled and asked if there was anything else he needed. Min-soo laughed heartily as he turned his head. "Of course, thanks to you we don't lack for anything. Ha ha ha." Watching his smug demeanor, Sujin silently reminded herself she absolutely could not laugh at his self-deprecating joke. Suddenly Lee Min-soo shifted into a serious tone. "By the way, Ha-Sujin," the girl flinched slightly and answered, "Yes." Looking at Sujin's flowing hair, Lee Min-soo couldn't help but marvel. "Your hair is so glossy and so thick too." The burly man stepped closer and pressed her with curiosity about whether she'd been eating anything special lately for nourishment, hoping she'd share the secret with him. That bald head of his probably made him feel insecure wherever he went. Kind of pitiful really. Sujin awkwardly dodged the question. Nothing in particular. But Min-soo wouldn't let it go, bringing up their long-standing relationship, even though both of them were trapped in a long-term contract together. Sujin lightly touched her hair, her heart beginning to flutter as she recalled how her friends had also been constantly praising the positive changes in her face and skin. Some had even suspected Sujin of secretly dating someone, which was why she looked so radiant the moment she heard them ask, "You take such good care of your hair and skin, and yet you're not seeing anyone." Sujin's eyes suddenly lit up with dollar signs. A bold business idea sparked in her mind. Hold on, this could actually make money. The beauty market is enormous and the profit margins are sky high. Snapping back to reality under Min-soo's pressing, Sujin had no choice but to confess. "If I had to pick one thing, I've been eating black beans grown by the Prosperity Faction's apostle." She affirmed that, though it might sound exaggerated, every one of Chansu's products, from apples and tea to even the deworming medicine, brought extraordinarily potent effects to the body. Hearing the name Chansu, Lee Min-soo's face turned deadly serious. He admitted that at first he'd dismissed the guy as a scheming merchant, but now he had to acknowledge him as a genuine farmer. Noticing how the main lead was aggressively claiming all the surrounding territories, Min-soo declared plainly, "If he can solve our long-standing wish, then he's obviously a brother to us." He revealed that he'd originally intended to attack the Prosperity Faction over a territorial dispute, but everything had completely changed now. Standing before the microphone with the bearing of a leader, Lee Min-soo solemnly announced that he was withdrawing all attack plans and officially becoming an ally of Prosperity. He roared with commanding authority, "An attack on Prosperity will also be considered an attack on violence. If Prosperity were to have only one ally, it would be violence." But right after that he turned to Sujin with a face full of murderous intent. He gritted his teeth and vowed that if she dared betray his expectations, he would tear out every last weed and every last strand of her hair to make sure she got the very prosperity she deserved. Utterly horrified, Sujin could only sob and beg Chansu's forgiveness for spilling everything to this fearsome apostle. Sujin frantically bowed her head in apology for letting her tongue slip and bringing the violence faction straight to their doorstep, while he just stood there frozen and dumbfounded, thinking to himself, she didn't say it on purpose, right? Everything's been blown out of proportion in such a strange way that I can't tell what's what anymore. Meanwhile, Lee Min-soo, his face full of menace, demanded, "Prosperity has snatched up every territory around us. Are you planning to swallow violence whole too?" He admitted that at first he hadn't even known a village existed here, and if this encroachment was a mistake, then the violence faction was already prepared for a bloody war. But then he suddenly shifted his attitude, looking at the main lead like he was the last lifeline for his bald head. "But none of that matters anymore. To violence, if Prosperity can heal our pain, then they are our benefactors," the main lead exclaimed in shock. Really, do these guys all rip each other's hair out when they fight? Since when they go bald in batches like that? Oh God. However, the atmosphere suddenly turned ice cold as Lee Min-soo widened his eyes with murderous intent, growling out a warning that absolutely no joking would be tolerated. "If this turns out to be a scam, you'll learn the true meaning of violence." His face turned utterly terrifying, leaving the main lead with no choice but to clutch his head and wail in absolute helplessness. Why does everyone keep doing whatever they want? Deep down, he was screaming in frustration, "I'm a farmer, not a doctor." Right after that, Sujin appeared to give a clearer explanation of the regional map, map, which was an enormous tangled mess at the moment. On the map, white marked unclaimed territories, red was the violence faction's domain, green belonged to him, and orange was still under occupation. She pointed out that there were quite a few zones where the full 100% ownership hadn't been bought up yet, meaning others could still co-own them. She concluded that it was precisely because Ochansu had chosen to seize all the blocks surrounding the temple that the violence faction had been driven to such fury. In my opinion, whoever has the money and the power can buy them up. If you're slow, you've got to live with it. Pushed to the very brink, negativity consumed the minds of many in this world of block-based territorial warfare, where compatibility with one's god was treated as the meaning of existence. Injustice was simply unavoidable. Those who nurtured rage within their own despair often received cryptic and mysterious warnings. Lee Min-soo had once been promised a gleaming destiny, but when the truth came to light, he could only stammer in shock. "You've got to be kidding me," so it turned out to be that. So the so-called gleaming destiny was that their heads were born to become block shiny. Slumped on his chair in despair, Min-soo writhed in agonized regret. "Are you messing with me? If I'd known about this, I would have picked the god of injustice instead." He wailed and tugged at the few sparse strands he had left, blaming himself for being seduced by all those flowery promises. He had even tried wearing hats to hide it, but trapping the heat inside only made everything worse. Min-soo tearfully realized this could affect what little hair he had left, leaving him so wretched he wanted to just shave it all off and be done with it. Yet hair falling out whenever one used their power seemed to be an unbreakable law of the violence faction. Everyone hoped they'd be the exception, but the reality was brutally cruel for those struck with baldness. A truly strong man had to be one who lacked nothing, and that was the moment when the cruel choice arrived. Two paths lay before them: either protect their hair and remain a low-tier apostle forever, or sacrifice it for ultimate power and become a true apostle of violence. From now on, this faction might as well rename itself the Hairblock Sect. Honestly, that sounds pretty catchy. But the harsh truth was, even when these men didn't fully sacrifice their hair in exchange for power, their fate was still painfully bleak. Lee Min-soo slapped the main lead heartily on the shoulder, breaking into a friendly grin. "I only said that as a precaution, so don't worry about it. From now on, we're brothers." He could only break out in a cold sweat as he stammered a reply, while privately thinking to himself that he genuinely had no idea what the hell this guy was talking about. Looking at the few thin strands left Min-soo's temples and back of his head, he couldn't help but feel sympathy. He silently wondered how on earth he was supposed to help the man revive that dead wasteland on top of his head. The main lead innocently suggested, "Have you tried going to the Injustice faction? There's nowhere better at reviving things that have died than there." The remark struck right at the wound, and Min-soo's face suddenly darkened ominously, radiating a chillingly resentful aura, forcing him to hastily mumble out an apology. Watching this dramatic scene unfold from a distance, the witch Park Do-han Sojin along with little Slim and Hamden were calmly munching on popcorn, even wearing 3D glasses to enjoy the show in crystal clarity. Do-han Sojin remarked that the violence apostle had surely tried every method under the sun before resorting to coming here. He looked down at his own hands and wondered with hesitation, would casting blessing directly on a person actually be okay? He gathered his strength and activated the blessing of prosperity, and instantly a stream of emerald spiritual energy enveloped his body, causing the main lead's black hair to block and grow into long flowing locks in the blink of an eye. "You're supposed to activate it for the bald guy. Why use it on yourself?" Lee Min-soo was so shocked his eyes rolled back as he cried out in utter astonishment. "Did you just block your hair? How on earth did you do that?" He stared blankly at his own hair now reaching down to his back, privately thinking this new style actually didn't look bad. Who knows, it might come in handy later when he needed a change of appearance. After trying to touch the newly grown strands, however, Chansu realized this was not the perfect solution it appeared to be. Even he himself couldn't tell whether this was old hair growing out longer, or completely new hair sprouting in. Standing beside him, Park Hang-yeon gently pushed up his glasses and analyzed the situation, noting that while the technique looked incredibly impressive, it devoured an enormous amount of points, so in practical terms it offered no real benefit. The protagonist fell into deep thought for a long while, then looked straight at Min-soo with eyes full of determination, saying that he wanted to try something. He smiled faintly and asked whether he might borrow Min-soo's head as a test subject for the experiment. Like a drowning man grabbing a lifeline, the violent disciple cheerfully thrust out his bald head and shouted, "Just go ahead and do whatever you want." He awkwardly pushed the man back a little, since there was no need for him to stand quite so close. He poured every ounce of focus into the technique, casting a brilliant beam of blue light straight onto the top of Min-soo's gleaming bald head. But moments later, hot steam billowed up from the burly man's head, making him grimace and cry out that it was way too hot. hot. Through the misty white smoke pouring off his steaming scalp, Min-soo fervently kept asking with eager hope whether his hair was growing yet, telling everyone to take their time, no need to rush. The protagonist privately admitted he hadn't anticipated this scenario as he stared at Lee Min-soo's bald head still steaming furiously after the experiment. The violent disciple rubbed his head while explaining that the massive heat released whenever he used his skill was the very reason all his hair had fallen out. He silently counted himself lucky to belong to the prosperity faction, because he realized the price paid by other factions like purity or violence was simply too brutal. Seeing Min-soo wonder why a farmer who specialized in growing crops couldn't manage to grow hair, he snapped back that the man should go ask a doctor instead. Even so, he reminded the disciple to be patient, since cultivating hair was truly a grueling challenge. An idea suddenly flashed through his mind, and he became convinced this might be the very answer he needed for a new stamina-supporting potion. He immediately went to find Edwin and caught her so absorbed in her research that her face was flushed red and she was panting heavily. She jumped in surprise and even dropped her pen when her name was called so loudly. He earnestly asked her to help him with an important task, accompanied by an extremely demanding set of requirements. The protagonist held out a bowl heaped with oxkey dog seeds and black beans, explaining that he wanted to create a special blended effect to treat hair loss for his customers. Edwin immediately rolled up her sleeves and dove into analyzing, researching, and processing the ingredients with intense concentration. Once the dry ingredient preparation was completed, he ordered the little spring spirit to spray water into the bowl so everything could blend together. Under her skillful kneading hands, supported by the energy of the water spirit, a glittering elixir pill was officially born. He excitedly carried it over to Lee Min-soo and asked whether the man wanted to try it right away. "Old man, what's there to be afraid of? Give it to me and I'll drink it down right now. Even if it backfires, I've got no hair left to lose anyway." Lee Min-soo agreed with cheerful, unhesitating enthusiasm, and he reminded the disciple to carefully monitor the effects since the formula still needed adjustments. The moment he swallowed the pill, Min-soo yelped at an intensely uncomfortable tingling sensation spreading across his entire scalp. The man excitedly believed his hair was actually growing in, and the protagonist himself crouched down nervously to inspect whether even a single strand had emerged yet. But instead of hair growing in, only more wisps of steam continued to billow up from that smooth, gleaming bald head. He instructed Min-soo to keep monitoring the absorption process, while he himself would go look for additional ingredients to refine the formula. 2 days later, the temple's peace was shattered once again by the arrival of a massive group of people. Watching the rippling muscles and gleaming bald heads marching closer, he couldn't help but be astonished, asking whether those bald guys belonged to the violence faction, and why they were showing up in such huge numbers. The moment those words left his lips, the entire group of violent disciples dropped to their knees in unison at his feet. The dazzling halo reflecting off all those polished bald heads was so bright that he and Little Ham Don both had to shield their eyes and yelp about how blinding it was. Amid the heavy, oppressive atmosphere, they wailed in unified desperation, begging Disciple Chansu of Prosperity to please save them. Why were they so terrified of being bald? Why not just leave it alone? It was cool in the heat and saved them money on shampoo. As it turned out, after seeing hope of regrowing their hair, these iron warriors had finally found the motivation to break through and turn their cruel destiny around. They desperately pleaded with him to help them. Though he was rather moved, he still had to remind Lee Min-soo that even with him showing up like this, the order they had placed still hadn't arrived. Did he understand? Min-soo hurriedly assured him that they had everything ready to go, that they had nearly all the ingredients gathered. The man rattled off a long list of items they currently had on hand, from brown rice to the black sesame seeds they routinely sprinkled on every dish. Even green tea was something they drank religiously after every meal. Seeing how thoroughly they had prepared, he curiously asked one more question. "Surely you have mekabu as well, right?" Min-soo slapped his chest with full confidence and replied, "Of course we have it." The protagonist could only fall speechless, wondering why on earth they happened to have absolutely everything already on hand. With fierce determination, the violent disciples ran off as fast as their legs could carry them to haul in the ingredients, then trooped back in a long line, telling him to just leave it all to them. He watched their retreating backs and gave them an honest warning that he wasn't certain he could actually cure this condition. Either way, no one was going to believe him even when he said so. Even so, he made one clear promise to them that he would guarantee one thing for everyone, that he would give them hope through his own genuine effort. The bald men's enthusiasm exploded into a roaring blaze, and they cried out with thrilled excitement, "Disciple Chansu, if you'll just help us, we'll do absolutely anything you ask. That one sentence is all we need." He smiled faintly with a calculating tilt of his lips, thinking that he needed help anyway, so this might just be killing two birds with one stone. By the end of the day, beneath the brilliant glow of sunset, the entire group from the witch envoy down to the violent disciples gathered together around a lavishly spread feast. He cheerfully called out, "All right everyone, dig in. The special blessing-infused meal was officially laid out, featuring every kind of delicious dish made from the bounty of prosperity's harvest. Looking at the carefully prepared spread of ingredients, the violent disciples couldn't help but be amazed, asking whether he had used magic to grow all these crops in such a short span of time. He casually replied that this was simply the blessing of prosperity, silently marveling that he hadn't expected its influence to extend even to rivers and seas. Park Do-han Sojeon savored the food while nodding approvingly, remarking that this was a fine combination for building stamina. Seeing them eating with such hearty appetites, he felt momentarily relieved, but deep down he still couldn't shake a creeping sense of worry. Watching all those bald heads steaming furiously like ostrich nests right in the middle of the meal, he started to get a really bad feeling about this. The atmosphere instantly turned tense to the breaking point, with the bald men drenched in sweat, their faces flushed beet red as if they were about to explode at any moment. He went pale with horror, telling himself he was finished. Trying to salvage the situation, he forced a smile and offered the men more food, calling out, "Anyone who wants seconds, just say so," hoping to keep them focused on eating so the embarrassment would pass. Watching one of the men deliver heartfelt thanks with deep emotion, he silently swore to himself that he had to protect his village butcher specialist, no matter what. Suddenly, a strange transformation began appearing right on top of the burly disciple's head. The man abruptly shot to his feet, muscles tensed rigid, his entire body trembling violently, so powerfully that everyone around him was stunned and frantically asked what on earth was happening. Every gaze locked onto the top of the man's head, where strands of black hair were miraculously beginning to push through. The disciple burst into tears, clutching his head with both hands and crying out in absolute ecstasy that his hair was growing back. Tiny strands of hair had finally pushed their way out of that smooth bald scalp after so many days of waiting, fulfilling the deepest wish of every devoted hair worshipper out there. The whole troop of violent disciples broke down all at once, holding their heads and sobbing uncontrollably, crying out that it was growing in, that everyone was growing hair. "Thank you, from this day forward prosperity and violence will be as one." He silently marveled that even though the man had initially been skeptical, because this was just food rather than medicine, this miraculous result had completely swept away every shred of needless doubt. However, he quickly recovered his serious composure, reminding himself that while he should be celebrating, it was still far too early to breathe a sigh of relief. He warned them that their hair might fall out all over again the moment they used their power, so the two of them decided to engage in a sparring match to put it to the test. The contest erupted into action, with Min-soo straining every muscle to unleash the signature might of violence, sending tremors rippling through the entire space. He defended against the assault while privately taking measure of his opponent, thinking that this man was definitely not someone he could afford to underestimate. Which Park Hang-yeon stood off to the side observing, drifting into wistful memories of the days when she herself had been overflowing with vitality. After a stretch of fierce exchanges, he signaled for the match to stop, saying that he thought this was enough for now. Min-soo trembled as he asked rapid-fire questions about how it had gone, wanting to know whether his hair had fallen out. He lifted the mirror in front of the man's face and assured him that everything still looked perfectly normal. The violence apostle stood frozen in shock, so he teased the man, asking if he wanted to give it a feel just once. Min-soo hesitantly raised a hand to his head, wondering if he really had to do this. The man gently brushed against the soft, freshly sprouted strands of hair. Then all at once, he wailed in heart-wrenching despair, "Oh gods above, why must I endure such a trial? Isn't this nothing more than cruel, hateful coercion?" He watched the man collapse from sheer emotion and silently agreed. Curious, he asked if he could give it a touch, and the moment his hand made contact, he flinched and yanked his hand back with a yelp. "Ouch, that's hot. Isn't this way too hot?" The heat radiating from Min-soo's head was so intense that he could casually set a pan on it and fry an egg right there. No wonder they were all bald. They were like chickens needing a splash of hot water to be plucked completely clean. Looking at those bald heads steaming in the middle of the forest, he clicked his tongue and remarked, "In a fiery hell like this, it would be strange if anything could grow at all." Feeling sympathetic, he looked at Lee Min-soo and his subordinates, then offered an alternative suggestion. "So about that, does it really have to be real hair?" He proposed they could use wigs, or fur from other creatures, or even plants, since perhaps those might withstand the heat better. But Min-soo immediately bowed his head and refused firmly, "No, I'm terrified, but I want to try saving my own hair. Please, I'm begging you." Witnessing Min-soo's determination so fierce that scorching spiritual energy radiated from him, he could only shield his face from the blinding glare. "Alright then, let's find a way to cool down the temperature." He decided to launch a brand new experiment. "For now, we'll just keep eating and try to grow your hair out longer. I have an experiment, any volunteers?" A burly man nervously asked back what kind of experiment, and he explained they needed to test whether the hair could be retained without the blessing-infused meals he provided. The moment they heard about skipping meals, the entire group of violence apostles froze stiff. Every drop of color drained from their faces in horror. He proposed, or all of us could try skipping meals together to keep things fair. They decided to use a life-or-death game of rock, paper, scissors to choose the sacrificial victim. Their hair really was their fatal weakness. The results were in, and the loser howled in utter despair. Hair. The curse of the gods truly was no laughing matter, as he could only collapse to the ground, sobbing over his head turning slick and shiny once again. The grim truth was finally revealed. Without consuming the meals carrying the blessing of prosperity, their hair roots would instantly lose their strength and fall out completely. No matter how diligently they ate, the hair simply refused to grow back as spectacularly as hoped. He kept bringing out fresh trays of food for them, telling himself the whole crew had to keep refining the menu to turn things around. While monitoring the recovery process, he noticed a promising sign. Even so, each time the hair regrew, it came back thicker. Minsu asked back in surprise, "Really?" He nodded in confirmation, though he had to admit the harsh reality that whenever body temperature spiked, those strands would still pop right off like popcorn. Minsu mournfully accepted that this was indeed the truth. He walked along muttering calculations to himself. If the hair grows just a bit longer, then a cooling hair gel, and if not, then. His dedication moved Minsu deeply, and the violence apostle gazed at him with eyes brimming with appreciation. "I never imagined you would take this matter so seriously." Minsu suddenly extended an invitation. "Apostle Chansu, would you like to come tour our division?" He stared blankly for a moment, stroking the rat handle perched on his shoulder. "I'm honestly curious too, but is it really alright?" Handle let out an excited squeak as well. Minsu broke into a warm, friendly smile, assuring him absolutely. "We'll even connect an entrance from the inside. We're brothers after all, aren't we?" The two of them traveled together to the violence branch located at coordinate 35N, Sector AE. Standing before the glowing teleportation gate amid the snowy white wilderness, he was struck by its scale and remarked, "Sorry, it's not as grand as I thought." Minsu strode imposingly beside him, explaining that since only true warriors could enter this branch, the small entrance made perfect sense. Pointing toward the snow-white mountain peak, Lee Minsu explained this was the ideal resource-gathering zone, where training would help skills level up faster than ever before. He watched the men struggling against the bitter cold and silently assessed, were they trying to chill their heads to stimulate hair growth? Like, look over there, everyone's wearing hats. He realized this method didn't seem to be yielding the results they had hoped for. Seeing him keep his eyes glued to the apostles miserably clutching their hats, Minsu gently reminded him, "Don't stare like that, they don't appreciate it," and he hurriedly apologized. His resolve to swiftly complete the remedy that would save their scalps burned even hotter inside him. Looking at this, I figured this had to be the way. Shaolin Temple style. Curious about the local vegetation, he pressed for details about what was growing on the snow-capped mountain, and Minsu revealed it was snow ice grass, a rare medicinal herb infused with extremely potent Juhanso energy. An idea instantly sparked in his mind. Could this perhaps help with the cooling hair gel he was developing? Minsu mentioned that despite its high price, it actually weakened the strength of the violence faction whenever consumed. He quickly grasped the issue. Perhaps it suppresses the power drawn from your skills, right? And if that's truly the case, then this was the perfect ingredient he had been searching for. He carefully verified the appearance of the snow ice grass to make sure it wouldn't be confused with any other common weed. He grew giddy as he sketched out a promising business plan. Then I can maximize its usefulness. We'll cultivate more to sell at premium prices, and use it as an ingredient for the hair gel at the same time. Several days later at the temple, the atmosphere suddenly turned chaotic from the shrieking of Ari the chick. He had spotted Chansu bringing yet another outsider, Edwin, into the sacred domain of the prosperity faction. Ari flew into a rage, screeching at the top of her lungs while Doji the pig struggled to calm her down. "Please just take a deep breath." Ari simply couldn't accept that her master kept casually bringing strangers into the dwelling place of the goddess. She leaped up in fury, leaving everyone else shaking their heads in resignation. Edwin curiously pointed toward the chick raging up a storm. Maine softly smiled and explained that perhaps she was still shy around strangers. Her name is Ari. He silently hoped that Edwin, someone who only ever obsessed over research, wouldn't end up causing him any trouble. Meanwhile, Ari kept grumbling nonstop about how he never bothered to discipline himself and just did whatever he pleased. Edwin sincerely thanked him for inviting her to the temple despite the heavy security around the place. She calmly dove right into her research, even though her occasional visits did disturb the temple's tranquility. Without wasting a single second, he immediately got to work crafting the new medicinal product. First, he carefully extracted the pure aloe vera gel and poured it into the experimental flask. Next came the spring water spirit essence blended with a few fresh mint leaves. After adding just the right amount of mugwort and bringing the mixture to a boil, he added the most crucial ingredient of all, the snow ice grass gathered from the violence branch. In an instant, a current of cool blue spiritual energy surged forth, marking the birth of the completed cooling hair gel. He smiled and offered his thanks to Edwin for her hard work assisting him, but she modestly replied that it was simply her duty. He didn't forget to praise Little Spring Slime for producing such wonderful pure water. The Little Spring girl really pulls her weight. Without water, nothing gets done easily. The young man also continued encouraging Hami the rat for all her relentless efforts throughout this whole stretch of time. Right at that moment, Rohan and Park Hang-yeon strolled over leisurely, curiously asking whether the cooling agent had truly been finished. He nodded in confirmation and quietly hoped it would deliver the effects they were counting on, knowing full well the whole crew still had many more rounds of testing ahead. In a corner of the garden, Ari the chick and Doji the pig were sneakily devouring a feast with great delight. They trembled in fear that the goddess would grow furious, since only the two of them got to eat, but the tiny goddess paid no mind to such things at all. She was frantically dashing toward him and calling out the name of her apostle in a wave of overwhelming emotion. The ginseng goddess rushed over and threw her arms around his legs, leaving him utterly stunned. Looking at her tear-streaked little form, the young man blamed himself for spending far too little time with his goddess lately. He gently lifted the goddess into his arms and softly whispered words of comfort to soothe the ache in her heart. Seeing the goddess had calmed down and started blushing shyly, he smiled and promised that he would return soon. He told her not to worry too much, since he was still doing his job well, and all of these efforts were for the prosperity of their growing faction. He stated clearly that, to him, the goddess would always be his #1 priority. His goddess seems a bit of a crybaby, but incredibly adorable, doesn't she, everyone? Hearing such sweet words from her chief apostle, the goddess of prosperity was so thrilled that her face turned bright red. Meanwhile, in the snow-white mountain region of the Violence Branch, he stepped forward, waving enthusiastically, announcing, "I'm here." Lee Min-soo immediately responded, "Oh, you've come, our hair has grown a little longer, hasn't it?" Min-soo smiled with deep satisfaction, insisting that all these results were thanks to everyone's hard work. The burly apostle eagerly pressed him, asking whether the thing he'd been waiting for was finally finished. He pulled out a small, sparkling glass jar and introduced it, saying, "Yes, this is hair gel. Would you like to give it a try?" The crowd around them froze in shock, whispering and debating whether they had misheard that someone from the Violence faction was actually about to use hair gel. He smiled and encouraged them to go ahead and try it freely. Min-soo quickly slathered the gel onto his head. His hair instantly turned glossy and stylish, drawing gasps of admiration from his underlings, who praised it as way too cool. To test its durability, Min-soo intended to channel his energy and use a skill on his new hairstyle, but he panicked and stopped him, telling him to stop right now. He explained that this was, for now, only a temporary solution, because once Min-soo started radiating heat, the hair gel would vanish immediately, even though the hair itself would still hold. He came up with a fresh idea, proposing, how about we put the hair gel inside a hat and then wear it on the head. He carefully smeared gel into the inside of a bucket hat and then handed it over to Min-soo. Finding it a great idea, Min-soo suggested holding a sparring match to put it to the test. Although the match went rather smoothly, this young man still wondered aloud whether it actually made any real difference. However, after the match, Min-soo clutched the hat tightly, terrified that if he took it off, all his hair would fall out. Despite his wailing and pleading, another apostle roughly lunged in, yanked the hat off, and scolded him for being such an idiot. Min-soo let out a pained scream when the hat was forcefully ripped from his head. He was surprised to see that the man's hair was still completely intact, but Min-soo grew gloomy when he noticed a few stray strands left behind inside the hat. He pondered the situation, then bluntly questioned him, "By the way, you held back during the fight because you were afraid of losing your hair, didn't you? At this rate, can you really fight at full strength?" Looking at the current predicament, he stroked his chin and proposed a bold idea. "Just as I thought, we'll need to plant snow ice grass on top of your head." The moment he heard that, the violent apostle Lee Min-soo jolted in shock and shouted out loud, "I refuse." Seeing the man's fierce reaction, he hurried to reassure him that he had no such intention. Planting it directly on his scalp. No way, what a true farmer he turned out to be. So it seems even a balding head can become farmland. Instead, he proposed a more fashion-forward approach, saying, "I'll grow it on a hat." Flower-decorated hats are pretty common too, right? To convince the muscular man, he gave examples of feathered tribal headdresses, or at the pinnacle, the plumed helmets worn by ancient Roman warriors. At the words manly aesthetic, Min-soo's eyes suddenly lit up. He started to think the idea was actually pretty cool and grew curious about where snow ice grass could really be grown on a hat. However, he determined that the harshest environment would be the biggest hurdle. He needed to find a way for this kind of grass to withstand the heat radiating from Min-soo's head. The young man pondered for a moment and brought up a special plant called heat-absorbing grass. Unlike snow ice grass, this grass grew by absorbing all the surrounding heat, making it the perfect counter to the hot-headed apostle of violence. However, he also warned that it grew in an extraordinarily remote and dangerous place. Rumor has it that everyone these days has been busy setting up parasite farms, so collecting it would be very difficult. Min-soo could only nod along, full of worry. Even so, he decided he had to confirm whether heat-absorbing grass was truly a real plant before setting out on the journey. Wasting no more time, he firmly urged him, "Why are you still standing around like that? We need to set off on the expedition right away, and so the whole crew filed out together one after another. Meanwhile, at the Temple of Prosperity, the atmosphere had turned strangely tense as the small familiars were secretly observing an unfamiliar figure. Hami the mouse wondered what that guy was doing here. Meanwhile, Ari the chick and Doji the pig were also full of suspicion, watching as the man kept lingering around the goddess instead of following the chief apostle. Ari and Doji began to speculate, fearing the two of them were secretly sharing some delicious treat in private. Hami immediately scolded the two foolish younger siblings for always thinking of nothing but food. Turning to the ginseng goddess, Ari worriedly asked after her well-being. The goddess softly sighed and reassured her familiars not to worry too much, even though deep down she was extremely uneasy. The goddess silently asked herself just how dangerous this mission must be, that he had to leave even Hami behind to protect her. Although she had resolved to put her trust in her apostle, the small deity still couldn't escape her tangled, restless thoughts. She understood that everything he did was meant to bring prosperity to this world and to secure her own future. He'll be just fine, our goddess can rest easy and simply guard the temple. The goddess softly called out Hami's name, while the little mouse continued gazing up at her with wide, round eyes. The goddess of prosperity gently soothed little Hami, who was sulking because he hadn't been allowed to come along, tenderly comforting him that the apostle would surely take all of you along next time, so don't be too downcast, okay? Hearing this, little Hami nodded faintly with an understanding look. Behind them, Doji was still busily daydreaming about eating apples, while Ari secretly sighed in relief that everything had finally been settled smoothly. The young man's group officially set foot in Sector 42NAE, where a volcano was erupting violently. He looked up at the perilous peak and asked for confirmation. The heat-absorbing grass is up there at the summit, right? He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we made it here, without running into any major trouble. Right behind him, the violence apostles whispered furtively among themselves, their faces full of unease, asking, does any of this even make sense? They began to shudder as they recalled the rumors about his strength. I've heard tales of the Sword Saint's martial might, but I never imagined that even Apostle Chansu could be so powerful. The image of him swinging a single slash that tore a colossal monster flashed through their minds, making them tremble. It would be an absolute disaster if we ever declared war on him. Seeing them muttering nonstop, he turned around and asked what was going on. The whole group jumped and quickly denied it, saying it was nothing. One of them hastily changed the subject, mentioning rumors of a sevenfold calamity called the Tempest that had swept through this place and changed everything completely. He was astonished. There's even a rumor like that. Oh, but when the people start spreading rumors, they're rarely wrong, my lord. He immediately urged them, let's hurry up before the storm rolls in. The whole group ran for their lives at full speed, racing across the scorching, blazing rocks. The violence apostles suddenly froze in their tracks, their eyes bulging in horror as they watched the young man doing the unthinkable. What on earth is that? He was casually sitting atop a mechanical spider leg frame extending from his sword, and explained that it was a transforming sword that could shift into any shape. He added that he'd taken inspiration from the second queen. One brawny man, drenched in sweat, admitted that although he had seen it earlier on the road, he had never once imagined it being used as a means of transportation in this way. He could only click his tongue. You really lack imagination. The other man could only scream silently in his heart at the sheer absurdity of it. Suddenly, a wave of killing intent surged in, and he shouted out a warning, ambush, everyone be careful. From up in the sky, a massive eagle with majestic, sweeping wings came plunging down to attack. He narrowed his eyes to observe, then exclaimed with biting sarcasm, wow, they really are bald. Seeing that the violent apostle seemed to take offense, he hurriedly clarified that he didn't actually feel sorry for them. I've already got hair gel now, so there's no reason at all for me to run from this fight. With a face radiating murderous intent and fists blazing like fire, he unleashed a heaven-shattering punch straight into the monster's head, leaving it just enough time to let out a single pitiful screech. The massive eagle was slammed straight into the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. The young man watched with visible concern, saying he truly appreciated how he had handled them. But why did he have to bring that thing along? The burly man, dragging the monster behind him, eagerly explained that according to Jin Jun's culinary secrets, this was a delicacy fit for emperors. Wait, did he just say Jin Jun? Something about it seemed a little off, and as it turned out, that was the legendary cookbook itself, and it was thanks to it that the apostle had obtained such precious information about this volcanic region. Crossing over treacherous, sheer cliffs, the group finally reached their destination. Stretched out before them was a field of crimson flowers blazing under the sunlight. The young man cheered, we made it. It's right over there, the heat-absorbing herb. The violent apostle was stunned to realize that the air around them had suddenly turned cool and refreshing. He had thought he would die from the heat out here, but this place was actually quite pleasant. He explained that this was thanks to the heat-absorbing herb frantically drawing in the surrounding warmth. The young man pressed urgently, then they should hurry, gather it up, and head back. They needed to test whether this stuff could solve the problem, whether to wear it like a sash, or just put it on top of their heads. However, the research results revealed that aside from absorbing heat, the heat-absorbing herb had no other effect whatsoever. To overcome the cruel fate of the Violence faction, he concluded that the Snow Ace herb's power alone simply was not enough, and so hats combining both types of medicinal herbs were created. He carefully placed the laurel wreath onto the apostle's head, telling him it suited him quite well, didn't it? The burly man lightly touched the leaves with his hand, his face plainly showing reluctance. He muttered with clear skepticism, "Isn't this thing a bit flimsy?" The remark struck right at his pride, sending the young man into a fit of rage as he lunged forward, grabbing the man's collar and shouting an explanation about the marvels of this wreath. From the special adhesive holding the leaves in place to the mechanism that converted heat from the heat-absorbing herb into the snow ice herb, releasing a chill that suppressed the burning aura of violence. And yet, the apostle stubbornly insisted it was too fragile. In a rage, he flung a brilliantly colored flower crown at the man as a replacement. If he was that dissatisfied, then he could just use this instead. The moment the burly man placed the flower crown on his head, he was over the moon, declaring this one was way better. The young man could only grit his teeth, helpless against the man's whiplash change of heart. After all the effort he had poured into it, if the man wanted to walk around with a flower on his head, then so be it. How was that any different from a laurel wreath? Anyway, he gave a firm command, telling Minsu to try amplifying his spiritual energy. Minsu strained every muscle, channeling all of his strength into his fists with even greater intensity. Steam rose in thick wisps, and the layer of frost coating the laurel wreath instantly melted into a hazy white mist. Minsu trembled as he reached up to feel the top of his head, his eyes wide with utter astonishment. Tears of joy streamed down his cheeks as he burst into a cry of pure happiness. His hair hadn't fallen out at all. Deeply moved, he placed a hand over his chest and solemnly swore before Wu Chansu that the Violence faction would forever remember this kindness. From this moment forward, violence would be his sword, his hammer, and his torch. The remaining members all dropped to their knees in unison, bowing in reverent submission. His enemies were now their enemies. They would crush them and burn whatever remained to ashes. Thank you, truly, thank you so very much. Chansu could only stand frozen in place, fumbling to respond to this sudden display of loyalty. The protagonist had saved every single strand of hair on their heads, so it was perfectly understandable that they would offer their bodies in return. Chansu forced a strained smile, sweat pouring down him like he had just stepped out of a bath. He was deeply grateful, but wasn't all this happening just a bit too quickly? Another burly fellow eagerly cut in, asking if he could call him Big Brother. Chansu could only laugh awkwardly in response. Ah ha ha, that was still a little premature. Though he found it sudden, he silently understood that this meant they placed their complete trust in him. The cooling hats were crafted with extreme precision and care, starting from those humble little laurel wreaths, wool caps woven from leaves, all the way up to extravagant tribal headdresses. They had been expected to spark a massive fashion craze across the entire scene. But reality turned out to be the complete opposite, as these cooling hats were only permitted for use by genuine, battle-tested warriors. To make up for it, other related products like cooling hair gel flourished tremendously, raking in massive profits from devotees of the Violence faction, as well as anyone haunted by the dread of hair loss. Chansu smiled with deep satisfaction. The profit margin on the effort he had put in was genuinely impressive. Watching the burly warriors enthusiastically working alongside the skeleton soldiers to harvest crops in the fields, he told himself that with the Violence faction lending a hand, manpower was now in abundant supply, and there was nothing left to worry about. Chansu eagerly assured Minsu that all he needed to do was use the skill blessing of prosperity. Seeing the Violence Apostle question the specific point values, Chansu laughed heartily and explained that thanks to the title Apostle of Prosperity, the points returned were genuinely no joke. Minsu realized that Chansu was earning points by helping them block their hair loss, but he still looked uneasy, sensing that the man seemed to be spending even more than he was bringing in. While Hasujin handled the circulation and distribution of goods, Hua and Park Duhanso diligently observed and trained to accumulate points. Chansu, on the other hand, chose his own distinct path to display the authority of the Prosperity faction. For the protagonist, the action that best matched this title was claiming the heads of monsters, since Prosperity was, after all, the faction most rooted in martial governance. Chansu strolled leisurely up to the surrounding ranks of the undead demons, hand resting on the hilt of his shape-shifting sword, calculating every second and every step in a flawless display of absolute power. The instant the system announced the activation of the skill promise of Prosperity, Chansu launched a thunderous strike at terrifying speed, wiping out the entire mob of monsters in the span of a single breath. Witnessing the massacre unfold so swiftly and brutally, the burly apostle Minsu could only stand frozen, hugging his trembling body as he was utterly overwhelmed by Chansu's true power. He calmly sheathed his sword and turned around to announce that the welcome ceremony for their guests had concluded. Minsu still hadn't recovered from the shock. He admitted that no matter how many times he saw it, he could never get used to a sight like that, then curiously asked why Chansu seemed so completely unfazed when facing the monsters. In response to Minsu's worry about the terrifying curses undead demons typically left behind, he calmly sat down beside the man on the log and offered an extremely simple line of reasoning. As long as you finish them off instantly, they never get a chance to lay down a curse in the first place. Minsu, astonished, asked the young man about the matter of having hunted over 100 monsters. He answered casually it was just like the saying, if you can dodge the blade, then you won't get stabbed. He even corrected the figure, noting that the actual number was 443, leaving Minsu standing speechless before the absurd, almost unreasonable strength of the young apostle. As night fell, Minsu sat dazed beside the campfire until one of his comrades approached and spoke to him. Ah, so he had finally come. His hair was already blocked, so why was he still wearing such a foolish look on his face? Minsu pondered for a moment, then asked whether the other man was capable of hunting undead demons. When the answer came back as yes, though somewhat troublesome, he pressed further, what about 400 a day? The other man earnestly advised him to focus on building up his muscles, because if he persevered, one day he would be able to do it too. Minsu shouted out in frustration, Apostle Wu Chansu wasn't even all that burly, and yet the man was incredibly powerful. His comrade placed a hand on his shoulder. You fool, prosperity is prosperity and violence is violence. Each of us has our own methods that suit our own path, isn't that right? Every sect has its own swordsmanship to call its own. What an absolute blockhead he was. He gave a firm push, urging Minsu to focus on training his muscles. Almost instantly, an atmosphere of frenzied training swept over the violence branch. The warriors poured every ounce of their strength into building their physiques, pushing themselves harder than ever to grow stronger. Seeing how fanatical everyone had become, Minsu wondered why they kept obsessing over muscles, since it had never been this extreme before. A teammate explained that in the past, they had to hold themselves back because the heat generated during training caused all their hair to fall out. But now, thanks to Chansu's lavish meals, their muscles could swell up instantly without them having to worry about a thing. He pointed forcefully and declared, you heard that, right? That's why we have to bulk up and conquer the dungeons. Minsu looked baffled and asked why dungeons were suddenly being brought up. Perhaps thanks to the recent large-scale parasite hunt, a great number of abandoned dungeons had simultaneously revealed themselves. Minsu and his teammates resolved to grow even stronger than before. They would accumulate even more reward points, so they could swiftly repay the kindness they had received from Chansu. Despite warnings that there were still 42 more sets to finish, the brutish man grabbed the barbell and hoisted both himself and the weights into the air at once. This caused his training partner to scream in horror at such a destructive act. Disregarding his teammates' anger, the apostle just laughed in delight and insisted that having his muscles stimulated this intensely felt absolutely incredible. A few days later, the atmosphere in the forest of the Prosperity faction had grown remarkably peaceful beneath the golden sunlight. Doji the piglet sprawled out lazily on the grass, feeling truly at ease now that everything had been going smoothly lately. Ari the chick nodded in agreement, admitting that this kind of stillness was indeed quite rare. The little spring slime spoke up to explain, suggesting that things had stabilized because Chansu had been spending all his time caring for the goddess. As for Doji, he only cared about the master preparing tons of delicious dishes for him to feast on every single day. Chansu worked diligently at the stove preparing dinner, a radiant smile constantly blooming on his lips. Meanwhile, the ginseng goddess sat beside him, watching with eyes that sparkled with happiness. She quietly felt content with her current life, wishing that these tranquil days could last forever and ever. Suddenly, the sound of someone calling out Chansu rang out from behind, making him whirl around in surprise. The moment he spotted Su-jin, he greeted her cheerfully. Ah, you're here. Have you been doing well lately? However, taking in Su-jin's awkward demeanor and the troubled look on her face, Chasu began to sense that something was wrong, so he pressed her about whether anything had happened. Su-jin forced a smile, trying to appear calm, and said it wasn't anything too serious. Yet her face suddenly darkened as she revealed a shocking truth. It's just that a new type of parasite resistant to the warming agent has appeared, that's all. Chasu's face went pale with shock, and he cried out in absolute terror. This is an enormous problem. Once they develop resistance, those things could take over the entire world. This is no joke. Su-jin solemnly delivered the grim reality, so they've finally developed resistance to the deworming agent. She added with concern that it didn't stop there. The parasites could now manifest on their own, without needing a host. Oh, Chansu gasped in utter astonishment. Manifest on their own. What on earth happened? Su-jin explained that when the violence faction began to act aggressively, the other factions, fearing their credit would be stolen, had collectively pulled back their parasite hunting forces. As a result, the firepower decreased, but they continued burning the deworming agent as usual, leading to a disastrous failure of the hunt. The parasites that survived and escaped immediately evolved to a whole new level. This left small familiars like Doji and Ari trembling and hiding behind the ginseng goddess in sheer terror. He clutched touched his head in distress as he recalled the image of a buff Lee Min-soo eagerly setting off to conquer dungeons earlier. So that was the omen. Who would have thought the Violence Faction's dungeon conquest would trigger such a backlash? Sujin gravely reported that this new type of parasite was causing horrific damage to humanity, and all the blame was being heaped onto the war faction, who had failed in the initial sweep. To salvage the situation, the war side had sent over a request for cooperation with an extremely earnest attitude. He took the scroll from Sujin's hand and muttered, "Well, it's only right that they admit their fault. But then again, just how polite could those bastards from war actually be? When you hit a dead end, you've got to bow your head, just like how I have to grovel before my boss at work." He unrolled the letter and read it, finding inside the most reverently worded message addressed to the Apostle of Prosperity. "I pray this letter reaches you while you are still in good health. I should have come to pay my respects in person sooner, but I can only beg your forgiveness for our first introduction being through a letter. Please see through to the sincerity of our hearts." He couldn't help but be stunned. They really are polite. Sujin remarked that for a major power like war to humble themselves to this degree, they must have been completely cornered with no other way out. Moreover, the products of the Prosperity faction currently held tremendously powerful influence across the entire world. He continued scanning the letter's contents and furrowed his brow. "They want me to create a new deworming agent. With resistance levels this high, would that even be feasible?" He pondered thoughtfully and then noticed something unusual. Setting that aside, there's no mention of compensation at all. Wasn't anything specified separately. She revealed that they had hinted at offering a divine artifact. His eyes suddenly lit up with dollar signs, and he eagerly asked, "A divine artifact of prosperity?" But Sujin shook her head gently, explaining that divine artifacts required a certain level of compatibility. He guessed at whether it might be a divine artifact of the war faction, but Sujin's answer was even more shocking than that. She pointed mysteriously, her face turning extremely grave as she gazed toward the gloomy castle beneath the blood moon. "The compensation is the death faction. They said it's a divine artifact of death. This payment is a massive windfall. Forget money at this level." At hearing that terrifying name, the ginseng goddess along with Arian Doji, hiding behind the tree trunk, could only tremble and gasp. "Death." Sujin continued explaining, "Officially it's a loan, but it seems they intend to gift it outright if the compatibility turns out to be good." Chasu gazed off into the distance, silently wondering whether someone like himself was truly suited for that kind of power. He asked curiously, "What kind of force is the Death faction?" Sujin grew pensive. Death didn't get along with injustice. Noticing her choice of words, he asked why she was speaking about it in the past tense. She explained that this was because injustice possessed skills like the injustice of death, allowing them to control the undead and even deny death itself. She emphasized that when a major faction absorbs a smaller one, death had vanished from this world at the hands of injustice. She said that injustice should have seized the divine artifacts after subjugating that faction, but because they didn't have good compatibility, the precious treasure had slipped through their fingers. Chasu silently thought how fortunate it was that they were a fallen faction. Should I really be saying that? He worriedly wondered whether the apostle of the vanished death faction might suddenly appear to demand the divine artifact back. Yeah, since the giver doesn't really own it, they're just borrowing it while the owners are out and lending it to me. He turned to ask about the actual effects of that divine artifact. What kind of properties did it possess? Besides Sword Saint Rohan, which Park Duhan? So Jian let out a helpless sigh. Even I don't know that. Watching him deep in thought over the pile of maps, Sujin spoke up to ask his opinion. How should we respond to the letter? He concluded that a divine artifact was a vessel containing the power of a god, and admitted that he was being tempted by that authority. With his eyes blazing with determination, he declared firmly, "Tell them I accept their request." Amid the peaceful sunset scenery, Oh Chansu was leisurely sitting and playing with his black cat Yang Chi. He waved a feathered cat teaser to tease the little creature. While muttering with curiosity, they said they could move across multiple blocks with ease. Yet they still haven't shown up. They should have arrived here a long time ago. The moment he finished speaking, a glowing system notification suddenly appeared. Li Kang-hee of the War faction requests entry into block 33N10E. He let out a soft sigh and thought to himself, these people only seemed to show up the moment he started talking to himself, instead of just walking in openly and confidently. The cat Yang Chi remained utterly indifferent to worldly affairs, completely absorbed in chasing the toy, while the spatial gateway slowly began to open. Paying no mind to the guest, my play is mine, the guest is the host's. From within the beam of light, a woman with a regal bearing in a magnificent white military uniform leisurely stepped out. She gently adjusted her cap and confidently introduced herself. "I am Li Kang-hee, dispatched from the War faction. A pleasure to meet you." He returned the courtesy politely. "An honor to meet you. I am Oh Chansu, apostle of the Prosperity faction." Wasting no time, Li Kang-hee got straight to the point. She affirmed that the war side was urgently searching for a method to deal with the parasites that had occupied their territories. She declared resolutely that they would provide every possible form of support, including the most fearsome divine artifact of all. Li Kanghe slowly opened the black box in her hands, revealing an exquisite bracelet that radiated an eerie wave of dark purple resentment, then introduced it. This is the divine artifact of death. Eyeing the somewhat gloomy treasure, he silently sized up its appearance, and then curiously asked about its actual function. Li Kanghe explained that if the wearer wounded an enemy, that wound would immediately be eaten away severely by a vicious curse. Furthermore, every time a life was extinguished, the wearer's physical capabilities would be significantly enhanced, even if only temporarily. Chasu pondered and realized this mechanism was rather similar to the immortal demons. He worriedly asked about any unwanted side effects. Li Kanghe's expression suddenly turned grave. She warned that if compatibility was too low, the wearer would be devoured by the very curse the moment they struck down their opponent. Chansu was stunned to face a brutal reality. He could completely lose his mind if he didn't have enough strength to subdue this divine artifact, since it only submitted to those stronger than itself. So that's how it is, huh? Li Kanghe proposed a different approach. Instead of using the divine artifact for combat, she wanted the protagonist to craft a kind of disinfectant infused with the death god's curse. He pondered whether this item could imbue curses onto objects, leaving the female commander of the war faction puzzled by his suspicion. He decided he would test the precious artifact first. The moment his hand made contact, the azure spiritual energy of prosperity radiated forth. He silently judged that the compatibility between himself and this item didn't seem bad at all. The young man decided to try wearing the divine artifact on his wrist. He reassured himself that even if he were devoured by the curse, by his side were still Sword Saint Liu Hanso and the great spellcaster. The Grand Water Mage of the Purity faction stood ready to support him. Following Li Kanghe's instructions, the protagonist brought his wrist near the box so the bracelet could automatically latch onto him. The instant it touched him, the bracelet suddenly trembled violently. He was shocked to feel the terrifying power tightening around his wrist. He realized with alarm that this was indeed the legendary divine artifact of the death god. Seeing the protagonist grimacing because the bracelet was too tight, Li Kanghe reassured him that it would automatically detach by its master's will, making him sigh in relief. That's more like it. What a relief. No way I dare touch death itself otherwise. To verify his new power, he decided to bring out the wooden stake disinfectants for testing. He drove them into the ground, then channeled energy to activate the curse from the divine artifact. However, the pitch-black tide of resentful energy that erupted completely defiled and devoured his azure spiritual power. The protagonist collapsed in shock as the wooden stakes had now warped into grotesque, twisted black shapes, completely losing their original function. The next morning, the goddess's gloomy demeanor left him puzzled, since she had been like this from last night until now. Suddenly, the goddess became filled with determination. Blushing furiously, she snapped that if he wanted a divine artifact, he only needed to say the word, and she could absolutely make one for him with her own hands. The goddess indignantly demanded to know how he could possess something so disgusting and cruel as this evil energy, leaving the tiny familiars trembling as they watched. So she can create divine artifacts too? That's pretty awesome. Loathing the presence of her enemy, the goddess poured all her strength into the bracelet, emanating dark, resentful energy. Damn it, injustice must vanish. She declared resoundingly that her power alone was enough to annihilate that injustice. A system notification appeared confirming that the goddess had used her touch skill. She screamed, demanding that the heretical thing fall silent, for the protagonist was her apostle. Seeing the goddess pushing herself too hard, he hurriedly scooped her up and stopped her. Your hands will start to hurt, please. That's enough. Despite her exhaustion, the goddess steadfastly refused to give up, since she saw the current situation as far from acceptable. To overcome the death god's divine artifact, she resolved to pour every ounce of her spiritual power into creating a divine artifact for him belonging solely to the prosperity faction. Watching the goddess pour her heart and soul into it to the point of exhaustion, the Eel Doji wearily wondered if it was really necessary to go this far. He was immediately scolded by Ari for daring to defy the goddess. A new interface unexpectedly appeared. Divine Artifact Performance Monitor. Use this to outdo the other one. The goddess is amazing. He looked at the bracelet emanating dark, resentful energy and realized this was actually a curse, but he believed it would bring him unexpected benefits. For him, clearing away anything that stood in his path was now as easy as feeding candy to a child. The protagonist silently calculated that these rotten things, after fermentation, could even be used to make gochujang chili paste or doenjang soybean paste. Recalling the prohibition order being enforced on Earth, he came up with the idea of brewing liquor to sell at high prices. The goddess of prosperity standing nearby also confidently asserted that the prosperity faction could absolutely accomplish all of those things. However, the power of this divine artifact went far beyond that, possessing all kinds of mystical energies. From the ability to summon a fragment of the god's soul to confront colossal dark entities, to enhancing physical attributes and elevating the touch skill to a whole new level. Even when facing skeleton soldiers, he easily swept them away in the blink of an eye. He could even sow horrifying curses that left monsters trembling in terror, leaving the small familiars utterly stunned. The goddess of prosperity watched the scene and couldn't help but break down. She silently wondered how something like that could even exist. She felt this was utterly impossible and questioned why the protagonist could wield it so masterfully. Right, how can he use the other faction's gear so smoothly like it's nothing? However, recognizing that this divine artifact was more useful than she'd thought, the goddess proudly affirmed that he truly was her apostle. She brushed aside all doubts and shouted, "He is my apostle, understand? Apostle, avenge the injustice." Fierce flames erupted and engulfed the goddess, causing him to exclaim in astonishment that the fire was real. Immediately, the little spring slime received the order to spray water to extinguish the flames around its goddess. The powerful jet of water left the goddess drenched, creating a tragicomic scene that worried both Ari and Doji. The ginseng goddess realized the current situation was deeply troubling. She told herself that if she couldn't create a better divine artifact, then at the very least she had to bestow a new skill upon him. Though her heart still held a touch of resentment, the goddess of prosperity silently affirmed that she truly trusted her apostle and believed he would never abandon her. Seeing the tiny goddess looking pensive, the protagonist leaned down with concern. "Goddess, are you feeling any better?" To keep him by her side, the goddess decided to set the communication skill aside for a while, channeling her efforts into preparing a truly captivating new skill he couldn't refuse. She was determined not to let him be tainted by the darkness. A few days later, the working atmosphere across the territory remained extremely urgent, with seamless coordination between human labor and the Andean skeleton soldiers. He intently observed the divine artifact on his wrist, unable to hide his amazement at the perfect compatibility that produced no side effects whatsoever on his body. He wondered why he was so compatible with an evil power like the death god, questioning whether it really was all thanks to his diving skill. The protagonist noticed that the flavors of the products seemed to have become far richer and more distinctive than before. He was stunned to see Edwin casually chomping away at the pile of disinfectant, anxiously asking what he was supposed to do if she started eating that too. If it's harmful to the body, why would she do that? Edwin continued enjoying the flavor unfazed. She insisted that things like always tasted the best, not forgetting to praise the disinfectant's effectiveness, which had clearly been improved by a notable margin. However, Edwin suddenly turned serious as she reported a worrying truth. The parasites no longer seemed to react to the disinfectant. She anxiously revealed that they were even developing resistance to humans' physical attacks, so she couldn't give a definitive answer at this time. This left him deeply concerned, because it was exactly as he had predicted from the start. His gaze turning sharp and resolute, the protagonist clenched his fist and declared firmly, "In that case, we have no choice but to verify it ourselves." He smiled faintly and thanked Rohan for clearing the path for him once again. The sword saint coldly named his simple price, just a single apple. He cheerfully agreed, but the peaceful atmosphere instantly evaporated when he realized he was staring straight into a horrifying mess. The moment they set foot in this area, swarms of monsters immediately surged forward and launched a relentless assault on them. He swiftly drew his weapon without missing a beat. The system panel flared brilliantly, announcing that the strike hand skill had been activated. But yet another seething horde of insects came pouring out, putting little Hamden perched on his shoulder on full alert as well. The protagonist's eyes turned cold and razor-sharp with focus as he channeled his power into unleashing an even stronger technique. The system confirmed the Great Slaughter Hand skill had been activated. A massive arsing slash swept the entire monster horde clean in the blink of an eye. He stared at the heaps of monster corpses scattered everywhere, unable to shake the question of why they kept pouring in like this, in even greater numbers. He suddenly froze in shock when he saw the creatures frantically retreating away from Rohan's side. He thought back to rumors that these creatures had gradually grown resistant and become extremely hard to hunt. So why were they now fleeing in terror? He wondered to himself if this was what it truly meant to grow stronger. Determined not to let the chance slip away, the protagonist prepared to test a new disinfectant right at the spatial rift. That's right, fight it out here for some real action. He drove a wooden stake soaked in the medicine into the ground and waited patiently, but the monster's reaction left him utterly stunned. A small bug poked its head out of the rift. Out of curiosity, it sampled a tiny taste, then immediately bolted off so fast its legs were a blur. He stood there frozen, watching it go, unable to grasp what on earth was unfolding before his eyes. He turned to Rohan and admitted that, in the end, he would still have to develop a brand new disinfectant, because at this rate they would just keep building up resistance forever. The protagonist mulled it over, wondering if there was some other method that might work even better than relying on medicine. A bold idea suddenly struck him, something like placing a curse through the medium of a blessing. Instantly, the dark malevolent aura from the divine artifact roared with seductive temptation. Yes, that's right, use me human, even though wielding it with finesse would be no easy feat. But his eyes suddenly blazed bright as he found the key. He cried out in excitement, "That's it, a blessing, why didn't I think of it sooner?" A blessing can be applied in countless different ways depending on how one chooses to interpret it. The protagonist crushed a handful of dry, barren soil in his palm, and just as he predicted, it all withered and crumbled into dust. Does this solution of his look feasible to you all? He pondered deeply. Fertile soil is where plants flourish, where people can reap bountiful harvests season after season. Yet if the crops are ruined, all of it becomes meaningless. He realized that warding off plagues and pests was itself a condition for the land to truly prosper. Using the fertile soil skill, he decided to expand the scope of the prosperity blessing. By channeling prosperous health and prosperous promise into it, he would amplify it even further. If he released that refined blessing across this entire region, things were sure to change. The protagonist placed a hand over his chest and solemnly proclaimed his oath. I Wu Chansu, apostle of prosperity. I solemnly swear that this land shall overcome all plagues and pests and rise into prosperity. A torrent of azure spiritual energy erupted with overwhelming force, blanketing the entire space, the prosperity blessing. The spreading power sent the ground trembling violently in every direction. Rohan immediately drew his sword on guard, sensing the unusual disturbance rippling through the air. The sky abruptly split open with a tear, revealing a fiery red expanse seething with wickedness. From within the rift, tens of thousands of parasitic bugs with blazing red eyes came pouring out in a frenzied flood. Faced with that horrifying spectacle, Rohan kept his expression as cold and unreadable as ever. Meanwhile, all he could do was break out in a cold sweat, watching the swarming creatures blot out the entire sky above them. He blurted out in shock, that really is a whole lot of these things. Looking at the colossal spatial rift continuously spitting out one ghastly monster after another, the dark purple aura of resentment from the divine artifact began wrapping itself around the blade of the sword. The protagonist declared firmly, but I really don't think we're gonna lose here. He charged straight into the encirclement of monsters with eyes blazing and brimming with killing intent, not forgetting to call out, Ludu Hanso, watch over Hamdan for me for a moment. In the heat of his frenzied slaughter, the dark soul within the divine artifact howled madly. Ha 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 ha, what a glorious massacre. Hurry human, give me more blood. He could clearly feel the power surging within him, and as the killing intent piled up with every slash, it made him stronger than he had ever been. The souls inside that bracelet really know how to hype me up, better than any energy boost. Chansu spun wildly through the air, unleashing tornadoes of purple energy that ripped the swarm of monsters into shreds. The protagonist enthusiastically declared that the group could absolutely handle this on their own without needing Rohan's help at all. Watching from a distance, Rohan silently judged that this young man's swordsmanship was nothing more than ordinary, but as expected, his ability to take a life was frighteningly effective. The sword saint quietly looked up at the sky, telling himself there was no need to teach swordsmanship to some farmer, because that fellow on his own was already more than enough. As the spatial rift gradually sealed itself closed once more, Chansu sauntered over to Rohan, sat down casually munching on an apple, then scratched his head with a sheepish grin, and said he had only meant to test the parasite repellent, but ended up wiping the whole horde out instead. Seeing the protagonist suddenly radiate a pitch-black surge of spiritual energy, Rohan could not help but ask what on earth had just happened. He looked down at his own body, where wisps of purple smoke were curling around him with an eerie, ghostly air, as if parasites had latched onto his very skin. He silently realized it had to be the killing intent of the Reaper, and although the power it brought was immense, its presence was far too obvious for comfort. This is a bit much already, and there isn't even an on-off switch. In response to the protagonist's question, Li Kanghai gave a small shake of her head. Regrettably, the Reaper's relic could not be adjusted in any way, leaving him to let out a sigh of disappointment. I knew it would be like that. Setting the bracelet issue aside, he turned to confirm whether she knew what those parasites actually liked, and faced with the female commander's flustered embarrassment, the protagonist explained that the previous batch had bolted the moment they tasted the repellent. So now he was planning to brew a luring scent to draw them out, since they had already recognized the previous formula and warned each other to stay far away from it. Even though he wasn't entirely sure this would work against a full-blown great calamity, Edwin abruptly appeared and confidently insisted that there really did exist an extraordinarily potent insect luring scent. Chansu pressed him curiously, asking what exactly that thing was. Edwin didn't answer right away, instead lunging forward to clutch the little spring slime tightly, his face flushed bright red with excitement. Sorry about this, Bomb, just hang in there a little longer. Watching the little spirit getting squeezed out of shape, the protagonist could only wince and silently note that it was an item he was already all too familiar with. What Edwin was referring to was the sap of the ostrich tailgrass tree, but unlike the kind used in alchemy, this had to be the pure sap harvested from the very top of the tree. Because harvesting that uppermost portion directly was extremely dangerous and troublesome, and lacking the slaughter hand skill himself, he had no choice but to call on the apostles of the violence faction for help. With his bulging muscles, Lee Minsu eagerly hauled the enormous sacks of materials over his shoulder and loudly declared that they could just leave it all to him. Using the sap from the tree dock combined with several other sweet ingredients, he poured all his focus into the brewing pot, not forgetting to drop in plenty of transformed blessings to craft the most flawless luring scent imaginable. He set the bait right in the middle of the open ground at night, The protagonist smiled smugly as he watched the parasites swarm in like maniacs, the result exceeding all expectations, a perfect trap laid out for these gluttonous creatures. He confidently declared that all that remained was to hunt down and eradicate the parasites at their roots, since they were already falling into a panic from the death god's curse. The female commander of the war faction hesitantly asked him to assist alongside Sir Rohan in the upcoming hunt. Recognizing this as a juicy opportunity, the protagonist quickly scratched his head and complained that work had been piling up lately since the farm was in its busy season. Seeing him hesitate, the female commander grew anxious about the labor costs, especially since she'd have to hire the legendary swordmaster as well. But she resolutely threw out her final sweet deal. "I'll gift you a divine artifact of the death god," and instantly his attitude shifted as he warmly welcomed his dear valued customer with a sly grin, getting the war faction to foot the bill for both Rohan and himself. The parasite hunt unfolded smoothly and without a hitch. Just when he thought everything was going off without a hitch, an unexpected incident struck. Walking through the forest, he and Rohan came to a halt when they saw all the parasites suddenly vanish without a trace. The protagonist had a gut feeling that there was no way a great calamity would flee for no reason. There had to be some hidden reason behind it. Right at this moment, the system kept blaring red warnings, accompanied by an emergency notification. "Warning, the greedy insects are invading. Prepare for a full-scale assault from the parasites. They're swarming in again. They must have caught the scent of the bait and called all their buddies over." He was stunned and wondered whether greedy insects was the actual name of the parasite lord species. With over 300 infected zones converging in a simultaneous attack, he smirked with full-on defiance. "So you all hate me that much, huh?" Park Duhan Sojeol stared at the tactical map, his face dead serious. Having one of the 7 great calamities target a single faction was completely unprecedented. The protagonist just chuckled with carefree optimism. "Haha, looks like it actually happened. Guess I really pissed them off." The apostles of the violence faction standing behind him couldn't help breaking into a cold sweat at his nonchalant attitude. Park Duhan Sojeon pushed up his glasses and asked what he planned to do now, his eyes suddenly turning sharp and cold. He stated firmly that if they were coming at him on the offensive, then what he had to do was crystal clear: take their heads. Witnessing that killing intent, the captive from the negation faction trembled and silently thanked his stars that the protagonist was on his side. "He is on our team, right?" But right after that, the protagonist scratched his head with an awkward laugh and asked if everyone could lend a hand. Haha, with numbers this big he really couldn't carry it alone. After sounding so heroic just moments before, it gave them all quite the heart attack. Lee Min-soo immediately steeled himself and declared of course, he'd been training hard just for a day like this. Park Duhan Sojeon was equally fired up and ready to back him. Just leave it to him. The captives from the negation faction didn't want to be left out either. They all roared in unison that they'd help out. Edwin announced that he couldn't directly join the battle since he needed time to prepare, but he was ready to heal anyone who got injured. The protagonist silently thought that with Edwin in charge of medical support, he wouldn't have to worry about casualties at all. He turned and ordered the apostles of the negation faction to coordinate and back Edwin up. Realizing time was running short, he immediately pulled up the tactical map and started laying out the plan. Given the urgency of the situation, he'd brief them first. Since the enemy numbers were enormous, the protagonist assigned the violence faction forces to handle zones 36N9E and 30Fen10E. Park Duhan Sojeon would take zone 37N10E. He then asked Rohan to deal with zone 37N11E for him, and the remaining zones he'd handle himself. Park Duhan Sojeol suddenly noticed an oversight. "Hold on, there's still one zone that hasn't been assigned to anyone." He smirked with full confidence. "Someone's already taking care of it." He looked down at the chain-eating black cat curling around his feet. "Isn't that right? I'm leaving this spot to you." Watching the protagonist promise to treat the cat to a wine feast once it was all over, Park Duhan Sojeon was rendered speechless. "You're really treating one of the great calamities like this. I'm counting on every one of you." Just then the sky suddenly burned red. The system shrieked a warning that the greedy insect invasion had begun. "Here they come. Whoever finishes their task first gets to head home for dinner first." The moment the invasion began, the temple's function activated instantly, generating a sturdy protective barrier. The goddess of prosperity along with Ari and Doji could only cling each other trembling. She silently realized this was truly a defensive skill made for war, while not forgetting to send prayers of safety to everyone. Meanwhile, on the deep forest battlefield, the protagonist was wildly swinging his sickle, mowing down the swarms of bugs. He judged that this skirmish was almost too easy for the scale of a calamity-level assault, while also worrying about how his teammates were holding up. Despite the staggering numbers of the enemy, their strength was nothing compared to his. With the support of the Death God's divine artifact, he fought non-stop without feeling the slightest fatigue, a stream of deep, purpled energy enveloping his body with overwhelming power. Suddenly, a massive hand riddled with crisscrossing stitches and a pair of glowing red eyes shot out from the darkness. The situation looks dicey, thought it'd be a piece of cake, but turns out it's a snake in the grass. The protagonist was stunned to realize that the weak parasites earlier had merely been bait to scout him out and isolate him while he was alone. Knowing he'd fallen into a trap, he hurriedly bolted toward the teleportation gate, hoping to regroup with Rohan immediately. But a cold system notification popped up, confirming that the escape gate was completely disabled. He froze when he realized he'd been surrounded by a teeming swarm of bugs. He smirked and praised the formidable cunning of these insects. With no retreat left, the protagonist was forced to face the brutal reality that there was nowhere left to run. From within the misty fog, a colossal dark entity emerged, its hideous skeletal frame and countless spider-like limbs looming into view. He recognized the presence of every kind of parasite, from the common ones, queen specimens, all the way to entire breeds. New unfamiliar species he had never seen before were pouring out like grass-eating ants. He silently understood the brutal truth. From the very beginning, the sole target of all of them had been him. Without a moment's hesitation, the protagonist swung his weapon and charged headfirst into the melee. The system immediately announced the activation of the Grand Beheader skill. The shadow entities were sliced to pieces in the blink of an eye before the overwhelming might of the young apostle. He fought with frenzied fury, the deep purple energy enveloping his body, filling him with exhilaration. The protagonist confidently declared he could keep this slaughter going all day without tiring, planning to clean out these small fries before the real battle began. But then, an earth-shaking thud rang out as a massive foot stomped down right beside him. He paled, sweat pouring down like a waterfall as he realized the sheer difference in size. The protagonist stammered, suggesting his opponent stop and have a proper chat since there might be some misunderstanding here. When you can't win, switch to negotiation. Smart guys like him are a dime a dozen back home. A massive hairy foot suddenly slammed down onto the ground, leaving him stunned as he blurted out, "This thing is way too big. That's just one leg." He hastily tumbled aside to dodge the thunderous stomp, screaming at the top of his lungs. Realizing his opponent was no pushover, the protagonist looked down at the bracelet, emitting a pitch-black stream of grudge energy, and muttered, "You were the one who refused first, remember that." Immediately, a massive shadowy entity erupted from the divine artifact, its dark presence flooding the entire space. A colossal wraith draped in tattered robes loomed into view, towering ominously over the battlefield. He swiftly slid his body, weaving nimbly through the gap between its enormous legs. Another massive foot came crashing down toward him with terrifying force, forcing him to keep moving constantly, never stopping for even a second, just to escape with his life. The system now issued a chilling warning. A fused wraith had the ability to resurrect up to 44 times, and if he failed to annihilate them all in one go, they would leave behind a horrifying curse. In essence, each colossal wraith was a cursed bomb worth 10 million points. Sure, it was good money, but cracking it open was no easy feat. The monster roared, stretching out its skeletal arms and lunging forward with a relentless barrage of attacks. The main character stomped down hard and shot forward like a streak, channeling every ounce of the death god's killing intent he had built up into his weapon. The shape-shifting sword in his hand suddenly began to transform before his very eyes, stretching out into a colossal death scythe that radiated a brilliant, blinding glow. Right then, the system panel popped up with a notification, a quick tip: you can use the decapitation skill. He swung an arsing slash with overwhelming force, and the system immediately announced the activation of the decapitation skill. The razor-sharp scythe blade swept through, severing the monster's head from its body in a single fleeting instant. The moment the enemy collapsed, the main character touched down on the ground, but he stayed alert, glancing warily over his shoulder. A bell chime rang out, signaling he had officially conquered the seventh great calamity, the greedy insect. He plopped down on the ground, panting heavily with exhaustion, and silently told himself that despite the rough patch, he had finally taken the thing down. Looking at the death scythe glittering in his hand, he clicked his tongue and mused that based on the design and the bracelet, the death faction really did seem tailor-made for kids who loved showing off. Since he never expected the weapon he freely transformed would turn out this gaudy, the main character started feeling like his strategy was a bit off, suddenly recalling the haunting image of the black flame dragon. The reward summary process wrapped up quickly, granting him a sealed skill as his prize. Yet the smile on the main character's lips froze the moment he saw the cost to break the seal climb to over 4.4 billion points. This wasn't a points exchange anymore. This was straight-up robbery dressed up as a transaction. Chasu was stunned to realize the system was scheming to swallow up every last point he had bled for during the campaign. It felt like being conned in broad daylight, no different from a blatant currency recall. But his curiosity had hit its peak, urging his trembling hand to press the unseal button. The instant he confirmed, the main character officially gained the trade ownership rights skill. He felt utterly deflated, having just lost 4.4 billion points, without so much as a decent confirmation line from the system, which kept its usual snippy attitude and miserly explanation. However, after fumbling around with it more carefully, he realized he could sell off ownership rights to areas he didn't need, and at the same time track the quantities and prices in other zones. He froze in shock when the notification notification about Zone 36B appeared, realizing that he could now purchase land ownership rights without ever having to set foot there. The young man secretly thought to himself that in the blink of an eye, he could reclaim every single territory he had lost. He predicted that the restrictions on movement rights would also vanish to a certain degree, as long as he had territorial backing and reward points. He could establish an entry point absolutely anywhere. Suddenly, Mr. Du Han Sojian came rushing over in a panic, asking if he was alright. The main character smiled and replied, "As you can see, I'm doing just fine." Then he turned and asked how everyone else was. Noting that they all seemed to be in one piece, Du Han Sojian explained that they were caught completely off guard when the parasites suddenly vanished mid-battle. Li Minsu, standing beside him, laughed heartily and confirmed that not a single person had been injured. The wizard pressed him in astonishment, asking whether he had truly taken down the greedy insect. He scratched his cheek and chuckled awkwardly. Well, things just played out the usual way. Right at that moment, a system notification popped up, suggesting that he could now view the zones owned by other parties. An information panel appeared before the main character's eyes. Park Du-Han Sojian currently owns Zone 10N, accompanied by a purchase offer button. Du-Han Sojian mused quietly to himself that this world was about to be shaken to its core. While the young man was still mulling over the purchase offer, he recalled the old rule that ownership rights could only be traded within the same faction, and the only option between rival factions was war. Seeing the main character standing there frozen stiff, Rohan calmly shoved an apple right into his face. Meanwhile, Du-Han Sojian shook him in alarm. "Hey, snap out of it." He felt the whole thing was genuinely insane when the system asked whether he wanted to forcibly buy out Park Hang-yeon's block. Du-Han Sojian worried that facing off against the great calamity had drained the young man's mind dry. Li Minsu, meanwhile, panicked and blurted out, "Is he about to die or what? He's been zoning out this whole time. If I were over there, I'd slap him awake right now." The main character realized this was the forced acquisition skill, with a price jacked up to absurdly unreasonable levels. He gently pushed the apple aside and said, "Thank you for worrying about me, Mr. Rohan, Mr. Du-Han So." He understood that the core of this skill was forcibly seizing a zone already owned by someone else. The young man took a huge bite out of the apple, prompting Du-Han Sojian to ask him in concern once again, "Are you really alright?" Minsu, standing nearby, swallowed hungrily as he eyed the apple with longing. The main character thought to himself that he had every potential to swallow up all the zones in a single night. He smiled and assured them, "Of course I'm fine, thanks for the concern. Everything is now within my grasp, even the central zone of humanity's territory." However, deep down in his heart, he was shaken to his core by the potential of the skill he had just received. Everything could be his in a single night, even humanity's central zone. Going from dead broke to filthy rich just like that. The pressure is real, huh? Glancing at the divine artifact on his wrist, he silently calculated that if he kept expanding his territory using this skill, he could become a returner in the blink of an eye. But he quickly realized the dark side of this gift. This was the seed of discord left behind by the greedy insect. If he used it recklessly, he would absolutely become the target of every single person out there. After all, his current points weren't really enough to swing it. Setting his ambition aside for now, the main character decided that for the time being, he would only use it as an alternative means of movement. He turned and asked the others, "Shall we head back now?" Right away, a hand pinched his cheek with stinging force, accompanied by the demanding question, "You really aren't hurt anywhere, are you?" The main character could only cry out to the heavens at this overbearing concern. After such an eventful journey, he excitedly raced back toward the temple, calling out, "I'm home." However, the atmosphere at home felt a little off when he spotted Doji the pig, drenched in sweat with a worried look plastered across his face, hiding behind a bush. The main character froze, blinking in confusion. "Huh? What on earth is going on here? One look at this scene tells me something's gone down. My kid back home pulls the same stuff." What hit his eyes was the sight of Doji and Hamden clinging to each other and bawling their eyes out, sobbing, "Oh, apostle." And the goddess, Ari the chicken, suddenly cheered with delight, "Chip, he's back." He stood there frozen in shock when he saw the goddess of prosperity once again appear in the form of a beautiful little girl, resplendent amid a forest of vibrant blossoms. The goddess. He hurriedly rushed over and grabbed her hand, asking in rapid succession with disbelief, "This time you've really fully recovered your power, right? You won't transform back again, will you?" Right at that moment, a brilliantly glowing system notification appeared. The goddess of prosperity has bestowed a new skill upon her apostle. The main character was stunned as a familiar feeling washed over him. Hadn't this happened the last time, back when that day returned? He looked at the small goddess smiling sweetly and thought to himself, "Well, since she's offered it, I guess I have no choice but to accept." He plopped down onto the ground and stared intently at the lush green system panel to see what kind of skill it was this time. But his eyes suddenly bulged in shock as the options popped up. The leisure of prosperity, the death scythe, and the laborer. The main character was floored and asked himself, why would a skill like this show up here? Looking at the line that read, "Scythe of the Hired Reaper," he fell into deep thought. No matter how he sliced it, this was still a skill bestowed by prosperity. Could it really be? The image of a skull and scythe flashed ominously through his mind. He's not some some grim reaper, so why on earth would Death's Scythe show up here? He stroked his chin, deciding it really did pair perfectly with the beheading skill. Catching the goddess's worried expression, the protagonist kept speculating. It's awfully suspicious that this might belong to Death, but surely that can't be the case, right? Suddenly the divine artifact in his hand began to tremble, screaming with seductive temptation, "Hurry and choose me, human." He shuddered and thought to himself, the goddess is a terrifying deity who created beheading. Maybe this is a skill from her dark past, forged during that very same era. He sighed with deep regret. This time he had planned to choose communication, but it wasn't on the list. Witnessing the disappearance of the long-awaited skill, the goddess along with Ari and Doji could only freeze in place like stone statues, drowning in absolute despair. The protagonist decisively waved his hand. Never mind, let's just bury the goddess's dark past for good. In that case, I'll go with this one. He eagerly tapped the screen. The system immediately announced that he had received the worker skill. The image of a hammer appeared in dazzling brilliance, and he and Hamden leapt up in celebration. Fresh labor is always welcome. However, the joy didn't last long, as he suddenly froze in confusion. It doesn't summon a worker. Does that mean I become the worker myself? The annotation describing enhanced physical capabilities while working made the protagonist turn pale as he stared at the control panel. Meanwhile, the goddess and her companions could only weep at their master's naivety. He hastily changed the subject. Well, the goddess already made her choice, so let's just roll with it. Labor is glorious after all, right? He gently took hold of the goddess's tiny little hands and let out a sigh of relief. Thank heavens she really has grown up. The protagonist knelt down before her, but then he grew puzzled. Why does she look so listless? Thinking she must be thirsty, he scooped up little spring slime and gave the order, "Bomb, give her some water to drink." He told himself that since the goddess was no longer a ginseng root, she needed more careful tending. Without warning, the spring slime sprayed a powerful jet of water straight into the goddess's face. The protagonist asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" The answer he got was the sight of the goddess standing stock still, soaked from head to toe, trembling with a face gone pale from choking on water. The goddess of prosperity, after choking on the water, kept shaking her head furiously, trying to clear her senses. The moment she spotted the protagonist cuddling little spring slime, she flew into a fit of jealous rage. Charging forward, she shouted, "Hey, get away from my apostle right now." At that very moment, the wisp of negative god's grudge appeared again, sneering, "Ka ha ha ha, apostle indeed. Next time pick my skill instead." The goddess was furious, repeatedly using her tiny fists to pound away at his hand while shouting, "How many times do I have to tell you before you understand that you are my apostle?" Look at her, brimming with energy. He could only laugh awkwardly. "Haha, glad to see you're feeling better. Just a little splash of water and you're good as new." Suddenly the protagonist froze as he sensed a strange surge of energy welling up. What is this aura? He stared in shock at the egg in his hand, now glowing with brilliant light, then quickly shouted, "Everyone, step back." This was the reward from the campaign against the greedy insects, consisting of a sealed skill and a mysterious egg whose origin had yet to be identified. He set the egg down on the ground, his eyes narrowing with caution. This is the egg gained after defeating the greedy insects, so I can't afford to let my guard down for even a second. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, silently steeling his resolve, no matter what crawls out of there. Meanwhile, little slime Ari, Doji, and the goddess herself were nervously peeking out from behind a corner, watching intently. The egg suddenly cracked open beneath a blinding halo of light. "Come on out." The protagonist held his breath, bracing for a life-or-death confrontation. Yet when the shell shattered, what appeared was a tiny little white snake with rosy pink eyes and a charming little flower on its head, looking utterly adorable and harmless. He blinked in stunned disbelief and exclaimed, "A snake? Guys, this loot has absolutely nothing to do with that monster from before." Watching the small creature wriggling about, he silently wondered whether this was truly a battle familiar's egg or just an ordinary pet egg. Brushing aside his doubts, the protagonist enthusiastically called the whole gang over to welcome the new member. "In any case, everyone come over and say hello." He quickly turned around, thinking, "I'd better name it fast before Rohan comes back, otherwise he'll come up with some bizarre name again." He smiled and declared with confidence, "Bami, I look forward to your help from now on." The little snake bowed its head reverently and offered its most respectful greetings to the goddess of prosperity. Bami prostrated itself at the feet of the goddess of prosperity, bashfully apologizing for being unable to stay by her side and protect her all this time. The goddess gently consoled it, saying that period was a difficult time for everyone, so there was no need to dwell on it. However, she immediately entrusted Bami with an important mission, knowing the little snake was highly skilled in magic. The goddess pointed toward the protagonist and gave a stern instruction. "A remnant of the wicked god is clinging to my apostle. Make sure it doesn't harm him or lead him down the wrong path." Bami respectfully accepted the order, but right after, the little snake turned and snidely remarked to Ari and Doji that the goddess must have suffered greatly having to live with a bird brain and a pig-headed fool. "Whoa, picking a fight the moment you meet. Is that really okay, little snake?" Stung by the insult, Ari furiously shot back, calling Bami a cold-blooded creature that only knows how to sleep when winter comes. Standing behind them, he stared blankly at his squabbling familiars, silently wondering, are they working out their pecking order? Bami secretly assessed that the protagonist had accumulated impressive power, while he hesitantly stepped closer and called out warmly, "Come here." Seeing Bami approach their master, Ari hastily warned, "If he finds out the group can grow even bigger, every last one of us will end up on the dinner plate." The little chick even threatened Bami to be careful unless it wanted to end up steeped in snake wine, especially since the apostle had just started learning how to brew. Doji also chimed in, trembling, that while the protagonist was a kind person, his personality was downright terrifying. Bami sneered at his two teammates' cowardice and insisted they were worrying far too much, because if he were truly cruel, he wouldn't have let useless creatures like them survive this long. Wow, this snake really is venomous, with a tongue as poisonous as its bite. The protagonist sat down beside it and gently asked whether Bami would like to climb onto his hand, leaving the little snake quietly grateful for his kindness. But the moment it touched his hand, Bami was shocked to sense the dark wisps of negative aura radiating powerfully from the divine artifact. Realizing the protagonist still lacked a communication skill to grasp the danger, Bami decided to use its own body to purify that lethal stream of energy. The little snake lunged forward, intending to bite the bracelet to pieces, but he swiftly grabbed it by the neck and coldly ordered it to stop. His eyes turned dark and ominous as the protagonist sternly warned Bami never to carelessly touch the bracelet. He calmly muttered about how this divine artifact was extremely useful, capable of placing curses or aiding in brewing wine. Watching his master's terrifying expression, he asked, "Understood." Bami was so frightened that every drop of color drained from its face. All it could do was tremble and nod. Watching Bami get put in its place, Ari and Doji seized the chance to mock it without mercy. Bami realized in horror through its magical senses that this apostle was definitely no ordinary man. It had now learned proper manners around its master. Meanwhile, the goddess of prosperity, having just woken up, was acting in such bizarre ways that chick Ari worriedly wondered why she was behaving like that. The protagonist privately concluded that perhaps the goddess was still groggy from just waking up or experiencing hallucinations after over-using her magic. Looking at the gathered familiars, he sighed softly. "Now I have yet another mouth to feed." He frantically scolded himself, "Where on earth was my head? I have to go prepare the wine right away." The protagonist was stunned to realize he had completely forgotten about the celebration feast following the Great Calamity campaign. Hearing the wine mentioned, the little snake Bami went pale as a sheet. It thought to itself, just one tiny slip-up, and I'll really end up as snake wine on the banquet table. As the glow of sunset slowly drifted down, the feast officially began amidst an atmosphere of bustling cheer. Beneath the canopy of an ancient tree, the whole group from envoys and witches to apostles and skeleton soldiers gathered around the lavish banquet table, while the cat Yang-shi calmly lay chewing on sesame leaves in the middle of the grass. Sipping a glass of intensely strong 98% golden apple liquor, Rohan nodded in quiet appreciation. "This stuff is top tier, or maybe it's snake wine. Aha." Edwin, sitting beside him, just smiled and revealed the secret. This liquor was brewed using the pure spring water from Little Slim. The violent apostles ate and drank with hearty appetites, their mouths never stopping as they urged the boss to bring more bean rice, and please pour out more liquor too. Chasu silently observed the lively scene around him. He marveled inwardly that he had never dared imagine such a sight could unfold, a world apart from life back on Earth. The young man suddenly realized that receiving the worker's skill earlier had practically been an omen for his current role as cook and waiter rolled into one. Though serving the crowd was a bit exhausting, looking at the cheerful, vibrant atmosphere around him, he gave a soft smile and told himself this feeling honestly wasn't bad at all. Everything seemed to be heading the right way down the road to true prosperity for the territory, and so far things were a-okay, my dude. Yet that peace likely wouldn't last long as uninvited guests were gradually showing themselves. In another region, the buzzing chatter of a crowd was drawing closer to the boundary. A tour guide holding a white flag with the words "Prosperity Tour" loudly called out, inviting everyone, "This way please." Seated at a wooden table beneath the warm sunlight, Sujin began explaining to Chasu the structure of a faction. The members that make up a faction are mainly divided into two groups. He naively asked back, "Gods and apostles?" Sujin gently shook her head. "Those are apostles and believers." He laughed it off, saying he was only joking, since he still clearly remembered everything she had explained during the parasitic possession incident earlier. In reality, those who came from Earth, like the protagonist and Sujin, are called apostles, while believers are the native inhabitants of this world, those who have no ability to purchase land ownership rights. Outsiders get to buy land, but the natives don't. What kind of bizarre law is that, I swear? Sujin smiled in approval of his memory you remember well. As you said, only apostles can expand a faction. That's why the gods always pamper them so much. Apostles. However, Sujin also gave a serious warning. But you must not overlook the natives of this world. The number of believers makes up the vast majority of this world's population. And among them are quite a few seriously formidable individuals. He glanced over at the sword saint who was radiating an aura of overwhelming murderous intent, then wondered, like Rohan you mean, Sujin's expression suddenly shifted, cold sweat beaded on her brow as she watched Rohan's back and whispered, "Rohan probably belongs to no faction at all." He gave a small nod of confirmation. "Exactly." Sujin continued explaining, "Even though they're discriminated against by the gods, the main reason people still accept becoming believers is because of the buff and debuff effects they receive from professions and the hexagonal blocks." Watching Rohan stride leisurely past, the young man marveled inwardly, "He's even more formidable than I thought." Finding out only now, isn't that a little too late? To help him understand better, Sujin asked if he knew what the buff of negation, the largest faction in the world, was. Looking at the little hamster frolicking among the flowers, he pondered and guessed hunger reduction perhaps. Sujin confirmed he was close, "'cause it turns people into something resembling the undead." He froze, eyes wide in shock. "That's seriously called a buff?" Sujin insisted it was definitely a buff, because it negates aging and helps the body feel less fatigued. While Rohan calmly sat there munching on an apple, Ben beside her added more details. "They say each day's active hours can be extended by up to 4 more hours. Hearing this, he exclaimed, "No wonder it's so popular." However, the dark side of this power is the brutal internal competition to seize more time, which gradually rots their minds from sheer exhaustion every single day. Sujin concluded that's why Negation's believers are always seeking opportunities to switch sides. Sitting nearby, the goddess of prosperity along with Ari and Doji were also listening intently. He wondered, switching factions, is that easy? After all, that's still a matter of faith. Sujin explained, compared to apostles, believers receive fewer benefits, so their obligations are also much lighter. He nodded slightly. "I get it now. You get what you pay for. More benefits means more responsibility, otherwise it's a quick goodbye." Suzy assessed that after resolving the parasitic possession crisis, the reputation of the prosperity faction was rising like a kite catching the wind. She enthusiastically suggested, "This is the golden moment for him to start recruiting more believers and expanding his influence." Faced with such a tempting proposal, he fell into deep thought. Believers, huh? Meanwhile, in the central region of humanity, the atmosphere was a complete contrast. Among the towering skyscrapers, 2 men stood chatting during their break. When asked about the prosperity faction, the middle-aged man with a worn-out face could only stare blankly. Hearing this name for the very first time, that left his younger colleague in absolute shock. He couldn't believe such an information-clueless person existed in this world, when the Emperor Apple and the smoking cessation sticks from prosperity were taking the market by storm everywhere. The young man eagerly listed off the miraculous effects of the Emperor Apple, from helping the body change for the better, dropping weight from 112 kg down to 78 kg in record time, all the way to stimulating miraculous hair regrowth blocks. He insisted that many people right now were planning to abandon the undead-like existence under the Negation faction and find their way back to farming for the prosperity faction. They're determined to leave the city, return to the countryside, raise chickens, and farm fish, folks. Sensing that the entry barrier was at a record low, he warned that if they didn't move fast later on, even if they wanted in, there'd be no chance left to squeeze through the door. The middle-aged man's resolve began to waver, mumbling softly about returning to a life of farming. When he learned that the nearest location was at coordinates 33N10E, the old man was stunned to realize that place was originally outside humanity's sphere of control. However, his colleague quickly reassured him and pointed toward the large building with its dazzling advertisement. It turned out a tourism company belonging to the Purity faction had quickly rolled out a special tour package exclusively for those wishing to seek out and meet the Apostle of Prosperity. The young coworker wondered as he looked at the recruitment board for visiting the Prosperity Apostle. Why would the Purity faction do this? He speculated maybe the two sides had formed a political marriage alliance, or perhaps because Prosperity was the place producing those wind-powered vehicles and health supplement products that were going viral. He advised his exhausted friend to take a trip and clear his head a bit. While he was at it, he didn't forget to ask him to grab some food, because rumor had it the produce there was so good it didn't belong to this world. Oh dear, are people going on vacation or going to haul produce home for everyone else? The middle-aged man drifted into thought, figuring at the very least that place would be incredibly peaceful, and so the bus titled Prosperity Day officially set off. However, on board were not only kind-hearted folks. There was also a female con artist sniffing out the scent of money from a small cult that dared to advertise so loudly. Sitting in the back, a spy was also quietly scheming. He believed that the Prosperity faction doing all this on the verge of collapse meant there had to be some way to earn a massive haul of points. A conspiracy theorist in a hooded jacket was also squinting suspiciously, wondering whether they would truly become teammates of one another. Once everyone had buckled their seatbelts, the driver with the glinting glasses announced the bus departure. In truth, he was an apostle of the Purity faction. He flashed a sinister, smug grin, telling himself he would keep the protagonist, so busy he wouldn't have time to think about energy supplements. He laughed loudly with cunning glee in his mind. Foolish apostle of prosperity. Go on and become the hero for the Purity faction. Dream on, sweetheart. Keep stirring up trouble out there, and you'll lose your life life one day. The bus came to a stop in the middle of a sun-drenched forest. The crisp air there made the city crowd marvel in astonishment. Looking at the surrounding villagers with their pale, washed-out appearance, they whispered among themselves, "There really are a lot of folks who look like the undead, huh?" Standing behind the believer recruitment sign, Chezu, with the little hamster perched on his shoulder, clapped his hands eagerly. "All right, shall we begin the test?" The sickle was swung up and instantly lodged itself deep into the wooden block. But the first applicant could only clutch his head and groan in regret over his failure. He coldly declared, "Unfortunately, you failed. Next person, please." Watching the candidates struggle to swing their machetes until they were drenched in sweat, the young man let out a sigh full of pity, silently wondering how they could possibly survive in this world if they couldn't even handle this basic task. For the protagonist, the core skill of the Prosperity faction is decapitation, and to invoke the blessing of prosperity, taking the target's head is absolutely required. He told himself if they were just coming here to do plain manual labor, then there was no point in becoming believers at all. So even if he could only pick a single person, he had to find someone with the truly suitable qualities. "I think you're recruiting butchers, not farmers." After more than half the people had been eliminated under the brilliant sunset, he loudly announced the start of the second test. The young man held up his sword, standing beneath the tree where small wooden pieces dangled, and explained, "This is the second test." He performed a demonstration of key control technique. Leaving the crowd below gaping in stunned amazement, he calmly picked up a piece of wood that had just been sliced and announced, "All you need to do is cut it long and thin, like a pair of chopsticks, that's it." For a reference, this is a very easy material to cut, simple, right? Seeing that everyone was still hesitating and murmuring among themselves, he encouraged them by saying that just like the first test, they could use any kind of blade they preferred. After waiting and seeing no one budge, the young man asked again, "Does no one want to step up first?" Right away, a spirited young woman in a leather outfit and a baseball cap stepped forward boldly. "I'll give it a shot." Seeing her determination, he secretly hoped that at the very least this person could slice through it as easily as cutting a radish. "Yeah, right, give me a break. You act like everyone's on your level, count me out. I'll leave the rest of you to it." The young woman braced herself and channeled every ounce of strength into her arms to swing a powerful slash, but instead of thin shavings of wood falling away, only a dry, hollow thud rang out. He froze in disbelief. "Huh, you've got to at least swing the sword on a vertical line." The young woman put a hand to her chin with an annoyed expression and shot back, "Are you deliberately trying to drive us away?" He stared blankly and asked, "Is this test really that difficult?" That set off another burly man into a fit of rage. He bellowed in frustration, demanding why a faction devoted to agriculture like Prosperity would force them to take such an absurd combat trial. He clenched his fists tightly, secretly realizing he could no longer hide the truth about it. The eternal beheading skill. To expand his influence and bring his goal of becoming a returner closer to reality, the young man decided he had to be honest with everyone who wanted to join. He plainly explained to one applicant, "That's because beheading is the foundational skill of the Prosperity faction." Faced with the other person's stunned expression, he emphasized that once they obtained the target's head, it would serve as an offering to the goddess to accumulate reward points. Even though their farming relied on Prosperity's blessings, in order to actually earn points, they absolutely had to know how to take an enemy's head. To sum it all up, here's how I'd put it: even farming requires combat skills to defend your own territory. His firm declaration left the middle-aged man so shaken that he burst into tears. The crowd erupted in fury. They shouted, "This is exactly why the Prosperity faction collapsed." Everyone turned their backs in unison and stormed off in outrage. "Don't waste any more time, let's go home." He could only stand there watching. Helpless and bitter, the young man silently admitted that he had no real counter to their reasoning. Even so, in the deserted forest, a handful of people still stubbornly stayed behind. Looking around, he saw only 6 people remaining, and he sighed in dismay since the number was painfully small compared to the more than 100 who had originally come. He reassured himself that at least the pile of farm goods had sold extremely well, so it wasn't as if the day had been a total loss. The young woman in the cap from earlier stepped forward boldly. "I'm staying too. If I train hard, I'm certain I can do it." Sensing their drive to improve, he gave a faint smile and decided he'd observe them for a while longer. The young man stood before the group that remained and announced, "None of you currently have the skills to become full disciples right away, but slow and steady wins the race. Everything has to be learned, doesn't it?" He flashed a bright smile and offered a solution. "Everyone will start out as trainees, and only later will you be promoted to full disciples. No one has any objection, right?" The whole group burst into joy, cheering and thanking him for accepting them. The young woman in the cap was so excited that she rushed in and threw her arms around him, leaving the young man flustered as he asked her to please step back a little. But his gaze suddenly turned cold and sharp as it flicked toward the burly man who was laughing and chatting in the back. He silently grew suspicious and on guard, but that guy was clearly strong enough to pass, so why would he intentionally botch the test? That's the end of the video. Folks, if you enjoyed it, don't forget to hit like so Bear can bring you more great stories. Thanks and see you next time, everyone.